Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Take It to Trial. You know, you're in the right place where there is no filters, no fluff, just facts, right? So you can be the judge. I am your host, Sweet Pea Diamond, and today officially starts the kickoff of a 3-year long trial awaiting for a trial against Karina Cooper, right? Oh, excuse me. I know I got my morning coffee, right? I'm still kind of waking up, but I do have it, right? My Mickey D's coffee that I so love and enjoy. It's cheap and it's definitely for me. For all you guys that's coming back, welcome back. I definitely appreciate your support in helping me out. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. So I'm gonna start off by getting us some knowledge in regards to this case that we're going to be reviewing. And we're going to be doing gavel to gavel coverage. They did complete the jury selection process yesterday. So we have 12 jurors seated and we have 2 alternates, right? So this trial is officially underway and we got it, the timeline packed with bullets, and so we got Snapchats and we got deleted messages and we have betrayal. So we have this all wrapped up in one. And I guess at the end of the day, the main question is what happened to Ray, right? So let's start off here because they're not currently in court. We are looking, I am watching and monitoring when they're going to start. Today we'll be doing opening statements. So that's one good thing. Thank you, Benny. Good morning, Benny. Good morning. Yeah, we're going to get this party started. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I want to do something here. So today, as we're going along through the trial, I'll be putting stuff in the chat. Definitely engage in the chat. That would be awesome. I'll read your comments on stream as we go along with your thoughts. In regards to the questions, I have us like many questions for us to answer because this trial is just like at some points in times I couldn't even understand what the defense was arguing. I mean, you all know that she was found on top of his body when the police came in. So there's that for that portion that we have recently found out. So let's go into what led up to this trial, right? Let's break it down from the beginning. So you know exactly what we got here, right? And how we got here. So on June 21st, Ryan Cooper is found dead in his home, in his recliner, right? Someplace that he should have been safe and okay. There were 2 bullets to his face. There was no sign of forced entry. His wife, Karina, reportedly was found sitting on top of him when the police arrived, right? Which is, whoa, like, okay. I don't know why she was sitting on top of him. I don't know if she gonna testify why she was sitting on top of him. I don't know if she was in distress at the time. I don't know if she was trying to do CPR. Was she trying to bring him back? I have no clue. Was she trying to make sure he was dead? But if somebody is shot in the face twice, you can imagine what that scene looks like, right? So considering that we can imagine what that scene might look like and what his body might look like at that point in time, I wouldn't even understand what would be reasonable. Yeah, right. What would be reasonable? Sitting on his poor lifeless body. Right, Benny says, sitting on his poor lifeless body. Did she pull him? No. No, I think she just jumped right on top of him, Benny. Yeah, so you know, right there it makes it like so weird. And remember, we have no forced entry. So there was no break-in. And if any of you are not aware, their 3 minor children were still in the home. So, I mean, like the kids are upstairs. So what happened from them finding his body in July 2021, Karina, she wasn't arrested. There were no charges, but then an investigation was still active kind of behind the scenes because they were trying to figure out exactly what happened to Ray. So then in February 2024, now we're talking about almost 3 years after he was murdered, because it was ruled as a homicide. Boom. Karina is arrested and charged with first-degree murder nearly 3 years afterwards, right? So when they arrested her 2 months later in April of 2024, Huston Danker is also arrested, and prosecutors say he was in on it, right? He acted in concert with Karina. And his trial is going to start in August. It has been postponed a couple times, but his trial is going to start in August. And allegedly, he admitted to assisting her, right? And then I heard he recanted his statement. So we'll see how that plays into this trial, or what he tries to, if he testifies. I don't know if he's going to testify against her in this trial, because remember, he gave a statement and then he recanted it. So I'm just watching the courtroom action for us, okay? So now, here we go. We're in March 2025. The judge moves Karina's trial to Linn County due to a pretrial publicity. So her trial is not even taking place in the county where it happened in, I believe it's pronounced Tamar County. So they moved it to Linn County. And here we are, July 1st, which was yesterday. The jury selection wraps up. We have 12 jurors and we have 2 alternatives. Today we'll begin the opening statements. And as I stated before, the Huston Danker, who was acting in concert with her, his trial is supposed to begin on August 12th, 2025. Now that's if it's not pushed back again. So we'll keep an eye out on that, because I really think that what happens in this trial may determine, he may decide to take a plea deal or something like that in order to avoid the trial. Because if they are convicted of this crime, it is a mandatory life sentence without parole. So if you've been following the timeline so far, I do drop in the chat, calendar in the chat, and let me know which moment you think will change everything in regards to how we're going along in this case as we're listening to the opening statements. If you have any thoughts in regards to that portion, give me 1 second, because I do want everybody to kind of tell me, what do y'all think in this timeline that we have here? Remember, it took them almost 3 years to actually decide that they wanted to press charges against her. So if you know something that might have changed things, I have a little hint here. They begin with messages. So, and these are messages that the defense is trying really, really hard not to have played or put into court. They had a couple pre-trial motions June 20th in regards to these messages, and they do not want them to come in. But so before we go any further, I do want y'all to watch how the media has been framed in this case. I do have a clip from Court TV breaking down exactly what's gonna unfold in this courtroom. I want you to watch it closely as we do this. And I think I put the calendar question. We'll do that a little bit later after we have a little bit more details from the court in regards to the opening statements and things like that. But watch this video closely, because I want to know if you think that they're being fair, or are they full of crap, and if you think this is the media spin. So I'll put it in the chat room as we're watching this video. It's not long, it's just a couple seconds, but it kind of gives us a look into what they are claiming. And you know, the media can kind of spin things, right? Because it seems pretty gruesome that somebody is laying on somebody's lifeless body when the police are called in, right? At least in my opinion. Because somebody at the house had to call the police. I don't know if they called the police from the house or somebody heard the shots around and they just kind of like walked in on Karina on top of him. But just painting the scene, you know, of course, it caused a media frenzy, right? And we have a lot of people that are in. So I'm in Iowa that are looking at this, and it's a real buzz. And of course, it's getting a lot of media attention. So I just want y'all to look at this video. I'm gonna put this this question in the chat for us, and y'all watch closely. And let's play the game of what we think in regards to the way the media has presented this. And even if you're coming in at a different time and you want to, if you're coming in at a different time and you want to look at the chat question and answer it after we get more details and information as we're getting the opening statements, definitely please go ahead and actually answer the chat question. Because it's interesting to know the way the media can start spinning stuff on us and making us believe one thing when it's something totally different, right? Let me get ready to share this for you, because I found this kind of interesting the way I heard it. Let me start it over for us and I'll get the volume together.
I do want to tell you about Court TV's next live trial starting next week, and we're calling this one the Widow's Words murder trial.
Prosecutors accused defendant Karina Cooper of fatally shooting her husband Ryan twice in the.
Now, just so you know, the reason why they're calling it the Widow's Words is because allegedly she has told 2 people that she wanted to shoot him in the face, and coincidentally, he was shot twice in the face. So is this coincidence or was this like cold calculated murder? And I guess that's the real twist in this, is because they're using her words of what she stated to 2 people. So we should have 2 witnesses. I expect that they're going to have 2 witnesses that's actually going to testify that these are things that Karina said to them. But let's continue.
Face, although no gun was ever recovered.
Now, as we gear up for this new trial to begin, let's take a closer look at the case. Police found 42-year-old Ryan Cooper shot and lying in a recliner chair. They were responding to a 911 call that came in at 4:35 a.m. Cooper had been.
And guys, just for the record, I do have the complaints, and we'll review over the complaints during some breaks or some sidebars or maybe even lunch as we're live in the courtroom. So y'all can be able to, and we'll read through them and see exactly how they made these arrests for her and for Houston.
Shot twice in the face. His wife, Karina, was sitting on top of him. There was no gun at the scene. Police did find a shell casing. Cooper's death was ruled a homicide, but it would be nearly 3 years until there was an arrest. In February of 2024, Karina Cooper was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. And 2 months later, Houston Danker was arrested and charged with first-degree murder for allegedly acting in concert with Cooper to kill her husband. According to the criminal complaint, 2 witnesses say that Cooper told them she wanted Ryan dead and that she could shoot him in the face. Cooper and Danker both pleaded not guilty. Ryan Cooper had 4 children and is described as a great father and a hardworking farmer who enjoyed having a beer with his friends.
Live coverage of that trial begins on Wednesday with opening statements. You will not want to miss this trial.
Okay, guys. So what do you guys think? I know it's kind of hard. It's kind of early for us, but and what you've been hearing, do you think that the media is like really putting a spin on this right now at this point in time? that would be my only thing, right? Is the media spinning this to make it more, salacious so we can, the drama behind it. Like, I find it so hard to know that she was sitting on top of him. And I wonder if they're going to have, like, I'm sure that they're going to have a police officer or the first responders actually, testify to something like this in regards to it. But I don't know. You guys tell me. I have no clue. So now we heard what was being reported, right? So we're gonna dig into a little bit more while we wait on the court to start up. You say, Benny says, nope, it is salacious on its own, right? I don't know. I'm like traumatized. They're like, whoa. Just the whole fact of her, telling somebody this and then this coincidence where something, actually happens. So let's see here. So what is the state saying, right? What is alleged in this whole incident? So I'll give you some of my theories, some things that I have found out in regards to this claim. This incident. So the state says Karina, like she just didn't snap, right? Like she plotted this. This is their whole reason why they charged her. She told people that she wanted Ryan gone. And she had help from Houston Danker, right? And there are all these deleted Snapchat messages that she has with Houston. And prosecutors say that prove that they had a plan. They say that she pulled the trigger and that she stayed at the scene like nothing even happened. Remember, they found her right on top of his body, so she didn't leave. She didn't run. She didn't try to say somebody broke in, anything like that. But the defense, they say, well, hold up. Those messages are out of context. And witnesses, they are so unreliable. And there's no smoking gun, right? They have no weapon. It was 2 shots fired and they only found 1 shell casing. So if you think that this was planned, let's drop a bomb up in the thing. If you think this is just smoke, let's drop some smoke signals. Because I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm sure in this trial, we're going to definitely find out. Let's see. The jury is in, right? 12 seated and 2 alternatives, right? Each side got 10 strikes yesterday, just to give y'all how they selected the jury. The trial will be happening in Linn County, of course, because they had it changed over. Now we're expecting to be in this trial for about 10 days. We'll probably we won't see any autopsy. We do have minors that's going to be testifying. So it's definitely because they're minors that the media is not going to be able to stream the coverage live for that. So there, of course, they have media rules in regards to that portion, but it's to my understanding that the minors will be testifying. So I'm still watching the courtroom to see where we're at. So just so y'all know, as we're watching this trial, just kind of moving forward, I'm looking to see what witnesses are saying that in regards to Karina saying that Ryan is dead. I'm looking for the Snapchats that the prosecutors claim linked Karina. I keep calling her Katrina. Y'all gotta apologize. I apologize. Karina and Danker in regards to creating this murder. The forensics, right? The bullets to the face. But was there a struggle? Was he just sitting there asleep? things of that nature. So those are what I'm being looking for in regards to it. Now, also Karina's behavior at the scene. Did she show shock, or was it something darker? So these are the things that I'll be reminding y'all on in regards to as we're going through the trial. For us to be looking for. What are these witnesses saying? Are they going to get these Snapchat messages in? Because the judge said he wasn't going to rule on it until later into the trial started. And then in regards to the forensics, like the bullets to the face, and was there a struggle? Did he fight back? So those are the things that we'll be looking for as we are unpacking this case. Let's see, and definitely let me know. This is very interactive. You know, we are the judges here while we're watching this case, and we're gonna unpack and look and see if we can get justice, you know, right, for Ryan. Let me check the courtroom and see where we're at. Okay, it looks like opening statements have started. Y'all know I love me some TiVo time, right? TiVo time. I tell you. So we're not gonna have much TiVo time because we starting on time because we wanted to get right into the courtroom in regards to this. So just look into the chat, hang out with us. I appreciate everybody coming and being here. And we'll look at those complaints as we have breaks today. And we getting this party started in regards to our justice for Ryan. Let me get this set up for us, and then I am going to soon kind of like put us in the courtroom. Okay. Okay, so Benny says, let me read this before I move this thing. I'm still working out who her accomplice was to her. Lover or just someone who was infatuated with her to do the shooting and left her there to deal with with the popo. I don't know. Like I said in the last stream when we were setting up, I'm not considering him as her lover or something because I don't understand why he would go through this with her. Like I don't get it. And you're right. We're going to need to know what his relationship was to her. But I heard that these Snapchat messages show more than just a friendship. It shows the plot, and it shows that they were in this together and that their relationship was, you know, kind of intimate. So we'll see what comes out in these messages and what people say as we go along. Yes, Vinny, we are definitely, we have the opening statements. They are beginning, and I will be putting us into the courtroom so we can look at these opening statements. I'm getting breaking news. I don't know if anybody follows the Diddy trial, but with me, if you're a trial watcher, I'm pretty sure that you've been seeing all the things in regards to Diddy, right? So it would be neglectful for me not to let you guys know that he was found guilty on 2 of the charges. And I don't think that the guilty charge, from what I'm understanding, I'm seeing all this stuff come through my phone in regards to it. But maybe we can look at some news coverage in regards to Diddy a little later. Let's get into our trial that we're going to be covering for the next 10 days and see what the hell I want to say what the hell, so y'all excuse me. What the hell happened to Ryan in regards to this when they've been married and they got 3 kids, and what made her snap and decide, because I don't think it's money related. I heard something that, well, I don't know. Well, you know, people do something strange for a little bit of change, but I heard that he had like 600,000. I don't know if that's worth taking the man's life. Like, I don't know. These people can be so weird sometimes. Like to hurt somebody, it's not taking much from anybody to do. Okay, so y'all let me know. As long as we don't have any volume issues, we should be good. Hopefully, we are streaming and we don't have any issues. Yes, yes. I'll look at the Diddy stuff. We'll do that on one of our breaks and kind of look at how the verdict was read. You know, it's all tweets, Benny. So I do know that I do love law and crimes coverage on it. So we'll take a look at what they say. Of course, you know, they're going to repeat it about 100 times today. So I'm pretty sure on any of our breaks, we can tap in over there and see and get an update in regards to the Diddy thing in regards to a sentencing. But if I'm thinking what I'm thinking, Diddy coming home tomorrow. I don't know how anybody feels about it, but I haven't got the final word in regards to it, but it does look like they had a whole bunch of issues in regards to that RICO charge. I think that the feds, they tried to do too much with this one, but this is definitely going to let all the other people know that's out here trying to do things that are empowered. Hey, they are looking. They are looking. Okay, guys, taking us into these opening statements. Let's go.
Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are on the record. We have counsel and parties present. We have the jury present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you may recall yesterday I gave you kind of a little outline of the order of how we're going to proceed. First thing that we're going to do, though, is have the state provide a statement of the charge and plea. So, Mr. Kadaiga, I understand you'll be doing that?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. The trial information in this case reads as follows. In the Iowa District Court for Kama County, by the state of Iowa, the plaintiff versus Karina Cooper as the defendant. Trial information comes now Israel J. Kuriaga as Assistant Attorney General, and in the name of and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree. Said defendant, on or about June 18, 2021, in Kama County, Iowa, did murder Ryan Cooper in violation of sections 707.1, section 707.2, subsection 1, subsection A of the Iowa Code. This is a true information signed Israel J. Kuriaga, and to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kudiaga. Is the state prepared to give an opening statement?
We are.
You may whenever you're ready.
Remember those cases. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. Those 3:30 in the morning of June 18, 2021, to a woman whose husband will be lying dead within that hour. Now for that.
Hey guys, I just paused the audio feed. Are y'all? Could y'all put a one in the chat if y'all able to hear him? I know that they have it on Law and Crime also. Maybe I'll check Law and Crime's feed to see if it's better. But I'm hearing like a buzzing kind of noise as we're listening to him give his opening statements, and I really want to hear these opening statements. Give me a second. Let me see if Law and Crime's feed is better for us. Yeah, I thought so too on my end. I'm like, ew, it's like they don't have their microphone together. Let me see if I can find us another feed here. Oh my gosh, the second one is even worse. Oh my goodness. The second one is even worse, guys. I'm gonna put on the closed captioning to see if it'll help us.
Remember those cases. Fucking remember those. No ifs and no buts. And that woman responded absolutely 100%. That woman has already been introduced to you. She is the defendant, Karina Cooper. Folks, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence in this case is going to take us back to June 18, 2021, in Tama County, Trail, Iowa. Going to be an evidence of a deliberate, calculated, and wholehearted plan carried out by Karina Cooper and her lover, that man who sent that message. Houston, Dayton. We're going to hear evidence of the two involved in a plot to murder her husband, calculated that they did together and ensured that he died that morning. You'll hear how Karina and Houston were engaged in secret affair. One that began when she started cutting Houston's hair in her salon. You hear that she was a hairdresser, and that Houston, David, was one of her clients. He was a young man, and then at some point, the two developed a relationship, a lasting relationship. You hear that as things escalated, the romance between the defendant and Mr. Cook and Mr. Decker developed. But they started big plans to eliminate Brian Cooper. So why not just leave him? We hear from the evidence that Karina stood nothing to gain from the divorce. The Ryan's money, the Ryan's financial assets were tied with the Cooper family. Brian Cooper was a farmer, hardworking farmer. Did you hear that he found harm to his family, his brother, Aaron Cooper, that his sister, Michelle, was part of this family business, and that all of Ryan's assets were therefore tied to the property. But, as you folks talk about motive during jury selection and some of the evidence that you look for as jurors in a case, as you try to connect those dots. When we talk about circumstantial evidence, you'll hear from the evidence here that she had a motive. Of course, she was in bed with Mr. Jenkins, but she was still today if Brian dropped dead. Brian had life insurance, totaling over $500,000. And so, if Brian dropped dead, the defendant gets a windfall. That was a powerful ticket. Let's walk you through what you hear about the night of the murder. On June 18, 2021, in the early hours of the morning, the defendant, Karina Cooper, at around 4:33 a.m., called 911. She said, the Brian had been shot. Police responded. What they found was Ryan Cooper dead. 2 gunshot wounds to the left side of his face. Executed while he slept in his own living room on a recliner chair. Police investigated. And they took Karina Cooper's story. And the defendant told them a narrative that you will hear here in this courtroom, in the court calls of the following day. As the police looked at the story, they instantly recognized, as you will from the evidence in this case, that a story had holes. Holes bigger than your most favorite Swiss cheese. You hear the police tell you that there was no sign of forced entry. And she told them a story that someone had broken in or someone was in the house. And that she woke up to some sound. And that when she started walking around and investigating, when she woke up, around that time that she called it, that she immediately called. The story goes that she wakes up, she immediately calls, someone's in the house, and then she finds Brian, her husband, with the recliner, bleeding. But, as you'll see, there's no evidence of a break. There's no evidence of stolen items. There's no signs of a struggle. Just Brian, murdered in his home, and the defendant, awake and injured, in the bed, just down the hall, where she claimed she'd been sleeping next to their 2 children, and the family's highly protected Rottweiler ransom. Now, as police dig into her story, and as the evidence starts piling up, you will hear that Karina talked about motive. She also resented Brian Cooper. She resented him. She wanted him dead. She told him, I will shoot you in the face. That was months before. With dear friends who were present when she made these threats to Ryan Cooper. And some of those friends shrugged it off at that time. But she would end up shooting Ryan in the face, not once, but twice, with a lover. Now, I'll say to be clear, Karina did not plan this alone. The evidence will show up. She did not plan this alone. She did not act alone. She worked with someone. Houston Baker, aided and abetted the killing of Ryan Cooper. The evidence, as I told you, will show that Houston Baker wasn't alive long before Ryan died. That on the night, as I told you, the evidence will show that when she told the police, when the police finally dig into the digital evidence, and as you folks talked about this in jury selection, because of some of the evidence that you look for, that there was digital evidence in this case. Now you will hear that they tried to destroy that digital evidence. They tried to delete it. They tried to make it not be there so that it's not found. But you hear from experts. And some of you talk about hearing from experts. You hear from experts in this case. That as much as she thought this was the perfect crime, it wasn't. They found the perfect murder, but perfect murders only exist on TV. Because we have a sleeping victim, no witnesses, a dog, and so 110 pounds for flight and employee doing anything. And of course, a guilty alibi, sleeping with children. And an insurance payout, waiting in the wings. But that public crime unraveled once cops started looking at this evidence. You'll see text messages on this number.
Mr. Kadagi, I'm sorry, don't mean to stop you, but your microphone isn't turned on, so it's not picking up. There you go. That one doesn't pick up to the audio feed.
Thank you, Judge. Please do your job. Oh gosh, he just told him about the microphone. Thank you. Thank you. It is not working. It does not pick up on the feed. I'm so glad that he stopped him at this time to tell him that it's not picking up. Hopefully now we can have some better audio. Can you say, all right, y'all, let's see what we got here.
Is my understanding. So,
Folks, you'll see the trail of text messages between these two lovers. And you will see other digital evidence supporting her involvement and Ryan Cooper's involvement in the killing, and Houston Duncan's involvement in the killing of Ryan Cooper. Let's talk about that. Folks, you'll see evidence that way back, starting early that year, early 2021, a plan was being hatched by these two lovers, the defendant and Ryan Cooper, and Houston Duncan, to kill Ryan Cooper. You will see that there were messages as early as March when the defendant talks with Houston Duncan, and they're planning to be a family. You'll see by March, they're talking about having children together by sometimes the following year. And you'll see deleted and recovered messages between the defendant and Houston Denker talking about, well, we'll have a family. We can do IVF, you know. If we can't have a child naturally, let's do IVF. You will see that at some point it escalates. She tells Houston Denker, I fucking hate him, Ryan. You'll see sometimes in March, she sends this ominous text where she says, I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. Ryan was a farmer. I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. Something takes him out. But the gods were watching Ryan Cooper at that time, and no semi-accidents happened. You'll see text messages where she says, I can't wait another summer. Can't happen. I can't wait another summer. Folks, you'll see that the day of Ryan's death approached in June. And especially on that morning, Karina Cooper tells Houston Denker in a text that calls herself his wife. And you'll see some charged sexual messages between them at that point, where he says, you know, very soon I will be sleeping with my hands on your crotch. And I paraphrase that because that's not the word he uses. But you will see those messages. And you can see the sexually charged messages between them at that point, that day, the last day that Ryan Cooper was alive. Now that night, we've talked about the story that you will see that Karina gives the officers. But when the officers find the deleted evidence, they find that the Snapchat messages that night at 3:30 in the morning. Remember, the 911 call in terms of timeline is 4:33. You'll also hear that before Karina Cooper calls 911, she calls Ryan Cooper's brother, Aaron Cooper. Now you'll hear that at 3:31 in the morning, an hour before the 911 call, the defendant and Houston Denker are talking on Snapchat. Folks, for those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, you'll hear that it's an app. It's an app on your phone that you can use to send messages. And the way it's set up is that the messages disappear or can be said to disappear once the other persons receive them. You have an expert who will take you through the Snapchat conversations. But you'll hear that they are snapping at 3:31 in the morning. And folks, you'll remember that Karina told the cops that she was asleep at that time. She would be asleep at that time. But they're snapping. And that's when that snap of remember those casings, fucking remember those, no ifs and or buts, is sent. 3:32. The day's messages of I love you, she says absolutely, 100% she will remember them. And then Houston Denker sends a text that says, when I leave your house, send me a text when I leave your house so that I can open it when I get back. And you'll see why that evidence in Snapchat is trying to determine its location. Now, folks, you'll also hear that earlier that evening, Houston's phone shows that he was driving back and forth from his residence, slightly past Ryan Cooper's residence, and back to his residence. And he didn't do this once, he didn't do this twice, he did this 3 times, where he was driving, passing the residence, coming back to his house, going back and coming back, going back, coming back. Estimating how long it will take for me to move back and forth. Now you hear that this text messages set the plan rolling that night. Houston Denker says in these text messages, I gotta get this shit done. And Karina's, the defendant's response is go. They say, phone's going down. And you'll hear from forensic experts, you'll hear testimony that people know that if you turn off your phone or if it's not moving or the movement of your phones can be detected in an investigation. So you'll hear them talk about phones going down. Karina saying, go. An hour later, the man she married will be lying dead in the recliner in the living room. Now, folks, as I said, you'll hear evidence that she said she was asleep until she heard a sound. She described this as a sound. But you'll hear that forensic evidence says that's not true. She wasn't asleep. You'll hear that at 4:13 in the morning, she watched something on her phone. That this just doesn't happen on its own, that it's user manipulated. Someone has to be on the phone for it to use that phone. And that she watched something, a picture, on her phone. That was deleted. You'll hear that at 4:18 a.m. She calls, remember, the evidence will tell you, 4:33. At 4:18, she deleted 2 photos from her phone. Then, folks, you'll hear that at 4:23 to 4:33 a.m., the defendant, Karina Cooper, took 170 steps in her residence. How do we know this? You'll hear from experts that the phone has an app sometimes, a health app on the phone, that when the user is walking with the phone, it records what you're doing. And that, contrary to her statement that she woke up to some noise, the phone shows that she was walking between 4:23 and 4:33, 170 steps, 393.7 feet in 10 minutes. You'll hear, folks, that that's longer than a football field. Touchdown, touchdown. Now, I told you, you'll hear that the police tried to see physical evidence that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the gun. They couldn't find the gun that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper in that residence. That Ryan Cooper was dead, 2 bullet holes on his face, and the gun missing. But the police found something that was significant and helpful. Remember those shell casings. No fucking ifs and buts. Remember those shell casings. She forgot to pick one of the shell casings. The evidence will show that the police found one shell casing. Ryan Cooper was shot by a 22. Size of the shell casing. Police found that. Police dig into their lives, they find that they get statements of the threats that she'd made to Ryan. They find that the defendant, Karina Cooper, was in financial trouble. She didn't have any money. You'll hear evidence from someone from the bank who used to work with her. And you'll hear that he would be nagging Karina to make sure that she was not overdrafted. There'll be numerous text messages that you will see that in the days and the months leading up to Ryan's death, this man will text Karina and say, please, you're overdrafted again, put in some money. And she will give an excuse after another excuse after another excuse. You are overdrafted. Please put in $200, $300, something. You're on the overdraft list again. Now, talked about the timeline. We talked about the evidence you'll see in regards to the timeline that the police are told that this is what happened. And I told you that a story was full of holes. And some of those you'll hear from the blood. You'll hear that the blood in the scene tells a story. The blood was not consistent with the story that the Karina was trying to sell to the cops. And what did the blood show? That almost every officer came in. 2 officers who come in. The first officer is there at 4:42 in the morning. So 4:33 she calls. Aaron Cooper is the first person, that's Brian's brother, first person to arrive. Because remember, she calls Aaron before she calls 911. She's found Aaron's brother bleeding on the recliner, and instead of calling 911, she calls Aaron first. Aaron arrives, you'll hear from the timeline, from the evidence, that he arrives around 4:39 in the morning. Aaron will tell you that the blood did not appear red, like bright red, like just blood that just came out immediately. It appeared darker. It's been out for a while. First officer, Deputy Fengman, will tell you that his first observation is the blood was coagulating. It was drying. From his experience, that the blood had been spilling for a longer time. You'll hear from a blood reconstruction expert who will talk to you more about how blood spatter and how blood behaves when it comes out of a human body. And folks, some of you have common sense, some of you have hunted. You'll see that evidence, part of the instructions that Judge Larson will give you is to apply your common sense, believability, credibility, in this case, to reach a verdict. Now, talked about finances, you'll hear from a medical examiner, the pathologist. She'll tell you that Ryan Cooper was shot at close range, within 3 or 4 feet. That there was tippling, but she'll tell you what that means, that there was tippling on his face. That means that the gun that shot him was close enough. Someone comfortable enough to be close enough to him, sleeping on the recliner, shooting him on his face. Now you'll hear that Ryan used to sleep on the recliner in the living room, their living room door. Right by the door. We talked about the evidence. Will tell you there was no sign of forced entry in this house. Now, you'll hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up, which is part of that would be the Snapchat messages. You'll hear evidence of the attempted cover-up. And you'll hear that there were evidence of searches, numerous searches on Houston Denker's phone. You'll hear that Houston Denker and Karina had been talking about replacing her husband, Ryan Cooper, as the father to their children. They have 3 children, Cade, Cable, and Cortland. You'll hear that there were conversations of him being the dad, and that she'll refer to Ryan as just the sperm donor. You'll hear that Houston Denker was gearing up for this role of the dad and even looking up for Father's Day 2021. Now you'll hear that Houston Denker had a lot of searches that the officers were able to retrieve from his phone. Some of them were.
Well, guys, we have an objection. You know, typically during opening and closing statements, they try not to object unless it's something like really important, only because they don't want to break the momentum of their statements, right? And the jurors are supposed to remember that nothing that the prosecution or the defense provides in opening statements or closing statements is actual evidence, that they have to look at that testimony and things that are actually brought into court versus to listening to the opening statements. The opening statements as fact, right? So the opening statements are and closing statements are just roadmaps to tell them what they're going to present. It's very important that, you know, as we're listening to these opening statements, you know, that we're looking for the Snapchat messages, the deleted messages, the witnesses, everything that the prosecution is presenting to us that they're going to be able to provide throughout this trial. Once the prosecution is done, then of course we'll get the defense that'll be able to get up and say what the prosecution is not going to be able to show, right? Or how they're going to proceed with their case. And those are things that we can keep to kind of give us a roadmap on what things will be presented in this case. So it's interesting, typically, like, it's far few in between that we see objections during this period of time. Typically, each party is able to kind of like go through and do their opening statements. But unfortunately, in this one, we do have a sidebar, right? So they were trying to say something in regards to these messages and searches. Well, these searches that were recovered from Houston Denker's phone, right? And the defense like objection. So we'll see if he's able to provide that information still in his opening statements, or if he's going to have to kind of like do something different versus to putting that, to stating that. And they definitely want to stay away from any evidence in their opening statements that they're not going to be able to provide in the trial. Because yeah. So Benny says, I wonder what her defense will be. What could it be? Yeah, Benny, I don't know. That's why I told you, as I was looking at the case and trying to research, I'm like, what is they trying to say? What, she was found on top of his body. You hear me grunting? Like, okay, I'm gonna mute up.
With the court's permission, may I proceed? Thank you. You'll hear evidence that Houston Denker made incriminating searches on his phone. Lots of incriminating searches. Some appear to have been made way before Ryan Cooper's death, and some were made the day of Ryan Cooper's death, and the following days and weeks after Ryan Cooper's execution. You'll hear that these searches were incriminating. You'll hear that the defendant deleted her search history. You will hear that a day or so after she helped with the execution of her husband, that she deleted. She logged into a Snapchat account through another means and deleted it because the phone had been seized by the cops, and deleted her account, hoping that there will be no trace found. Now, we talked about the gun, the smoking gun. The smoking gun that was not found at the scene. The smoking gun that we know the size of the caliber weapon that it was, because they found that shell casing, one of those shell casings. That smoking gun could not stay hidden forever. Sometimes later, a friend of Houston Denker's, colleague, someone that he used to work with briefly, pops up to the cops and says, Houston Denker gave me some guns to keep for him. Can you take them? And lo and behold, of course, they test these guns. You'll hear that gun expert who will come and talk to you from the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. And that expert will tell you that when they tested these guns, they found the gun that had been used to murder Ryan Cooper as he slept on his recliner. That one of the guns that was given to this friend of Houston Denker was the firearm that was used to kill Ryan Cooper. Now, folks, at the end of this trial, you will receive instructions from the court. You will receive instructions that, as we discussed during jury selection, talks about the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Overruled, you can continue.
Receive evidence that talk of the burden that you need to apply to this case. Those facts that you've heard, those facts that you will hear as testimony by witnesses who will take that seat and talk to you in this courtroom, you will see exhibits and any stipulations between the parties, which are agreements between the parties, that you will have to go back with you to apply those facts to the law given to you by the judge in this particular case. The evidence, you will see, it will show that Karina Cooper was not just an unfaithful wife. She was not just a wife who wanted, as a text message will show you, to leave Traer, Iowa for a better life in a sunnier place with a younger man. The evidence will show you that she was not just dishonest, but that she was manipulative, that she's a co-conspirator. You will get an instruction to apply on aiding and abetting. That she aided, that she abetted, that this crime from the evidence that you'll see, that Ryan Cooper dies by her involvement absolutely 100%, like she said. She was in this absolutely 100%. You'll see that she's a planner. The evidence will show that she is a murderer. And for that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will ask you at the end of this trial to hold Karina Sue Cooper accountable for planning and carrying out her husband's murder hand in hand with her lover. We will ask you to look at the evidence, the text, the blood, and apply common sense. We submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty, and we will ask you to return that verdict. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. So we got deleted searches. We didn't clean up the entire scene, right, with the casings and the bullets. Whoa. What do y'all think about the prosecution's case so far? Like their opening statements, was it impactful? Right, Anna said she's still mad about the sentencing of the last trial. Alexia, yeah. I think that was a shocker in regards to that one. Excuse me. So yeah, wow. Like, although we couldn't hear the beginning part of his opening statements because he wasn't talking into the mic, right? So from what we heard, guys, what do you think? Like, what are your thoughts in regards to him? I am going to drop some questions in there in regards to it to keep us actively involved while we're watching this trial. Because remember, this is like a mystery. And I'm telling you, she's over there. She does not have a good poker face, right? I can't tell if she looking guilty, if she hurt, or she feeling some type. I don't know what it is at this point in time, but she definitely looking over there with not a good poker face. Biddy says she sure is looking good. Right. She know. I mean, like her and this man, they got text messages and things of that nature. Like they plan a life together, and they saying Ryan just gonna be the sperm donor. And what? Like, really? Okay, this is what we doing here. And remember, she is accused. Allegedly, she told 2 people that she was that she could shoot him in his face. Now, how does that happen? Right? If she did this, she should have planned this out a lot differently, right? After telling people that. So, like, really? Hey, Faith, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome back. Yeah, so this is like okay. So y'all tell me, do y'all think that when he's telling you, and I'll post it in the chat as we get ready for the defense's opening statements, but I want to know your thoughts in regards to his opening statements. Like, if you were the prosecutor, what would you have depended on in your opening statements? Would it have been the same way? Would you have said something differently to the jury to kind of do your roadmap? And also, like, what do y'all think is going to be important in regards to this when we're looking at this case, far as the chats? Is it going to be the scene, or is it going to be the witnesses? Like, what's going to make or break this case? And I guess, even when because I have not came to a full understanding myself on what the defense is going to be. Like, what are they going to say? It can't be self-defense, right? Oh, if it was self-defense, boy, wouldn't she be a good witness on the stand? Right. Oh my gosh, could y'all imagine that? Oh, absolutely love when the defendant testifies. I don't know about you guys, but that gets me excited. Yeah, Anna, we just heard the prosecution's opening statement. We are about to listen to the defense's opening statement. So we're going to see what her defense is trying to present and what they're talking about. Yeah, I have no clue, but let's go ahead and tune in, because I am really, really, I guess I don't want to say excited, right? I don't want to use excited. I'm really anxious to kind of know exactly what her defense is going to be, so we can kind of see what we should be seeing from the defense. Okay, guys, I'm going to take us back in so we can hear the defense. The prosecution just ended their statement, and we'll kind of go from there.
Ms. Watt?
Look at her. She look a mess. I mean, a hot mess.
Houston Danker. Houston Danker. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Houston Danker shot Ryan Cooper in the face. Houston Danker solicited Karina. Houston Danker manipulated Karina. Houston Danker lured Karina. Houston Danker had Karina living in a dream world. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. You're going to see some Snapchats. You're going to see some pictures. You're going to see conversations about IVF. Dream world. IVF, she's got her tubes tied. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Karina Cooper was in a dream world, and then it became real, and then she was in too deep. She did not want her husband dead. She did not want his life insurance money. You'll see, you'll hear, the money's still there in trust for her children. Nobody rode off into the sunset to the mountains. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Please, as you hear the evidence in this case, keep an open mind. Don't rush to judgment. And at the end, we'll ask that you find her not guilty.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Wow, wow, wow. That was it? That was it? Houston Danker, 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 Houston Danker. That's it. Really? That's what we doing here? That was the opening statement? I'm like, you said that was way too short. Biddy said short and sweet. Girl, short and sweet. So I guess we know now she blaming it on Houston. Right? Okay. And I'm assuming that they're going to say she was manipulated, you know, because they're talking about this fairy tale world that he presented and to her to make her think that they was, I mean, he's 27 years old, y'all. If nobody knows, like he's 27. So I'm assuming he's younger than her. I had to get her age. I'm almost sure she's older than that. So the 27-year-old, manipulated you, gave you a fairy tale world. Let's call it what it is, right? She got engulfed with the new, right? The new stuff and wanted to leave her husband. That's her defense, right, Benny? Unbelievable. She's going to put it right on him. Yeah, right, Anna. Yeah, good. I mean, like she don't. They didn't tell her she is over there emotional. Like she's supposed to be. I thought that they're supposed to be over there stone face, like not so like a stone face killer, right? But I don't know how she gonna make it through the trial. Like she is breaking down. Like I don't know. Do you think that weighs on the jury, like in regards to what they hearing as far as the testimony when they see the defendant like breaking down over there emotionally? Does it look like guilt or does it look like not guilt? Like I don't know. I don't know. Like how that presents her, right? Like, cause some people, you know, as defendants, they sit over there and they stone face. They're not blinking, they're not smiling, they're not anything, they're not showing any emotion, like in our last trial, right? And we're like, oh gosh, you a stone cold killer. But now we have this trial here where she's accused of doing this heinous act to her husband. And mind you, they're saying she pre-planned it because she was telling people she could shoot him in the face. And he got shot in the face. And she was sitting on top of his body when the police arrived. Okay. And now she's like over there and crying and so emotional. I'm just wondering how that presents to the jury in these type of situations. But I guess as we go through, we'll see. But she's having a very, very difficult time right now. Y'all can see, look right here. I'll pause it and I'll put it up on the screen where I paused it because they're getting ready to call the first witness. But look at her. She got the whole snot rag out. Like, it just says the state is about to be prepared to call the first witness. And this lady, she got the whole little snot rag. I hope they got plenty of tissue over there for her. Now, I can't see in my head the lady with the snot rag that was on top of this man's body when the police came in. She doesn't look like she can handle sitting on top of somebody's body, and after they've been shot in the face 2 times. Like, how you go from that, which seems very cold. Yeah, I know she's not 27. I'm almost sure her Houston is 27. And I think that, I think he was younger than her. I think he's 27. And I think she's older than him. But you go from sitting on top of, oh, she's 47. I think Danker, her lover, her young thing, her young boo that didn't put it on her and sold her the fairy tale dreams, he 27. So she done had this young whippersnapper that came in and she done got gone, right? And thinking she about to make a life with him. But yeah, I think that coming from, sitting on top of her husband's body when they found him shot in the face in his recliner in their home, 3 kids upstairs, to the snot rag at the defense table is a big change for me. But let's see who this first witness is. Let's get right into it. Yeah. Yeah, I think he is 27, Benny. You can check that for me and let me know. But I think that I definitely think she's 47. But I think that he's only 27 years old. So she got this young whippersnapper. Okay, guys, let's see what the first witness is.
We are Your Honor. Before we call our first witness, Your Honor, we will, by stipulation of the parties, we will move to admit 2 911 calls, and those will be what will be submitted into evidence again by agreement of the parties as State Exhibit 100 and State Exhibit 101.
And Ms. Watt, let me just confirm, is that indeed a stipulation?
Yes, sir.
All right, then at this time, by agreement, States Exhibits 100 and 101 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these? Yes. All right, let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see. All right. So just for the record, are you playing 101 first?
That is, for the record, the state will be playing State Exhibit 101 first. The State Exhibit 100 will be played by another witness.
All right.
Mechanic 911. What is going on? There's blood all over him. Baby, wake up! Damn, been shot. Somebody Let me turn it down.
Judge, are all the speakers working okay? I'm sorry. The speakers in the courtroom?
Yeah,
The state will call its first witness if the court is ready.
the court is ready.
State calls Deputy Kyle Fangman to the stand.
Yeah. Good morning, Deputy Fangman. Go ahead and have a seat. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Deputy Fangman, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right. And sir, for the record, can you please give me your first name and last name and spell them?
First name's Kyle, Kyle. Last name is Fangman, F as in Frank, Angman.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Fangman, I'm going to ask you to speak up.
Okay,
Now, you've stated your first and last name for the jury, correct?
correct.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Tama County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff?
I've been with Tama since December of 2019.
Can you tell us briefly or tell the jury briefly about your education, your training, and your experience to be in the position that you are?
I was hired as a law enforcement officer with Boone County in September of 2009. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in December of 2009 and was employed with Boone County until coming to Tama in December of 2019.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am.
As a deputy sheriff or as a law enforcement officer, what have been some of your duties or responsibilities in those years that you've worked in this field?
I've been assigned to patrol, so I'm a day-to-day patrol deputy, so responding to 911 calls, traffic accidents, traffic enforcement.
Fair to say that you've responded to multiple calls or multiple instances where people need some form of aid in one way or another?
Yes,
On the morning of June 18th, 2021, were you on duty?
yes.
At some point in the early hours of that morning, were you dispatched to an address on K Avenue in Traer, Iowa?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what address you were dispatched to?
It was in the 1800 block of K Avenue. It was just north of Highway 63.
So is it fair to say 1846 K Avenue,
Correct.
Traer, Iowa?
Yes.
Now, around what time were you dispatched to this address?
It was approximately 4:39 in the morning.
And can you just, for the benefit of this jury being from a different county, from Tama, can you just orient them to what highway, what we're talking about, where this residence is in proximity to the highway or roadway?
So when I was dispatched, I was in the city limits of Traer, and I went south out of Traer on Highway 63, continued on 63 until the intersection of K and Highway 63. It took me about 3 minutes to arrive on scene.
So when you're dispatched, was another deputy also dispatched with you?
Yes, I was working with Deputy Foster at that time, and he was dispatched as well.
What information did you have or receive prior to arrival to this residence?
Dispatch struggled to get a lot of information to me because of the screaming on the 911 call. It was loud enough you could actually hear it while they were dispatching me through their radios. It sounded like someone had been shot, and there was a lot of blood. They received a second call from a male caller that said he was called to that residence as well.
So as you're driving over or as you're leaving, you can hear the communication or the communication from your radio as you're driving over?
Correct.
And what you hear is just a screaming or some crying female?
Yeah, it's fairly unusual to hear the actual caller in the background. Usually their headsets cancel it out, but not in this case.
Said you took about 3 minutes to get there.
Correct.
And what direction were you driving to get there again?
I left Traer south, and then that road curves instantly and goes west.
It was early hours in the morning. Did you, as you drive there, do you see any vehicle or anything that appears suspicious, either speeding away from this residence?
Not that I recall.
Now, just for the sake of timeline, do you recall the time that you arrived at the residence?
It was approximately 4:42 in the morning.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may. Counsel, these haven't been admitted yet, have they? So,
No, they're demonstrators.
you may.
So they're approaching. No tears. I want to call it, she got her ugly face on. So we gonna call this the ugly face. She got this ugly face on. Yeah, that's right, Anna. Anna says, so they must have got a change of venue. Did I hear that right? Yes. So they're not in the city where it happened. They did change it. Yeah, this is like yeah, we're gonna call that her ugly face as we going along. When she makes that face up there, when we have to see her do that face. Okay, it looks like they are about to, it's different in this courtroom. They sitting down asking her questions versus to be standing up at a podium doing this. Yeah, there we go. We get to look at her a lot. The cameraman is definitely making sure we see her a lot.
Strawbaker, if you want to move to another chair to maybe to the left of Mr. Ringel somehow, if you want to be able to see.
We'll proceed.
Whenever you're ready.
By agreement of the parties, we're going to move to admit the one on the extreme left from where I'm sitting. It's 310, 311, and 312 state exhibits.
All right, then, states exhibits
310,
310, 11, and 12 are now admitted.
So are you able to see what's been marked on my far left as 310, middle 311, and my far right as 312?
I can see 310 and 11, fine, 12. I can see the majority of it.
Now, when looking at 310 and 311, can you help the jury understand what 310 and 311 that they're seeing, the first two, what that would be?
Yep, those are aerial photographs I took with a drone. The one on the far left is of the home and two outbuildings that sit north of the home. The one in the middle is a full overview of the acreage. On the left is Highway 63, and that's running east-west. The road at the bottom of the photo is K Avenue that runs north-south. And then the house is the far left. The two buildings on the right were there at the time of this incident. The large building, kind of right in the middle, was not there at the time this incident happened. Sitting there was building supplies, I assume, to build that building.
Now, when you pull in the driveway, can you describe to the jury what you see?
There was at least two trucks sitting in the driveway. The one furthest away from the house was running with the flashers on. I parked kind of behind that one.
Did you later determine whose truck that was?
I didn't at the time, no.
Now, there's two trucks, so you remember the color of the trucks?
The one closest to where I parked was white. I believe there was a red one in front of that.
So the white one was the one that appeared to be either running with the flashers on or had its flashers or hazard signs on.
Yep, it definitely had the flashers on. I believe it was running, but I'm not entirely sure.
How do you enter this residence?
When I walked up, you can see the garage doors are on the north side, and there was a walk-through door there that I assume just went to the garage, so I tried to the next door to the south that opened into the kitchen.
So you entered through a kitchen door?
Yeah, it opened to like a small landing, and then the kitchen was to the right when you stepped in.
What do you see once you enter this kitchen door?
There's a male that met me at the end of the kitchen that he informed me his brother was dead, and then we walked through the rest of the house to where Ryan was.
Okay, so you see someone who you identify as a male,
Yes,
and he tells you that his brother is dead.
yes.
Do you see this male? Is he dressed? What's his condition?
He's sitting upright in a recliner.
You know, before you go to the dead party, the guy who tells you that his brother is dead, can you describe him briefly?
He's white male. He's wearing like pajama style pants. He was shirtless.
Did you later identify who this was?
Yeah, I recognized him as Aaron Cooper.
So you knew Aaron Cooper?
Yeah, through his time in the Traer Fire Department.
So Aaron Cooper was a firefighter.
Yes.
So when you talk to Aaron Cooper, he tells you his brother is dead. What do you do next?
As I entered the kitchen, I could hear a female screaming from the other end of the house, and that ended up being the living room where Ryan was, and she was laying on top of him in the chair.
So the female screaming was laying on top of someone on the chair?
Yes.
Tell us more what you see. Give the jury an understanding of who she's laying on top of.
She was laying on top of Ryan. When she got up off him, I could see that she was covered in blood. I tried asking her what was going on. She was just screaming that she needed an ambulance. And then I had Ryan remove her from the room so I'd actually see what was going on.
So did you mean to say Aaron?
Or yeah, sorry, Aaron.
Okay. So you see the female, she is sitting on top of Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
Does Ryan Cooper appear to be dead or alive?
Yes, he appeared to be deceased.
And you talked about observing this female. You said she was covered in blood.
Yes,
Did you identify who this female was?
it was Karina Cooper.
That person that you saw covered in blood sitting on top of Ryan Cooper, who you identified as Karina Cooper, is that person in this courtroom today?
She is.
Can you identify that person by an item of her clothing where she's sitting?
Yep, she's sitting on the defense side with a gray like sweater on with a black undershirt.
Your Honor, we'll ask that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
She was sitting, what you've said, she was sitting on Ryan Cooper. Was she laying on him? Like, can you describe what you're seeing?
She was just kind of laying against him. She was sitting on his lap. She had her face like against his chest, and she was just kind of like curled up there, I guess, laying on her side.
Rubbing her face in him at that point?
Correct.
As you make these observations, do you observe that there are also children in this house or in this room?
Yes, there were 3 children in the house. As we left the kitchen and walked towards the living room, there's a bedroom on the right, and there was at least 2 of them that were standing in the doorway there. And then as I walked past, they followed us out.
Were you able to identify these children?
They were the children of Ryan and Karina.
Do you know their names? Were you able to find their names at some point?
I did. I don't recall what they are because in my reports, everything's by their initial.
Fair enough to say this is a very chaotic scene as you find it at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say because she is still crying and wailing?
Yeah, it was hard to get any information from anybody with her in there screaming.
Does she tell you anything? What happened? Does she tell you what's going on?
If I recall, all she said was she was just wondering where the ambulance was and they needed help.
What was Aaron Cooper able to tell you?
After Aaron took her out of the room,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I believe presence, impression, and excited utterances will cover that at that point.
Councilman approach.
So while they're approaching, Pretty Brown Girl 2-on-1, she said it's hard for me to tell right now. I feel like a juror because I only know what I've heard so far, and that's not much. I agree in that regard. Like, we don't have a lot of information except for, we just found out really what her defense was going to be in regards to blaming it on her lover, her boyfriend, Houston. So
firearm around Ryan Cooper at that time?
No.
Was that something you're looking for?
Yes.
Do you find a firearm at the scene?
Yes.
Or in the house?
Well, I guess in order for us to be the judge, we gotta be able to hear, right? My bad. Let me rewind it a little bit because I don't want y'all to miss any of it. Give me 1 second.
Motion detected at front door.
Here we go. That'll just bring us, so we'll have some TiVo time. Here we go, guys.
So after Aaron took Karina outside, he came back in and he had told me he had gotten a series of calls from Karina just a few minutes before I was dispatched that there was someone in the house, that Ryan had been shot, but he said it was mostly just screaming as well.
So the information that you received from Karina was mostly screaming and that there was someone in the house.
Correct.
Now, let's talk then about at that time, what are your duties? Are you trying to determine what had just occurred?
Yes.
So what do you do next?
I began looking at Ryan, trying to determine if it was something medical related, if it could have been gunshots, basically trying to determine what actually happened.
So let's talk about your observations then at that point. Karina, the defendant has left, you've taken her out of Ryan. Did that take some time to just even get her off Ryan?
Yeah, just a few seconds.
Okay. Do you make an observation of Ryan Cooper?
Yep, I saw injuries to the left side of his face, in front of his ear on like the cheekbone. There's a indentation, and then in front of that there was 2 small holes, and then there's blood.
So you see a lot of blood.
Yes.
Do you see blood also on the floor?
Yep, there's a large pool of blood on it'd be his left side of the recliner. There's blood all over the front of his shirt, coming out of his nose, his ears.
Let's talk about that. Was there something about the blood that appeared of note to you?
In the large pool to the left of the chair, I noticed that there was swipes taken out of it, like someone could have stepped in it or slid in it, and then it appeared that it was coagulating.
Can you tell the jury what that word coagulating would mean to you?
Coagulating is clotting.
Like clotting?
Yes.
As an officer, as a deputy, you've worked in cases, as you've told the jury, that where you respond to accidents or scenes of violence where there is blood, correct?
Correct.
So based on that experience, you can tell blood that appears to be clotting.
Yes.
Did you observe what is referred to as blood spatter in that living room?
Yes, on the east wall of the living room, there's blood splatter on that wall, on the door, and then the wall behind the recliner, there was blood splatter as well.
Now, you talked about what appeared to be signs of movement or disturbance of the blood by something like a swipe on the blood.
Correct.
At that point, are you concerned that there might be a firearm in the scene that you need to either secure or find?
Yes.
Do you see any firearm around Ryan Cooper at that time?
No.
Was that something you're looking for?
Yes.
Do you find a firearm at the scene?
Yes.
Or in the house?
Yep. Initially, I found being a 9mm Smith & Wesson Shield. It was sitting on, I don't remember if it was like a buffet type table or just an end table in the hallway between where the bedroom and the bathroom is.
And when you find this Smith & Wesson 9mm, what do you do with it?
I cleared it and left it sit where it was. It was photographed, and then later it was placed in my patrol car.
Did the weapon that you found have any ammunitions in its?
Yes, there was 1 in the chamber. There was 6 in the magazine, and the magazine held 7.
Were you able to determine who this weapon belonged to?
I later found out it belonged to Aaron.
So that time you don't know, but you later find out that it belonged to Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
And did you find out that he brought it with him based on the phone call that he'd received?
Correct.
Were there other firearms found in the house?
Deputy Foster and I found one later. It was in a bedroom safe.
Can you tell us what firearm we found at the bedroom safe?
It was an LC-380.
Okay, and those are the type of the firearm?
Yep, that's the model of the firearm. I believe it's a Ruger.
A Ruger handgun?
Yes.
Did you find out who this firearm belonged to?
That was Karina claimed that one.
So Karina told you that in a bedroom, the 380 would be a firearm that belonged to her.
She told Deputy Foster that there was a firearm in the safe.
Was there any other firearm that you found?
No.
Was there a firearm found in Ryan's truck, or was that a different officer who found that?
That was found later on in the day with a search warrant, I believe.
Okay. So later on in the day, you do find a firearm in Ryan Cooper's truck.
I don't believe I found it, but I know there was one found there.
Back to the recliner where Ryan Cooper lies dead. Did you search around, or did one of the officers search around to see if there was a firearm?
If there's what?
If there was a firearm.
Yes.
Was there any firearm found on the recliner or around Ryan Cooper?
No.
As you're making your observations in the house and where Ryan Cooper has been shot dead, do you see any observations of bullet holes or any signs of broken entry around that part?
No.
You talked about the children in this house, correct?
Yes.
At some point, and you talked about them being present in this place with this excitement and what had just happened, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you're talking to the children, they have to be shepherded out of the living room where their dad lies dead and to a different room, correct?
Correct. When I saw that 2 had followed us into the room, I asked them to go back into the bedroom and shut the door. And
do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
say that again?
Do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming? Sustained. Tell the jury the demeanor of these children. In other words, did they appear upset, trying to console their mother?
Yeah, I believe it was the oldest one. I think was crying, and I know was talking to somebody, but I don't know who it was or what he was telling them.
And if I told you the oldest one's name is Cade, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you talk to Cade and ask him what happened?
Yeah, after Aaron removed him from the house, They were sitting in Aaron's truck, and I talked to him then.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May I respond?
You may.
Excited utterance, presence, impression.
You want to approach?
Well, they are approaching again. I'm really surprised that they are not using the children's names with initials. I know that when the children are expected to testify in this case, of course, they won't show them on video. I'm not sure if they'll let us hear the testimony from the children of what occurred that day, in the early morning hours, but it'll be interesting to see how that kind of goes. But I'm surprised they're not referring to them by initials.
So do you want me to repeat the question or you recall the question?
Nope, I recall it. Kate informed me that he was sleeping upstairs at the time of the incident. He remembers hearing footsteps and a thud, but couldn't recall if there was an actual gunshot that he heard or not.
Did he tell you that his sleeping arrangements had been changed days prior to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
That's sustained.
Did he tell you what he did as he ran downstairs and what happened in regards to when he saw his dad?
Overruled.
He said he went over to where his dad was and he slipped in the blood.
So he told you that he slipped in his dad's blood?
Correct.
As you're walking the scene, you talked about another deputy coming. Did that deputy arrive as you're there at the scene?
Yeah, I believe he arrived 4 minutes after I was on scene.
And just to remind the jury, what was the name of that deputy?
Deputy Travis Foster.
Talked about Ryan Cooper dead on a recliner. Can you give the jury an orientation? Was there a door close to him where his recliner was?
Yeah, there's a door just to the left of where the chair was.
Okay. A living room door?
Yes,
Did that door appear closed to you when you looked at it?
it was closed.
That door was closed.
Correct.
So the recliner door is just very close to the living room door, and that door was closed when you got there.
Correct.
Let's talk about some actions that you took when you have other officers and other people responding to help Ryan Cooper. Do you collect phones at the scene?
I did.
What phones did you collect?
I collected Karina's phone and Ryan's phone.
Okay, so you collected the defendant's phone and Ryan Cooper's phone.
Correct.
When you found the defendant's phone, was there something of note that you observed with the phone?
It was sitting on the right arm of the recliner. When I picked it up, there was messages coming through that popped up on the home screen there, people offering their condolences.
So by the time you're picking the phone has messages of condolences.
Correct.
When you are looking at the phone, do you notice whether it's flashlight up on the flashlight is on the phone?
The flash, did I just hear an echo or did someone object? Something weird popped up. Nothing? Okay. The phone was down, so the flashlight was against the chair and the flashlight was on.
So it appeared that someone had turned the flashlight on.
Correct.
Fair enough to say the room that you're in was a fairly darker living room?
Yes, it was dark.
And you said it kept chiming with messages of condolences.
Correct.
Now, did you take any photographs at the scene?
I did.
Mr. Kodiak, before we get to these, I think we're going to take a recess. So we're going to take, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 10:46 on my watch. That clock's a little fast, but we're going to take a 15-minute recess. I would remind you of the admonition that I gave you yesterday, and we'll have you back and get started in about approximately 15 minutes.
So guys, they're currently on a break, right? Their morning break, which is cool, right? So far we have heard from the first officer that was on scene. He has came into the house and she is screaming hysterically, right? He has testified to the fact that he saw her laying on top of Ryan, right, on his chest when he walked in. He said after, examining him, he did notice that he had 2 gunshot wounds and he appeared to be deceased at the time. He also testified to that one of the kids, when they came down, I believe it's Cade, when he came down, he slipped in his dad's blood. Like, wow, this happened with the children right upstairs sleeping. It's like, okay, just total disregard. Even if she's saying that her lover came in there and did this horrific crime to her husband, her children's father, while her children was upstairs, like all types of things could have went wrong. Like, what if a kid would have woke up in the middle of the night, coming down to get a snack or going to get some water or something? Like, all types of things could have went bad in this situation. So, just total disregard all over the place. Even if this was, planned by her or him, we got kids in the picture that are upstairs. So I just really, it's heartbreaking. And just to hear that 911 call, typically most 911 calls are not really like clearer. They're kind of muffled. You hear the 911 operator kind of like re-asking questions, where to go and things of that nature. But in her 911 call, I mean, literally all I could hear was screaming. And out of all the 911 calls I didn't listen to, I typically can't understand anything for the most part. But this one, it, of course, with all the screaming and stuff, it was kind of like loud and clear, in regards to how that scene was. So I can just only imagine as a kid coming down there and trying to see something like that, or even as a wife, if she didn't have anything to do with that. Because remember, she's presumed innocent until proven guilty. So even seeing, my significant other or husband in that type of situation, if there's something like that happen, I guess I won't judge and say what her, how she felt and how her reaction was at that point in time. And why she was on top of him. I don't know. Maybe she was just listening on his chest to see if he had a heartbeat. That could be very well possible, because he was shot in the face. So I guess you wouldn't want to be up there, but if you've been with this person a long time, or, it could just be that this person is gone and you just want to lay on top of them at the time. So who knows why that kind of played out that way. Yeah. Pretty Brown Girl says, yeah, I don't know how they do it. It sounded like the 911 operator just had to sit and let her wait for her to calm down. Right. Like, that was a lot. I mean, like, I was ready to scream. And I was like, oh, I'm ready to scream with her. Like, I mean, I can, like, if she's not involved and she's actually innocent, like, in some ways, just listening to that 911 call, I would have to admit that my heart was kind of like screaming out, like, this has to be like terrible, right? Like, very shocking, but I guess as the details unfold, that'll kind of gauge the opinion of mine, whether, this was cold-blooded murder, like they're saying, planned. I just find it very like a major coincidence that she told people that she could shoot him in the face. So I guess I'm kind of coming in here a little biased because I already know that we have witnesses that said that she shot him, that she could shoot him in the face. And just so happens he shot twice in the face. So I want to be thinking like all of that stuff on the 911 call is an act. But in the same token, if it is true and she had no involvement with this, and Houston just decided to unalive her husband in her home with her children upstairs, then yeah, I definitely, and I think that the entire chat would agree with me. We would feel sympathy for her, and we would understand her disposition in regards to her 911 call, because she was very hysterical, and like anybody probably would be with finding their husband or significant other shot twice in the face at home. So let me see, guys. I know we probably have some TiVo time. I will see if I can take us past the break a little bit. Give me a second. Y'all type in the chat what y'all think so far in regards to this. From what we heard the opening statements, we heard the defense, we heard the whatever you want to call the defense statements. I don't know what they just said. Houston Danker's name 12 times and said he did it, and they sat down. I don't know. They opening statements was really, it didn't sound like anything to me. It sounds like they're gonna be blaming this on Houston, and I'm not sure. Remember, there's no forced entry. So how Houston get in the house to shoot the husband? That means that she had to open the door, or she left the door open, or maybe they just don't lock their doors. Some people stay in neighborhoods where they don't lock their doors. They leave it all open. I'm not sure. So it makes it kind of hard that, that she was not in on this, even if he's the one that pulled the trigger, right? So, so I guess that's the real thing that we're going to be looking at. So we'll go back over the timeline and we'll see how much we get out of the testimony today to see if they're following this timeline of things. And events that happen. It's going to be interesting to see about the Snapchat messages, because remember, the judge has not ruled on if these Snapchat messages are coming in because of the way they can be authenticated. So we're kind of like still waiting for him to make a ruling. They did file a motion, the defense, to keep these messages out because of, the way Snapchat is kind of like the messages come up, and then after 24 hours, they're kind of like deleted. Like they're having an issue with that in regards to those Snapchat messages. And I do recall the judge just saying, hey, we'll handle that, once we get to there. But they're back in. I'm going to take us back in, and we're going to see what else we have this witness to testify to.
You may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to approach this witness?
You may. And you don't need to ask any more with your witness.
Thank you. So, before I approach, I think we left off when I asked you whether you took pictures as part of your investigation at this scene.
Yes.
When you're taking, and as you said, as you're taking pictures on your prior testimony, at that point you really don't know what has happened. Fair enough to say that?
Correct.
Other than you have Ryan Cooper dead. He has blood all over him. You can't find the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Why do you take pictures as officers?
Say that again?
Why do you take pictures?
So we can document the scene.
And as part of your job as an officer, do you normally have a department-issued body camera that records your interactions with people or when you go to a scene of a crime?
A body camera?
Yeah.
Yes,
Were you having a body camera on that day?
I did.
And did it document your interaction at this scene on that particular day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 104 through 115 for the purposes of identification. So have you had a chance to look at State Exhibit 104 through 115?
I have.
Does 104 through 115 accurately depict observations or pictures that you would have taken either stills from your body cam or pictures that you took on that particular night?
Yeah, they're all pictures I took except a couple of these Deputy Foster took.
But the ones that Deputy Foster took, do they fair and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that early morning?
Yes.
This point will move to admit 104 through 115 into evidence.
Mr. Ron Baker, if you want to come on up, I'll hand them to you. Yep. All right, with no objection, State's Exhibits 104 through 115 are admitted.
We'll move at this point to publish 104 through 115 to the jury.
All right, I think I can. They've moved to this TV screen rather than the big, so I don't know. You may. Don't know. Let's try. I haven't touched anything that would turn that on or off. So let's go off the record here for a second. All right, back on the record. I think we've got the, all right, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you. State Exhibit 104. Can you describe to the jury what you're saying in State Exhibit 104?
That's a picture of Ryan sitting in the recliner.
Is that the recliner that you found the defendant on top of him when you arrived?
Correct.
What do we see behind him? Is that the door? There's a door with glass middle of it. Is that the door that you said you observed that was closed?
Correct.
And that's what you'll describe as the living room door.
Correct.
Let's go to State Exhibit 105. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 105?
Yeah, it's just a picture of the right side of Ryan's face and upper shoulder and chest area.
You talked about the nature of the blood that you observed when you go to Ryan. Can you describe what we are seeing in terms of that?
The shirt is covered in blood. The darker parts are all staining from where the blood had soaked to.
Will you describe this blood that was on him at some point in his shoulders as appearing to be chunky?
Correct.
And based on your time of arrival, this would have been shortly after 4:42 in the morning.
Correct.
What we're seeing is what you'll describe as the right side of his face.
Correct.
Did you see anything that appeared to be injuries on his right side of the face?
No, just the blood out of the nose on that side.
Nature of the blood that was coming or that you're observing, was it confusing to you in the sense of his whole face appeared to be covered in blood?
There was quite a bit of blood, yes.
So even on the left side of his face, which didn't appear to have any injuries or any wounds, there appeared to be blood that was smeared on the left side of his face.
Right side?
On the right side of his face, sorry.
Yes, right side.
Is
Correct.
that fair?
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 106.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 106?
That's showing the large pool of blood that was on the floor. And then the center of it, you can see the line kind of right through the middle of it is where it was smeared from someone stepping in it.
So you see what appears to be a smear in this pool of blood, and what also called on the far front of the picture, fair to say you see something that appears to be like footprints.
Yep, bare footprints.
You describe the blood. Is this part of the blood that you're observing that appeared also to be coagulating
Yes,
or coagulated?
correct.
Showing you 107. Can you walk the jury through what we see in 107?
This is the left side of the chair. You can see the blood has run down the side of the recliner, and it's documenting the injuries that are on the left side of the face.
So we see blood on the recliner that seems to pull and go down on the left side of the recliner.
Correct.
And for us to zoom it, can you see that better?
Yes,
Are those later what you determined appeared to be what would be bullet or gunshots on his face?
correct.
So at some point in your investigation, you later determined that.
Correct.
But that's when you testified earlier that that's the side of his face, this is the left side of his face that has appeared to be injured.
Correct.
Showing you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 108. Can you tell the jury what we're saying?
Yes, that's the handgun that I found when I first entered the house. That's the Smith & Wesson 9mm.
This is the gun that you determined later that belonged to Aaron Cooper, Ryan Cooper's brother.
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as 109, and I could zoom it up for you. Can you tell the jury why you took this picture or why one of your officers took this picture?
That picture showing blood that was on that wall.
And is that part of your testimony that there appeared to be what's called blood spatter?
Correct.
It's been admitted as 110. Can you tell the jury what we see with 110?
Yes, that's the east wall of the living room, the door, the light switch, and then there's blood splatter on that wall as well.
Can you describe where you see the blood spatter for the jury?
It's the dots that there's one right on the light switch panel, and then there's a couple more between the window and the light switch, and I believe there's some below the light switch panel as well.
Is there blood on the floor?
There is, where the floor grate is, all that coloring there is blood.
And are there some blood that you can see or traces of blood that you can see on this door that leads into or out of the living room?
Correct.
Fair enough to say that 111 is another picture of a trace of blood on the wall.
Correct.
Can you tell us what you're seeing as you take 112?
That was after Ryan was moved to the floor. More blood ran out of the wounds, so photos were taken of that to document it.
Can you tell us what you observe on the nature of the wounds in terms of size, or from your training and experience as an officer who's fired weapons before, what do you see?
It's not a very large caliber. It'd be about the size of what like a pencil would be, give or take.
So a small caliber rifle or firearm was used to make those injuries?
Correct.
And you see what appears to be what you'll describe as entrance wounds?
Yes.
Two of them.
Yes.
Do you observe anything that appears to be exit wounds on Ryan Cooper's face?
No.
Fair enough to say 113 would be a different orientation of the same picture we've seen.
Correct.
Now, as you take it, his mustache, his blood flowing all over that part of his body.
Yes.
You did not observe any wounds or injuries on that part at that point.
Just around where the bullet wounds are.
And as you describe, the nature of this blood, again, if you look at his collar, is it drying or coagulating?
It's coagulating.
What do we see on 115?
That's a end table that's below the window that's on the east wall of the living room.
So below the window, closer to the door?
Yes.
What do we see there?
There's blood on the floor, and then there's looks like blood had run down the side of that table.
Again, the nature of the blood at this point is coagulated.
Correct.
Judge, if I may just have that up a little bit. If
I'm
I
sorry.
may have the TV on. When you look at 104, if I may have the lights dimmed, please. You talked about collecting a phone that had the flashlight on that belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yeah,
Are we able to see that on 104?
yeah, it's the light that's on the right arm by like where his elbow's at.
So that's the phone that you collected that you said was receiving messages and had a flashlight on.
Correct.
And you determined that that phone belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, all this evidence that you collected, was there other law enforcement bodies that you invited or was invited in this investigation?
Repeat that.
Were there other law enforcement departments or bodies that were invited into this investigation?
Yes, we contacted the Sheriff Casera at Tama County. Our detectives were contacted, then we ended up contacting the DCI through the state.
Why was the DCI contacted?
It's just the
To,
state branch of the investigations.
was that to give you extra help because the nature of the investigation required more expertise and other people on the scene?
Correct.
Fair to say Tama County Sheriff's Office is not a very big department.
Correct.
Now, you talked about taking what's referred to as a body cam that you had in this investigation, correct?
Yeah.
You've had a chance to look at your body camera before you came to testify in this courtroom?
I did.
Fair and accurate that what it depicts in that body camera is what happened as you recorded that day?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you portions of that body camera. And this time, Your Honor, we're going to move to admit State Exhibit 102.
I'm sorry, 102?
Yes.
Any objection to admission of State's Exhibit 102?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 102 is admitted.
And we'll move to publish 102 with the permission of the court.
You may, and get that set up. Hold on. So, just gotta get it. The camera must shut off if you're not used. If it's not used regularly. That one. Not working. Council, I think we're just gonna be better off if you want, I mean, this keeps shutting on and off. I think we're gonna be better off if we move the TV a little bit closer and publish that way rather than worrying about to move things along, worrying about that large screen. Maybe over the lunch hour, you guys can get that figured out, but every time we turn it on, it appears to shut off, so. And again, Mr. Hawbaker, Ms. Watt, if you want to move around to observe, you're more than welcome to do that at any point. And your client as well. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see that okay? All right, I'm getting head nods from everybody, so. Whenever you're ready.
Just for the jury's sake, is that you approaching, and those are the two vehicles that you described as you approach this residence?
Correct. Sheriff's office. Come on. What's going on? My brother's dead. Were you here when this happened? What's up? He just called me. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, come talk to me, please. Ma'am. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. They're on their way.
We talked about the children that were here. Are those the children that you observe?
Yes.
Were you able to determine their ages?
Yes, the oldest was born in 2010, the middle one was 2012, and the youngest was 2016. Ma'am, what happened?
When you're talking to her, you're asking, is that you asking what happened?
Yes,
And the response is, I don't know, I don't know.
correct.
At that point, does she know that you're an officer, you're dressed in your department issued uniform and you're appearing as a deputy sheriff?
Yes,
So when she's saying, I don't know, she knows you're an officer.
yes, I was in uniform.
Mom,
Did you do anything with that? Grant, come with me. Grant, please come with me. Come with me, please.
do this for me, okay?
Okay, boys.
With body cam, we can see the presence of a dog.
Yes,
Were you able to observe the dog?
yes, it was laying on the floor when I first walked in.
Do you know what type of dog it was?
I'm not sure, it might have been a Rottweiler. They're coming. Can you stay in here for me, boys? Yep, that's perfectly fine.
If you find it, shoot him in the head.
If I find who?
The person who did it.
Okay. Yes,
The one who you believe was born in 2010.
correct.
If he tells you if you find him, shoot him in the head.
Yes.
Do you guys have security members like security? So people watching tonight.
What are you doing at that point, sir?
I was clearing the weapon.
Okay. Is that the weapon you've testified that you found that was in the on that?
Correct.
And you're clearing it because at that time you don't know if it's the weapon that's been used.
Correct. Yep. Can you boys shut the door for me? Can you hang in there? I'll be right back with you, okay?
Do you guys have like security to watch?
Yep. County 10. So 1079 is 7 headed this way as well?
Yes, he's there almost to your location now.
10-4. I haven't really been able to get any info from anybody on scene here.
County Direct, I was able to get the name of the subject, and also the name of your reporting party is Karen, and he's a firefighter for that area, so probably your best bet.
The point you're making observations, you're talking to someone. Can you just tell the jury who you're talking to?
It's Tama County Dispatch.
Okay. So you are reporting you're there on the scene and trying to tell them or relay what you're observing or what's going on, correct?
Correct. And 4. 723.
County Direct is 446.
County 10.
8610.
Can you get a hold of the me as well, please?
County Direct, do we know the circumstance?
Gunshot.
County Direct.
You kind of shined your light and you've walked through the rooms. Is that fair enough to say your testimony as you enter the kitchen? It's a mudroom. There's a kitchen, right?
Correct.
And then can you just describe the jury where the bedroom is? To get to Ryan Cooper, how would someone need to move to get there?
I came through that door I did, through the kitchen. It opened into like that dining room-ish area. And then it turned into kind of a little hallway. To the left was a bathroom, to the right was bedrooms, and then he entered through into the living room.
Now, pause this video. Does the defendant give you any information over what really happened?
No, not to me.
Play another part of your video.
No. Listen, you need you to sit. Come outside.
Yeah, leave that there. Okay.
Come outside.
Can I talk with you?
That's a different deputy that we're seeing holding or grabbing onto the defendant.
Yes, that's Deputy Foster.
And that's Aaron Cooper without the shirt on, as you testified before.
Correct.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
I need you to come outside.
I don't know where a good spot is.
Come outside.
You said your brother.
Yeah.
Did she call you or how'd you?
She called me like that.
What's that?
She called me like that.
She called you like that?
Just somebody's in my house.
Mom, real quick.
Just a minute, buddy. She called you hysterical that he's been.
Somebody's in my house.
Somebody's in your house or in the house?
Somebody's in the house, gotten hysterical.
Okay. How long did you get here before I did? Okay.
Called at 4:30.
Okay.
Then I hung up. Then I tried to call back. Got her back. Got the same thing from her. And
Okay.
you live right down the 2 miles, a mile down the road.
Okay.
Fair enough to say from what we saw there is, like, turn on the lights. Deputy, fair enough from what we saw there, you talked to Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
You're getting a timeline,
Yes.
which is important in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you understand from Aaron Cooper that Karina called him at 4:30 a.m.
Correct.
And we talked about the house. Next part of your testimony, we're gonna talk about it with the assistance of the next exhibit. Your Honor, by agreement of the parties. Agreement of the parties, the state will move to admit exhibit 313.
Any objection to 313, Mr. Hawbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 313 is admitted.
We're gonna move to publish 313.
$315, did you say?
313.
All right. You may. Kind of already has, but.
So I'm going to ask you to step down and just assist the jury. Your testimony to the permission of the court.
Yeah, why don't we turn on that microphone there? There we go. Should be good enough.
Please use the mic so that we can hear you well, but can you tell the jury as you approach again, the door that you enter and how this house is oriented so that they can have an understanding of where you found and what you do?
Okay. I approached up the driveway. This is the first door I passed. I saw that it probably went just to the garage, so I continued on to the front door here.
If you can be a little loud. So the garage door, does it only go to the garage?
I don't know if there's another, I assume it, since it's attached, it probably opens up to the house, but I just saw there was garage, so I moved on to the next door.
Okay. So what door do you use to enter?
I went in this main front door, took a right to enter the kitchen, is where I met Aaron. And then he led me through this hallway where there's a bathroom on the right. And then bedroom 1 is where I told the kids to go into after I talked with them. And then we entered the living room.
So bedroom 1 would be the bigger bedroom, fair to say?
Yes.
And when you enter the living room, where we see that it's labeled Ryan Cooper, that's a recliner that Ryan Cooper was found executed on.
Yes.
There's concrete stairs. Is that the door that you testified to that there was some blood spattered on that door?
Yes.
Thank you. You can stay. Have you investigated casing? I'll wait for you to say. Have you investigated cases involving break-ins?
Yes.
As you're looking into this house, when you walk in, when you're making your observations, did you notice any signs of forced entry?
No.
What were you looking for?
Damage to the doors, damage to windows.
Did you notice any sign of an intruder in the house?
No.
Was any furniture in the room in a state of disarray or in a state of like an intruder was in trying to burglarize the house?
No.
The door, you've talked about that door in the living room next to Ryan Cooper. Did you notice any signs of a forced entry on that door?
No.
Did the windows appear to have been broken into by an intruder, or they all appear to be intact as they are meant to be?
I believe they're all intact.
At some point in the process, is Ryan Cooper's body moved to the floor?
Yes.
What was the reason for that being done?
After EMS arrived, they were discussing it more as a potential medical issue than gunshots. So we moved him just to verify if there was a firearm that had slid beside him or underneath him or.
Fair to say, because of the coagulated blood, it was hard for you first to initially find if it was a gunshot or not, correct?
Correct.
And EMS, everyone was confused because of the nature of the blood.
They were confused by something. I don't know if it was the blood or if swelling or something changed that it looked different than when I first got there, I think.
So we moved him to the floor to be able to access.
Objection, Your Honor.
You may.
So they are approaching. I just put a question in the chat. I would like to know what y'all think, like from what we're hearing and how the officers arrived on the scene. Could this whole thing with him being shot at home in his recliner gone down without Houston? Remember, she's blaming it on Houston, and he stands trial in August. I'm not sure exactly why they didn't try them together, right? Because it sounded like they may have both been in there. And everybody, from what I can see, yeah, she didn't call 911 right away. It looked like she called the brother, his brother first. Yeah, no.
Don't forget to turn your microphone on. You may resume.
Yeah, pretty proud they did.
You may.
They did question the kids. They're gonna testify.
We saw your video as you approach the scene, as you arrive on the scene, and as you see Karina Cooper on top of Ryan. When you saw her on top of Ryan Cooper, was she rendering any aid to Ryan Cooper?
No.
Was she attempting CPR?
No.
Do you see any behavior from her, like checking his pulse, checking how he's doing, whether he's breathing?
I'm an objection, Your Honor. This is leading, and it also calls for speculation. You can say for what he observed, not what the observations meant.
The objection's overruled.
Did you understand the question?
Yes, I didn't see anything like that from where I was standing.
Didn't see her checking his pulse.
No.
You seen anyone in a sign that you've responded to behaving the way she was?
No.
Why do you say that?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
The objection's overruled.
I've come across the screaming and the hysterics. I haven't seen anyone sitting on top of the deceased.
Covered in blood.
Correct.
Now, based on all your observations, did anything that you saw or in your investigation support the theory of an unknown?
Overruled.
Anything that you observed support a theory of an unknown intruder coming in and shooting Ryan?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Hotbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just noting the time.
We'll go till noon.
Okay, thank you. Morning, officer.
All right.
You've been in law enforcement for how long now?
Like 15 and a half years.
Okay. And part of being in law enforcement, you went through the academy, and so you've been trained in investigations and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And part of the idea of the investigation is you want to do the best you can to have a picture of a scene that you arrive at as it lay before it's disturbed. Fair?
That's fair.
And so things like when you're taking photos, you want to take a photo of, say, where a phone was at before you retrieved it, right?
Correct.
You want to take a picture of where a gun was at before you retrieved it and secured it.
Correct.
And when I say secure the scene, is that you're understanding that that means you want to make sure that the scene remains unmolested, that things don't get moved or changed.
Yeah, to the best of our abilities, we try to.
Yeah. So when you first arrived at the scene, you would have had Mr. Aaron Cooper there, correct?
Correct.
Miss Cooper, Karina,
Correct.
their children. How long total were you at the scene?
I think I left to go back to the sheriff's office around 7:06, so shortly after 7 in the morning.
And we know that Deputy Foster arrived on the scene as well, so he was there.
Correct.
And I believe EMS arrived as well. Who came from EMS?
It was 2 personnel with Traer.
Okay. And at that point, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the scene wasn't secured in the sense that people were stepping into the living room, presumably stepping into the blood, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, it was only people we allowed in, though.
Okay. And when it comes to something like a shell casing, those things can, and when they hit the ground, they can bounce, right?
Yeah, bounce roll, yeah.
Okay. Can get kicked around if there's a lot of movement before people are actually looking for them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's a number of explanations for the displacement of the shell casing that wouldn't involve somebody picking it up, right?
Repeat that.
There are a number of reasons why a shell casing would be moved or come up missing, correct?
Yeah, they're not very big.
Yeah. I mean, you could fall in a cold air return or something like that, right?
Yeah. I
think you said maybe at most, even the bullet itself would be the size of a pencil or something, right?
Yeah, the diameter is.
Yeah. And during that time, you had EMS show up. When did you start to take photographs?
I think I started as within 4 to 5 minutes of getting on scene.
Okay. How were you taking the photographs? With what? A camera?
My department issued work phone.
Okay. Did you ever shift to a camera?
I didn't know.
Okay. So you were using that same, for every photo that we saw that you were responsible for, you were taking that on your cell phone?
My work phone, yes.
Are you aware, were other photos taken by other individuals later that morning?
Deputy Foster took some photos. The ones I witnessed him take were with my phone. I assume the state took some. I don't know if other people from my department did or not.
Had you been inside this property before, this home?
No.
So as far as the status of windows locked or unlocked, doors locked or unlocked, this would have been a new experience for you to be at this home, fair?
Correct.
And you weren't there earlier that evening to know the status of any windows or doors or things like that, right?
Nope, the only thing I know is when I got there.
Okay. And there can be entry into a structure or home that is, I think the term used, an intruder, even without evidence of somebody having to break something, correct?
Correct.
There was some talk about the swiping. Basically what you saw is blood displaced on the floor, right?
Correct.
And how that displacement happened, it might have been a shoe, it might have been a barefoot, it could have been any number of things with the number of people that were at the scene. Fair?
Fair.
You have no idea, do you, how long it takes for blood to coagulate?
I know it's not instant, but whether it's 5, 10, half hour, I don't know.
Or even the number of seconds before it starts to change characteristics as soon as it's exposed to oxygen, right?
Yeah, it starts that process.
Right. You were, I think, part of the execution of some search warrants at the property. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were executing those search warrants, did you find a diary or any writings of Miss Cooper?
No.
Did you examine any Kindles or books or anything like that to see what types of books she might have been reading?
No.
Did you examine any computers that were seized for emails or anything like that?
No.
So at the time that you were doing the investigation, when I speak of a diary or a journal, you don't have any pieces of paper, any notations, any documentations that show planning of any sort?
I don't know.
Okay. Or the time that Mr. Cooper was killed?
No.
No discussions about the manner in which Mr. Cooper was killed?
What do you mean?
No discussions in writing or documents or anything from your part of the investigation that would show an agreement of the manner of killing Mr. Cooper?
No.
Or discussions of the steps that were taken, in the words of Mr. Kodiaga, about a plot? Is that right?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
The photos that were taken, I think that was exhibits, kind of the 104 through 115. You remember those? Mr.
Yeah.
Kodiaga went through those with you. Do you know what time those were taken?
The ones I took were within the first 10 to 15 minutes. The couple that are in there that Deputy Foster took, those were probably closer to an hour afterwards.
Do you know which ones those are out of the exhibits that Mr. Deputy Foster took?
Yeah. They are 112, 113, and 114.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You want all of them or just
I
those three?
wanna see the ones you pulled.
Okay.
So exhibits 112 through 114, those are taken by Deputy Foster at least an hour after the photos that you took, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that.
So obviously any coagulation or any drying of blood at that point would be much more aged in those photos.
Correct.
Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 115, which I think is the last of that group?
Yeah.
Did you take that photo?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I remember looking at that cabinet or end table or whatever it is.
Now, when you take the photo on the phone, is that an iPhone or an Apple product?
It's an iPhone.
What time did you take the photo in Exhibit 115?
I'm not sure.
Were you taking photos around 6:21 a.m. as well?
I could have been. I'm not sure.
If there was you know how photos have kind of timestamps and dates and things like that, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing malfunctioning about the phone that you were using in that regard, was there?
No.
So if the timestamp and date reflected that date and 6:21 in the morning, you wouldn't have a reason to quibble with that, would you?
No, the phone timestamp would be accurate.
It was an ongoing investigation and you didn't leave the scene till roughly 7 o'clock or something.
Correct.
I think, Mr. Hawbaker, with that, we're right at noon, so, you about done?
I was going to say no further questions.
Well, even better.
Even better.
How much do you have? Okay, let's just finish this witness then. So, go ahead, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked, Deputy, about the scene being disturbed, correct?
Correct.
What actions did you take to ensure that the scene was not disturbed?
We only allowed in personnel that we deemed essential, which would be the EMS and the investigator from the medical examiner's office. We tried to avoid stepping on the blood. We tried to avoid moving anything as much as possible. We did decide to move Ryan, obviously.
Why is it important not to disturb the scene?
Because once it's disturbed, you can't undisturb it.
Sometimes it helps to, if a scene is being disturbed, the evidence gets destroyed or gets misplaced, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the scene, you located Ryan Cooper dead, correct?
Correct.
But you did find the defendant sitting, as your video shown, on Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You also did find her, as you've testified and as the video shown, that she covered her face with the blood that was coming from Ryan Cooper.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I observed blood on her face. I can't testify to how it got there.
Does that blood being on her face, does that disturb the scene? Her actions of sitting and touching and moving Ryan Cooper disturb the scene?
It could, yes.
Was Aaron Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
No,
Was Cade Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
not that I saw.
Any of the other children moving or touching the dad who was dead?
Not that I saw.
Only the defendant was touching Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You asked about electronics and items that were seized. Fair to say that a lot of electronics were seized from this house.
That a lot were?
That some electronics were seized from this house,
Yes.
including what you've testified to as the defendant's phone.
Correct.
You're not the person who's in charge of examining the contents of these electronics. Fair enough?
Say that again?
You are not the person in charge of doing a forensic examination of these electronics.
I am not, no.
In fact, as you testified, your department invited the DCI unit to come and help with the investigations.
Correct.
So this was a multi-department investigation taking place.
Correct.
And other officers were in charge of examining phones, examining items that were seized from these residents.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Mr. Hawbaker?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a lunch break. I would ask that you be back ready to go at 1:30. I'm going to remind you again of the admonition that I gave previously. I will tell you that, it's a busy courthouse. We've got a lot of people here, including people in the courtroom. Just going to highlight a couple things. Again, not to talk to anybody, even if they want to talk to you about this case. And when you're not here, other than using the restroom, I'd ask that you remain kind of in the jury room area so as to avoid contact with other folks. Again, also, just again, remember that you're to avoid communicating with anybody at all about this case. Keep an open mind and avoid any media depictions or summaries or accounts of this case, both traditional media and social media. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good break and we'll see you after lunch.
So guys, what do you think so far? Okay. Pretty brown girl. She wants to know, does anyone know if she came home and found him like this? Or was she home already and found him? I think that she was already home. And I'm sure somebody I guess we'll get that coming out of the testimony. Only because it was like 3:45 in the morning when it's supposed to have happened. So, and it's almost sounding like from the evidence that I've heard so far, and this is me purely speculating, right? It almost sounds like his body might have been moved to the recliner chair, because the officer, and y'all can correct me if y'all heard something different, it seems like the officer was looking for like exit wounds and how they're talking about this blood splatter, because that's what led them to believe something different than what she was telling them. Pretty brown girl. Yeah, Benny says that she was at home. Yeah, I kind of figured she was at home because it was like 3:45 in the morning when this all happened. I'm just trying to understand why she called the brother first. Talk about somebody in my house, somebody in my house, somebody in my house.
Well, I guess I was...
Yeah. Yeah, the judge just cut in, even though they're not showing in the live stream. I'm not sure if he got a hot mic or nothing or anything, but I guess the kids were shown in that body cam footage and he wasn't aware of it. So if y'all want to listen, I'll let it play for what he's saying.
Going to be maybe an issue, but if it is, I'd ask the parties to think about that and discuss that. So that was just one thing I wanted to mention. I think the parties wanted to talk about some sidebars, bench conferences. So I think we had a couple yesterday during jury selection, and I propose I summarize what they were, and folks can add if they wish. The first one I recall was Mr. Ringel was talking about, made a reference to jury determining guilt or innocence.
So it looks like, and I'll put the feed up and mute up only because the judge is addressing some of the sidebars that they had that we couldn't hear that they're putting on the record. I'm not sure if we actually supposed to be hearing this portion or not because they're not like showing on the camera feed any faces, but we can listen in. Hey, pickaboo.
Watt asked to approach, objected, and essentially was saying that's not the correct standard. It's guilty or not guilty. And from that point on, Mr. Ringel used guilty or not guilty. I agreed with Ms. Watt's assessment. The second one that I recall was essentially having to do with the weight of evidence, circumstantial or direct, and don't remember the exact language Mr. Ringel used. It's in the record, but Ms. Watt objected to the language and said that they are to be treated consistently, I believe, is the language. Was that the?
I guess the state was trying to say that the law, my assessment was the state was trying to say the law requires them to give it equal weight when the instruction says that they can give it all the weight they want to.
Sure. And then you used the language from the jury instruction about direct and circumstantial evidence being, I don't remember the exact language now off the top of my head, but from that point on, Mr. Ringel used that language. And then the third one that I recall, I don't know that I recall a third one from yesterday. Was there a third one?
There was Mr. Ringel.
Oh, yes. Mr. Ringel objected. You were asking one of the witnesses a question about essentially, how would you prove you were, how you would prove you were innocent. And Mr. Ringel objected, essentially saying that you were asking, he was afraid you were asking the witness to put himself in the defendant's shoes. I said you could continue, and I think fairly quickly after that, you said, I think you tied it then to not being able to establish the difficulty in establishing innocence as opposed to not guilty. So those are the three I remember from yesterday, and kind of how they were handled. Does the state wish to make any further record with any of those? Ms. Watt, any record?
No, thank you.
All right, then today, I think during opening statement, or the first one, it had to do with searches by Houston Danker. And again, it sounds like I don't know at this point what the evidence will be necessarily. My understanding is, again, from the very brief conversation we had, that Mr. Danker may have made some searches, and I don't know exactly what those searches were. So, I guess when the objection came, I said, let's just avoid the issue. I think the parties agreed to the use of incriminating at this point, and we can deal with any specific objections when we get to admission of when the state offers the evidence. I don't really remember any others that we didn't cover on the record, or, we had one, you withdrew your objection, so I don't know that we need to cover that one. Was there another one that we need to cover that anybody can think of?
Well, if I may.
Yep, you may. First of all, I guess with any of those that I've talked about, does the state have anything to add? Anything to add to what we've already discussed, Mr. Hawbaker, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hawbaker?
I think we did have a sidebar on essentially the demonstrative exhibits.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and basically, as my memory of the discussion was simply, let's mark them as exhibits, because I don't think that was the state's initial intention, and also not publish them until they're admitted.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's true. We did talk about the demonstrative exhibits. Those have now been admitted without objection, but I guess if the state does have any other demonstrative exhibits before showing them to the jury, let counsel know, and if there's no objection, you can use them. But again, even in that case, they would need to be admitted as a court exhibit just to preserve the record. So, all right, anything else we need to talk about, Mr. Hawbaker?
Two more, I think. The other one was, just so the record's clear on it, the statements of Cade to the deputy. The objection was that it was hearsay. I believe at that point, the state's position was it was excited utterance, and you overruled it.
Yeah, it was excited utterance and present sense impression were the two. I overruled that, and I think the rest of them were handled on the record.
That's right. And then the last one, we had a sidebar where I objected to, my memory is maybe speculation of the deputy and somewhat leading questions.
You didn't object to leading questions. You said, if we continue this way, I will be objecting to leading questions. So there was actually no objection to leading questions at that point. And I think Mr. Kodiaga moved on.
Right.
And so it was a non-issue after that point.
Yeah, I just wanted it out there, Judge.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right. Anything else we need to address on the record from the state's end?
Just briefly, I just wanted to make everyone aware the issue of the conspiracy and the court's finding by a preponderance of the evidence that a conspiracy does exist is an issue that's going to come up here fairly shortly. Certainly by the time Tiffany Lord testifies, I do not see that happening today. But certainly based on the hearing that we had before, the case law that's been provided, the court can consider the statements themselves. And the state has also admitted an exhibit number 2 pursuant to the hearing that we had a couple weeks ago that I believe the court can consider as well in determining whether or not a conspiracy existed between the two parties.
So, well, let's go back. Exhibit number 2. I remember that hearing. I thought there was only one exhibit admitted, which was the text or the Snapchat messages. Have you subsequently offered another exhibit?
Judge, I did, based on that first exhibit was admitted. The state intended at the hearing that we were going to have to provide some information to the court in the form of a transcript or testimony through a DCI agent that would be information that's not going to be admitted at trial and isn't admissible at trial, that nonetheless the court can consider for making a determination as to whether or not a conspiracy existed.
And I guess I haven't seen this exhibit 2 because it hasn't been admitted. Does the defendant agree that I can review that and consider it for purposes of making the determination?
Is that the 2024 interview?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So then I will admit State's Exhibit 2, not for purposes of the trial, but for purposes of the state's argument that there was a conspiracy in the, I think I've got it right here, the analysis that I'm supposed to go through pursuant to the State v. Tangy, I think, case 616 Northwest 2nd 564. So I will admit State's Exhibit 2 for that purpose and consider it. And then I think by the time we get to where the state's at, I'll also be able to consider any evidence that's been admitted here at trial or testimony and whatever statement the state is offering at the time. If I'm not prepared to do it immediately from the bench at that point, based on the state of the record, I'll let the parties know and we can go from there. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then see you after lunch.
Okay, so it looks like they officially went to lunch. It looks like they just put on the record the objections that they did from yesterday. Also, when we seen them doing the sidebars today, and they admitted some evidence, kind of like behind the scenes. So they're off to lunch. Benny says Karina with 3 minor children, both parents shared, were all in the home at the time of the incident to Ryan Cooper. Yep, they surely were. And just keep in mind, guys, that we got to remember there was no forced entry. We do not have a murder weapon. We are missing a casing, but we do have 2 witnesses that stated that Karina said that she was going to shoot him in the face. There's also allegedly that Houston had made a statement saying that he helped her, but I heard he recanted his statement too. Maybe he recanted his statement because he seen that she was gonna flip on him and put everything on him in regards to it. And I think that's why they calling it the Widow Words trial. If y'all seen the headlines that are on like Court TV or Law and Crime, because they're saying that her words with her saying that she was going to kill him. Well, she was going to shoot him in the face was what happened, right? And I don't know if that's really a coincidence. So they are going to be, Houston's going to be on trial August the 12th. So I'm not sure what you guys think in regards to what we've heard so far. I mean, we don't really have enough information. I know that the children are supposed to testify, and you heard, if you did not catch it, the judge did mention, hey, I didn't have a clue that those kids were in the body cam footage. Y'all know this is being live streamed, and we want to be prepared to not be able to show those things of the children while it's being live streamed. So that way they can prepare the cameraman and whoever's doing the feed to all of us, right? Shout out to Court TV and Law and Crime. Yeah, August 12th. Yeah, and I think this is the second time they have pushed this back, Benny. So we'll see, because her trial was originally supposed to start in February in that regard. So while they're on break, I do have the complaints, and I do want to kind of like go over the complaints with you guys, just so we can see like how they decided to make this arrest and what information they have, since we do have them. We'll read through them. I'll put them on the screen, and we can all look through them and kind of see. Before that, y'all let me know. I know if y'all are trial watchers, or if y'all even go on YouTube or any type of outlets, we do have a verdict in. I know we are late, of course, because we had our trial today that we were involved with. Pretty Brown Girl says, I would love to know the backstory of this, and why would she say, I'm going to shoot him in the face? What was the motive? I think they're saying money. They saying she was broke as a joke. So they saying money, life insurance money. And then she got this young boy that's probably, giving her a refresher course, right? And making everything seem so great. Right? And she living in this fantasy world, and she like, well, I'll get rid of him, get his money, and you're gonna adopt the kids, we're gonna have babies and move on with life. But yeah, I'm sure that we're gonna know when the witnesses testify. They're gonna probably provide that information to us to give us where that came from and what context behind it, right? Because we all say we gonna do something, but we don't really mean it. It's like tongue in cheek. Like, okay, like we say it. But I guess the thing is that you can't say it and it actually happened. Oh gosh, now you got to figure out how to dig yourself out of this hole. Because I'm assuming that the people that she said this to didn't take her for what she was saying at the time, right? Because if not, then I blame them sort of, because y'all should have reported it. But let me get, I'm gonna get her complaint up, and we are going to see. Now, what I can tell you is when I was reading over the complaints, I can tell that her complaint and Houston's complaint, it was the same thing. Yeah, Benny says allegedly money and allegedly love of a 27-year-old girl, them young whippersnappers. That's what I want to call them. He was putting it on her. Benny says, you know how the song goes. Love is allegedly in the air for Mary, 47 years. Yeah, he probably brought a spark of life with her, especially if she was doing the whole, I got to come home, cook, clean, get the kids to school. And he was probably a vacation package for her. Y'all know what I mean. He was probably a vacation package. So give me a second. Let me put this up here. So y'all let me know if y'all can see it, if I need to zoom in a little bit more. And I'm starting with her complaint for us. Let me see what's gonna be the best way for me to do this, where we can get it all on one screen. So I'm gonna skip past her address and all of that stuff. Although this is like on a public record, anybody can see it. It's not no mystery or anything, but we don't really need to know about all of that, right? So as y'all can see, let me know if y'all having a problem with seeing the actual complaint. We have our case number. They have their address and things of that. This is when the warrant was requested. So right here, we have the complaint, this portion in regards to it being signed by the state of Iowa, right? So it's saying, hey, Karina Cooper willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation killed another person, being Ryan Cooper. This happened on June 18, 2021 at approximately 4:35 a.m. A 911 call was received at the Tama County Sheriff's Office saying that someone had been shot, right? He didn't got shot. They provided the address, and it was that of Ryan and Karina Cooper's home. The first deputy arrived at the scene at approximately 4:42 a.m. So we're talking about all of 7 minutes. The first deputy was there, right? This was almost 7 minutes after the 911 call that we heard her like screaming to the top of her lungs. But mind you, she called his brother, prior to calling the police. So let's keep that in mind. I'm not sure what that conversation comes from. Oh, this is so when we look at that part, so now when they're saying now they have right here that the deputy walked inside the residence and found a man laying in the recliner chair, right? He in his recliner chair. We heard in testimony that this is the place that he used to sleep, in his recliner. Now, while husband and wife was not sleeping in the same bed, I guess Houston was, taking care of business, right? The 27-year-old was taking care of business. They weren't even sleeping in the bed. Husband sleeping in the recliner at this point in time, right? or maybe for other reasons. Who knows? So now he's sitting in the recliner chair with appeared to be with a gunshot to his head. Now in the front face area. So the deputy also said that Karina Cooper was sitting right on top of the male, right? And he was later identified to be her husband, Ryan Cooper. Now, the people that were found in the residence with Karina Cooper and were her 3 children, they were removed to the outside and medical personnel was summoned to the scene. Of course, the medical examiner was contacted and arrived at the scene where Ryan Cooper was pronounced dead. Now, I'm cutting out. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see. Is that better now, Benny? I'm sorry. I think it's probably this whole music that's playing in my background in my ear. Okay, what about now? Oh, maybe it's because the way I got my microphone. Is that better? You know, I don't want to be yelling in your ears because you know I can get the yelling. Okay, cool beans. So as I was stating for y'all, if y'all didn't hear me, so they came into the house. They found him laying in this recliner chair, right? And he had two gunshots, you know, a gunshot wound to the front of his face area. So we talking about in the front of his face. We're not talking about on the side or anything like that. And it's in the complaint that she was sitting on top of him, like sitting on top of him. So of course, you know, they found the children in the household. We have where they found the 3 children. They removed them outside, and medical personnel was summoned to the scene. The medical examiner also was contacted where they arrived to the scene and they pronounced Ryan Cooper dead at the time. Now, upon the further investigation of the scene by the Tama County, because remember, this happened in Tama County, but because of all the media attention and all of the social media posts and things of that nature, they did have a change of venue and it's being held in Linn County. I'm not sure exactly how far Linn County is away from Tama County, but they did have a change of venue in this one. So when the Tama County Sheriff's Office came out during their investigation, they determined that Ryan Cooper had sustained 2 gunshots to the face that ultimately killed him. Now, there was a .22 shell casing that was found at the homicide scene and collected by the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation. Now, the crime scene team, no firearm was found, right? And it had been found in immediate, they have it, no firearm had been found in the immediate vicinity of Ryan Cooper, right? But you notice when we heard the testimony from the first officer that she said, hey, we got a gun that's locked up in the safe. We have this over here, the other gun that the brother had brought in to the household, but they didn't never recover this .22 that was actually utilized and is the murder weapon. And remember, they only found 1 casing. So no firearm had been found, right? We got that. So the crime scene team collected the evidence and took their evidence back to the lab. Now, the Tama County Sheriff's Office secured the scene and released it about 7:30 p.m. on June 19, 2023. On the date of the 19th of June, the autopsy of Ryan Cooper was performed at the Iowa Office of the State Medical Examiner. The manner of death was homicide, and the cause of death was a gunshot to the head. The medical examiner's office determined that Ryan Cooper died of 2 gunshot wounds to the face. So we know he didn't commit suicide. We know that there was no forced entry. We know that somebody cleaned up the scene in some type of way, because remember, we only found 1 shell casing and he was shot twice. This is the mug shot. And that's what they arrested her on. And that's the complaint. It was filed on the 24th. Now I did try to see if I can get some more documentation and stuff from the county to see like motions and things so as we could discuss and review over. But you know, I think because of the publicity, and it must be a very small area that this is happening in, they kind of have everything like closed off. So yeah, she's on trial for first degree murder. And when you look at her and the Houston's, the one that she is working in concert with, it's the same thing. Yeah, they're just putting on his that with premeditation that he acted in concert with the co-defendant. Wait a minute, y'all can't see it because I'm not sharing it, but yeah, so his is the same thing. Yeah, I was just trying to look over real quick to see if there was anything different in it regards to it, but yeah, it's the same information in the complaint. So there we have it. That's the complaint. That's what we're working off of. You know, I was hoping that they would say what evidence and what the witnesses said and those things, but they didn't put that in the actual complaint. But they got a judge to sign off of it, and they probably provided the judge with more information that we even received in this complaint that we have here in order to arrest her. And you know, and 2 months later, because they didn't arrest Houston at the same time, he got arrested 2 months later. So he didn't get booked at the same time. And that's what I do know. So that is our complaint. They are still at lunch. I mean, we do have a little bit of TiVo time. So tell me, guys, what do you think in regards to that? Like, we have a little bit. I don't think we have anything right now to really go off of, except for it's just really, really strange for somebody to be sitting on top of somebody with the kind of scene that they're presenting to us. So I can't really even say who I believe or who I don't believe at this point in time. I do know that she's over there and she is a hot mess at different points in times. But it seems like, you know, the face that she's putting on is the face that she has been putting on, right? We just getting it now with a whole bunch of, you know, crying and tissue in this thing. Okay, so what I did also want to do while we were on the break is, I don't know if you guys been following the P. Diddy trial but bombshells came down today, right? They do have a verdict. That came in earlier, but you know, we were doing our new trial that we have here, right? So we got to take care of our business first. That's first and foremost. But I did want to chime into law and crime just a little bit while we're on this break, so we can listen at how this verdict came down with P. Diddy. If y'all don't know, he is an iconic rapper, producer, and he was charged with RICO, 2 counts of sex trafficking, 2 counts of prostitution, and I believe it was 1 drug charge. Don't quote me on the drug charge, but it was kind of like a distribution charge. Like, it was crazy the way they presented it to the jury. Like, if I offered you a blunt, or I offered you to hit some marijuana, or if I offered you some type of drug, they were considering that. They said it can be just as minute as that would be considered a drug charge. But let me get them queued up real quick, and then we'll listen to what Law and Crime. I don't know if y'all listen to Law and Crime, but I personally Wait a minute. So let me get this pulled up so we can listen to it. I'm just gonna get the dirty part. Yeah, because yesterday they didn't have one. Let me get it all the way up. I thought I had it in a good spot, but I think that it kind of moved over. Let's see here. Yeah, because they send everything out in tweets.
Motion detected at front doors.
Let's see. Maybe they didn't do it the way I thought they should have did it. I don't know. Okay, let me see. I don't know. This looks weird. Uh, let's see. Pretty Brown Girl says, I definitely think she is involved. Her behavior when the police arrive is very suspicious. You cheating on your husband and you going crazy over him getting killed. I mean, death is very traumatic, but yeah. What you saying, Benny? It's about 52 miles an hour. Whoa, okay. Okay, so yeah, over a little bit over an hour away. Yeah, they probably know the same news, but maybe their jury pool was kind of better in regards to it. Let me see if I can get the P Diddy verdict where somebody kind of like talk about it and tell us what happened. Yeah, I don't know what they have. I don't know. I love Jesse. Let's see here. I guess I should have had this better queued up because I have no clue what this is. It's just saying verdict watch on with this the part that I'm getting. Yeah. Well, I do know that he was found guilty on 2 charges. I know the most serious charges that he was facing was the RICO and the sex trafficking, and he was found not guilty on those. And from everything that I've heard in regards to the Diddy, just to give y'all an update that when we're talking about the 2 that he was convicted of, which were the prostitutions cases, I know that the maximum is 10 years, the minimum is 15 months. In the feds, when you don't have a criminal history, typically the judge will go with the minimum sentence. So he's possibly just looking at 15 months. And if they weren't concurrently together, then we're talking about Diddy's been in there since September of last year. We are at or almost, we're a couple months away from September of this year. So he's almost been in there a year. I think in the feds, you only have to serve about 85% of your time. So Diddy could be out very soon. What do you think about that? I can only imagine. I think they said that he even said to his family, like, I'm coming home. I don't know what people's thoughts are in regards to if they followed any of the testimony. You said, I think they come back this afternoon to discuss his sentencing for the lesser charges. Okay, thank you, pretty girl. Thank you. She said, okay. Yeah. What were your thoughts on in regards to what he was charged with? Do you think they overcharged him? I'm interested to hear anybody's take on that. If I give you my personal beliefs, you'd probably be like, oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, it just sounded like he should have been charged with domestic violence. Like domestic violence, they would have been okay. But everything else that they haven't charged on, that they tried to get on him, nah, that ain't gonna work. Okay, so my thoughts are, you say you don't know how you feel. Okay, I'll let you know. I'll open the door. Okay. Now I followed the case pretty intensely, right? When the tweets and stuff was coming out, I just didn't cover it because I wasn't getting along with doing all them tweets and trying to figure out what was going on. It's nothing like actually seeing a testimony, seeing people, right? So as I was looking through the tweets and listening to Cassie's testimony and listening to Jane's testimony, you know, the two main witnesses in this case, all I can think of in regards to this is it sounds like women who did not get what they wanted, and because they could not be number one in his life, a lot of regret. And it's more probably to explain to that only because of their testimonies. Like, I'm almost sure, and you could tell me a one in the chat if you agree or two of you don't agree. If Cassie and Diddy would have gotten married, would we be here? If Jane and Diddy were married, would she have testified? All they kept saying on the stand when you look at it is that they were doing these things to spend time with him. Cassie just, you know, I'm not saying that he should put his hands on her or anything like that, right? That I don't agree. Now, he guilty all the way for that. But it sounded like these women were compromising their beliefs and what they feel about themselves in order to be in the presence of Diddy. Like Jane knew, Jane knew that he had all these other women, but the problem became when he was doing stuff for Young Miami or doing stuff for Gina, but these women probably were not participating in these King's nights or freak offs like her. Y'all keep in mind, Diddy only seen Jane like 5 weeks, every other 5 weeks. Like, and remember, her baby daddy 50 Cent, you know, and then they just run in these circles. They just run in these circles. Like, so now it's because because she couldn't be the main girl. Because remember, Young Miami, she wasn't doing all of that. Jane out here doing all-star freak offs, doing all types of stuff. You know, and with Cassie, remember, he was always with Kim Porter, right? She was always number one. And I think it really crushed Cassie when Diddy, after Kim Porter passed away, he made that post on Facebook talking about that was the love of his life, right? So you got to think from Cassie's position, she's like, I'm out here doing all these freak offs, sleeping with all these men, all of this stuff. And you telling me I'm still not going to be number one in your life? You know, and then that girl Gina came into the picture and that just had Cassie just blow a gasket. Okay. Donna, she says, just based on the AI vids and the law and crime put out, James seemed like a willing participating. Cassie seemed like domestic violence. I agree with that. Media, okay. Benny says media made it a far worse. Yeah, right. About his lifestyle, then it would be all around. Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of you guys. Like, yeah, I think Cassie, I think that they both was probably at points in times popping each other. Like no more than what Diddy wanted to get out in regards to their domestic relationship. Cassie didn't want that out there either. Okay. Pretty Brown Girl says, y'all, I just feel like Cassie got with this new guy running the but I gotta laugh because girl, they had a new baby and boom. You're right. You're right. I'm telling you, a Pretty Brown Girl, I'm telling you, he was sitting right there in the background, you know, the trainer, right? He said, "Oh, we about to get a bag. We staying with your mama. We on the third child, like, and you struggling, and I know all the stuff that you did because you put in this little memoir or book. Oh, we about to go get this bag, right?" She sued him, and I'm telling you what happened. I'm almost sure feds got to looking into it, right? Because they seen all those salacious details and all that information, and they was like, "Oh, we can get him for something." You know, the buck just doesn't stop here, right? Because they called Cassie in pretty shortly after that settlement, that lawsuit was settled with him and her, right? Like, I totally agree, right? They didn't have no funds. They was staying with the mama. And we working on, you know, we got 2 kids and staying with the mom. I mean, she got paid, right? All the way paid. And they were staying with Diddy, you know, for the lifestyle, all of that stuff. Right, exactly. Like, exactly. Like, yeah, that, like, I'm so glad, you know, the prostitution, yeah, not, you know, he was paying, you know, for all of this stuff. But gosh, for Diddy, like, does he come back from this? And how? Because everybody knows he's a CUCK. I want to say it right. Yeah. Like, we done found out that he was not actually what they may say he was, because I know they had allegations that he was sleeping with men and allegations about, you know, we had all those civil lawsuits in regards to kids being involved. So, you know, the media made it like we was about to see baby oil. When they first talked about freak offs, do y'all know I thought it was a party with about 30 people in there getting it off? Like, that's what I thought a freak off was. So when I found out it was just a woman pleasing her man for whatever his appetite was at a time, I'm like, this is what we doing right now? And he sold her a couple dreams. These men out here selling dreams to women all the time. And I guess we can't get nothing because they ain't got no money. I tell you. Donna said, was there ever any evidence that went towards the underage people that were supposed to be at these parties? That was more concerning to me than the actions of these women who are just, well, no, nothing came out in the trial like that. Nothing at all. Nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, they made this to be this big thing about these kids, you know, that he was sleeping with men, because you had that little ride thing that came out about it. So, yeah, none of that. Now, I'm telling you, like, if it was some truth to anything with some underage kids, they would have brought that forward and it would have been a whole nother R. Kelly situation, right? I'm sure y'all agree with that. Right? No, he would have went down. But when we talk about grown consenting adults that are doing things in order to make another person happy in a relationship, I mean, I ain't here to judge them. Whatever they do, you know, people do something strange for some change. Which is like he shut all of that down. Vinny said Brian still shut all of that down. Right. Absolutely. Like, let's call a spade a spade. In all aspects of this, like, this is just like, so I agree with them coming back with the prostitution because he was definitely doing some things, right? But for the things that they were willing to go through for this, for to be with Diddy, I mean, to each his own, right? Because I think that if either one of these women, Cassie or Jane Doe, if they would have been a permanent fixture or the main woman in Diddy's life, they would not be even on the stand or anything. Y'all see Gina got ghost. She was victim number 3. She wasn't coming in to entertain that. You say you were, okay, Brittany, are you saying in this case or are you talking about the other case? Pretty brown girl. Are you talking about the case that we talk about with Karina, or are you talking about Puffy? I'm keeping an eye on the courtroom too. Yeah, I think that, you know, I just hate that now, you know, his whole personal life is out there, his kids, all of that stuff, because it's just really getting scary. Diddy case. Well, I think they had enough. I think they had enough. They just went after the wrong stuff. Like, I don't even know how you do a RICO and you don't have KK up there on the stand. And she not sitting right next to Diddy, or she not taking the stand against Diddy. Like, I don't know what that whole thing was about, because it's just no way. It's just no way. Like, I've never seen a RICO come down and you don't have multiple people that's involved to testifying. You know, and the defense did an awesome job in everything that they presented. Like, y'all know, like, you know, your defense is cold when they don't call not one witness. Not a one. Not a one. I was worried because I've never seen like a high profile case where they don't call not one, not even a character witness. But, you know, to go back to your question, Pretty Brown, I think that the prosecution, they just threw stuff out there. They threw stuff out there to see what could stick. And we could tell that at the end of the trial, when they started removing charges like the arson on Kid Cudi, they removed that, you know. So when they started dropping certain things that they didn't want the jury to focus on, you knew that their whole case was kind of like crap. And, you know, I think the only reason why he probably got convicted of the prostitution portion the way he did is because, you know, he did have text messages and threads that were coming from his business account or email that he was like paying these workers out of his Bad Boy Entertainment account. So they were able to like link chains of emails to that. And he was approving different payments for the escorts, you know, approving those payments for the escorts and things like that through that portion. So that's what I definitely know in regards to that. So I think that that's what they were banking them on. Yeah, and they're still on lunch. They said they'll resume about 2:30. So they should be coming back into the court. I think it says Eastern Standard Time, so I'm thinking probably in about maybe 15, 20 minutes. They'll be coming back in. But yeah, I just really think I'm glad that they got this. I'm glad that the jury got it right. I know that they said that he was really, really, really concerned yesterday. He looked defeated. So it's so crazy. Right now, it went from a Diddy verdict watch to is a live Diddy bail watch. Girl, he gonna use that little girl. He been planning a freak off a king size since last year. And he gonna request his stuff back, Pretty Brown. What is you talking about? This show don't stop. Either you gonna be a willing participant or not. Girl, because he was already, he never stopped his freak off. They called him with freak off materials when they came and got him at the hotel in New York. Girl, he gonna be back to doing freak offs. Girl, he freak off planning right now. What you think? He gonna start making his own? Donna said he gonna start making his own lube now. Girl, I think right. The Diddy Glide, right? He gotta have a catch with it because according to that baby oil, look at me, baby oil. That baby oil is very messy. Did y'all see the pictures that were released? Which pictures are you speaking about? From today? I'm seeing if there's a good video or something that we can watch. I'm mad my boy Jesse ain't doing nothing great. I like to watch. They only deliberated for 15 hours. Oh, okay. I think I might have found us a video. Here, I'll turn on this video. I'm still watching the okay, Benny said about the what about the Brian Kober guilty plea deal then? Now that was another one that would surprise me. He pled after such a mega circus of a case. Benny, in regards to that case, I heard it's a lot of people upset about that. When I was reading, it's a lot of people upset about that. I didn't follow it too much because I was waiting for to see if the trial was going to start. But yeah, I definitely did hear that when I was looking that there were a lot of concerns and a lot of the families didn't agree with that. They were more or less wanting him to take trial and get the death penalty. Yeah, I didn't follow it too much. I just seen people opinions on there because I thought it was gonna be a trial, right? So I was just kind of looking. So yeah, I can imagine, but I guess to save people from testifying and reliving those events, that may be the best thing, right? I mean, I guess it depends on what side of the coin you coming from in regards to that. Okay, Pretty Brown Girl says the feds took pics of the house after they arrested him and he got a red room. Yeah. You know what? And I think to your notion, Pretty Brown Girl, they have more Astroglide than the baby oil, from my understanding, when they had somebody testify. Yeah. Yeah, I'm almost sure they had more of the Astroglide than that baby oil. But here, just so we can see what we got here, I'm gonna put this video on and we can see what they talking about. Only because I really didn't get the entire update on how this works. I know that we have went from a verdict watch to a bail watch. So we got two different things. No, I know, Benny. Yeah, I have to look more into that. I know it's horrific.
Time no see. Good to be with you. I'm Chris Stewart. Welcome back to the Law and Crime live stream. We have live coverage. I know we just had a verdict is in animation run. I want to be clear.
And just so y'all know, I am still watching to see when they come back from lunch. They should be back in the next 5 or 6 minutes and we'll go right back in the courtroom. But until then, we can just kind of like see what Law and Crime has. I hope they talking about Jesse. I like Jesse and Elizabeth. I don't know if y'all watched them, but I like Jesse. His hair is amazing. 1 second here.
That a note has been sent from the jury. So we're a little more than an hour into deliberations today, roughly 14 and a half hours thus far since the jury started deliberating. Remember yesterday, they reached a verdict, unanimous verdicts on 4 of 5 counts facing Sean Diddy Combs, but they were deadlocked to that point, or at least in a place where they said they were unpersuadable on count 1, the racketeering conspiracy charge facing Sean Diddy Combs. We just got an update. It is a verdict. That is per CNN and Intercity Press, which has been covering this case. We do have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, who is the host of Scandal here on Law and Crime. So just about an hour into deliberations today, Sierra, after they went home last night, they were not able to reach an agreement on count 1. Now we have a verdict coming in. What is your reaction as I'm being told that Combs and other lawyers have returned to the courtroom? And so we're going to continue to follow this. Just your reaction thus far, pretty quick this morning.
The verdict is in. It is official. I mean, yesterday we were talking about how 4 of the 5 counts had been decided upon. The verdict was in, but still a question mark for this morning. What could come of that final one, count 1, racketeering conspiracy? And only about an hour into deliberations this morning, the jury returns a verdict. And let me tell you, there was a lot going on. Up and down the road that I'm on right here, it's filled with media. And we're all sitting down waiting, what's going to happen, updating our phones. Is there any sort of, news coming? And all of a sudden I hear next to me, ABC, we've got a verdict. Everyone else, here's a verdict. And by the way, I think we have a court update. So I'm going to go back to Chris. Tell us what we know.
Yes, court update coming in. Again, we have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are still meeting with him in private as we wait for the verdict to be read in court. We know that Combs' mom and his sister are in the courtroom. We saw members of his family, his children were there. They actually prayed with Sean Diddy Combs inside of the courtroom this morning before members of his family left, which was probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. And then Sean Combs went to a separate room where he was going to wait out these deliberations. I want to bring in our panel of experts who are with me this morning, starting at 9 o'clock. Candace Kelly, legal analyst, and then we have William Corman, who's a criminal defense attorney. Both are joining us. So very quick, since I last spoke to you, that verdicts come in. Just Candace, what's your reaction? I mean, we were thinking potentially that this was going to be a hung jury. We're still working on getting those guests. But again, we were talking this morning because of yesterday, the jury used the term unpersuadable when saying that that's where they were at on this racketeering conspiracy charge that Sean Combs was facing, even though they were able to find unanimous verdicts on 4 counts facing Diddy. But here we are, just an hour in, going home, sleeping on it. The 12 members of the jury returning a verdict. We're going to work on getting our guests up. But Sierra, walk us through, as you've covered this every day, of what makes this racketeering charge so complicated and why it seemed the jury, at least early on in these deliberations, they were having an issue coming to a verdict on this charge leading up to about 5 minutes ago.
Well, I'm really not surprised that it was count one that was the hung jury or the confusion, right? Because it is the most complicated of all of them, racketeering conspiracy. And this is something we've talked at length about with the predicate crimes, things like arson, bribery, forced labor, kidnapping. And it's got to be confusing. I mean, for me, who doesn't have a law degree, I've been covering this case for quite some time now. Even at times I waver and I'm like, wait, what is this about? Let's, make sure to go back and really think about it. And I think for jurors, that's what it's got to be, right? It's now become their job to figure this out. However, they weren't watching P. Diddy before all of this. They might have seen his name in the news, but they weren't really zoning in on racketeering conspiracy. And I think the biggest issue in all of this is likely that it's a conspiracy, right? Multiple people had to take part in this conspiracy. And yet there was only one person charged, one defendant, P. Diddy. And to me, that could be the question mark in all of this. And I do want to say, before we throw back to our guests really quickly, we were not expecting this verdict. P. Diddy's family walked out of the courtroom. I watched him go. Everyone thought, okay, that's the way it's going to be. And all of a sudden, they're coming right back in. We're getting the rush. And again, it just wasn't expected after 1 hour of deliberation this morning.
Court update again. Sean Combs has entered the courtroom. He looked at his family. Again, his mom and his sister are there right now. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed a small smile. Let's bring in our experts right now. Candace Kelly, legal analyst. William Corbin, good to see you again. What is your reaction, Candace? I'll start with you. William Corbin, criminal defense attorney, by the way. But Candace, I'll start with you. Your reaction to the jury reaching this verdict?
Well, listen, I'm not surprised. I know that we talked about lunch just a few minutes ago. I'm a little quiet now because I'm in a TV studio. You probably see people running behind me, by the way. But I'm not surprised because, listen, we know that there was a point where they were coming to a conclusion in all this, and we thought that it was going to be today. I think what happened is that when they slept on it, maybe a lot of them made their decisions and came to a conclusion when they got to court, because that was very quick. It's 10:13 right now. Not a lot of discussions, probably just a lot of voting on each of the charges and then moving on.
It'll be fascinating to hear just how many people yesterday were on one side compared to the others, to the other on this charge, the 12 jurors. William, what's your reaction that they were able to, in about an hour today, find a verdict?
This is why I never bet on how long it's going to take to reach a verdict.
Right.
Because I think both Candace and I were looking at noon or a little bit after noon,
Yes.
and that was about 6 minutes ago. So we're both way off. I agree with Candace. I think that giving them the night off, giving them the pause, allowed whoever it was that needed to do some internal soul searching, whoever it was that needed to marshal their arguments to convince whatever holdouts there were. They did their job, and so now here we are. Again, as I mentioned a little while ago, sitting around waiting for a verdict is very taxing. Thing worse than sitting around waiting for a verdict is when you know there is a verdict and you're sitting around waiting for the verdict to be read. This is about as high drama and about as tense as it gets. I've been in this position many times. It is an uncomfortable feeling because you're trying to read tea leaves that simply don't exist. They are sitting in that courtroom right now, just staring at the walls, waiting for the jurors to come in, waiting for everyone to reassemble. And it's tense and it's tough and it's taxing.
Let's get to this update. The judge says we received a note at 9:52 a.m. and it reads, "We have reached a verdict on all counts. Anything to address before we bring out the jury?" Both sides say no. The judge says maintain order while the verdict is being read and until we have the jury out. Candace, walk us through. We don't have cameras in the courtroom, but what is going to happen next?
Well, listen, this gives time for the family to reconvene. As we know, the family left. They perhaps thought like us that they had a little more time. It gives everybody a time to kind of shore up, be ready, be there as you would want somebody who's a defendant who may not be walking out of the jail. So with that in mind, everybody gets assembled. And then the foreperson is going to read the verdict once everybody is marshaled in. And as you mentioned, the judge is going to have to do a very good job to say, everybody, please be calm. Make sure that your reactions are in accordance with the rules and guidelines of the courtroom. As we know, though, Chris, that is very difficult to maintain. I am sure that regardless of what the verdict is, there is going to be a reaction, because any combination of an outcome, guilty, not guilty, it's going to be a surprise, because we just don't know, and we just are not the jurors in there making the decision.
Yeah, and what a decision that they've made. I'm getting another update here. The judge says, I will ask our deputy to bring back our jury. Sean Combs has remained seated. His 8 lawyers are standing up. The judge says, all rise. So here we go. The jury's going to be coming in. So I do apologize if I'm looking off screen, as I typically do. I have a monitor here. So I'm kind of watching this like a hawk to make sure that I bring you the update as quickly as possible. And as I wait for the update, William, let's talk about count 1, racketeering conspiracy. And just for those who are joining us, this is a complicated charge. What does the jury, as the jury, I'm just told the jurors are now entering, what is the jury going through? How do they reach a guilty or not guilty verdict? What do they consider when looking at count 1, racketeering conspiracy?
They have to find that Sean Combs was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the predicate offenses, at least 2 of the predicate offenses, such as arson, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and so on. Then they also have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that he was part of an enterprise, and the enterprise was created for the purpose of committing criminal acts, that the enterprise itself was created for the purpose of continued criminal conduct. We know from the notes yesterday that this is what the jury was hung up on, and we know that after 52 minutes or so of deliberating today, whatever they were hung up on now has been resolved.
And we have received your note, says the judge. Juror number 5, have you reached a verdict? He is the foreman. Juror number 5 says we have. The judge says, is it unanimous? Juror number 5 says it is. The judge says, please provide the verdict for the deputy. And I'm waiting for another update to come in. But Candace, and I may cut you off here, take us inside what's probably the courtroom right now. And we do have, before that verdict comes in, we do have a poll up if you want to weigh in, everybody watching, on what you think the verdict may be. But take us inside, paint a picture of what it is like to be in that room right now.
Listen, everyone's quiet as a mouse. They are waiting for the details. This is the moment that this 7 weeks has been built upon, not just for the jurors, but for the public, for the reporters, for his family, for Sean Combs. This is the time. So it is quiet. Everybody's being patient. All rules are being followed. No one is acting up. No one is doing anything. Everybody is waiting with bated breath. This is the moment.
Yeah, it's a moment, as I'm seeing one of my producers writing here. So I apologize, just waiting here to see if we do have the update on what that count is. They're reading this charge. I think of this morning when Sean Combs, we were talking with Elizabeth Milner, who's in the courtroom right now, that Sean Combs was praying with his family. And here is the verdict. The judge says the deputy will inquire as to the verdict. The deputy says, in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count 1, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, juror number 5, not guilty. Deputy, transportation for prostitution, juror number 5, guilty. So we have 2 not guilties on count 1, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, that is not guilty, and transportation for prostitution, guilty. What is your reaction, William, to what the jury has found in the case against Sean Combs?
So far, I'm very surprised. I thought that the prosecution really did put forward a fantastic case involving Cassie Ventura. I'm surprised that they weren't able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the defense counsel certainly did a great job in sort of showing the back and forth, the digital footprints that we talked about earlier, showing that, perhaps she was a willing participant in all this. Perhaps, she did know what was going on, and that she was okay with it.
Finds it guilty, according to the foreman, juror number 5. Candace, what is your reaction?
So listen, we're not surprised. We knew that that lower act, we knew that the transportation crossing straight lines in order to engage in prostitution, we knew that that was practically a given, that the defense was willing actually to give up, as we talked about before, that's up to 10 years. So that could really be across the spectrum. What we know it's not is RICO. We know it's not 20 years to life. And I think that that's something that defense definitely would say is a win. We are not surprised. I think that none of us are.
William, what does this mean for Sean Combs now? These are the two, the two weakest charges in terms of penalties. I guess you would say in terms of seriousness of charges. Not guilty on racketeering, not guilty on sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty of sex trafficking of Jane. What does this verdict mean? Getting those two guilty verdicts on the transportation for prostitution charges.
Well, obviously, there's still serious charges. I mean, it's the full weight of the federal government has come down against Mr. Combs and has charged him with these crimes. Obviously, he is relieved to have not been found guilty of the more serious crimes, if you will, but these were serious nonetheless. And there is a possibility that he's going to be sentenced to federal prison as a result. Both these counts carry with him up to 10 years in federal prison. He does have, I want to say, 10 or 12 months in already. He would get credit for that. I do think that there's a reasonable likelihood that he'll still be sentenced to some period of state prison and obviously, federal prison. But again, it's still very, very serious.
Does this mean that Sean Combs potentially could walk out of the courthouse today and then sentencing be pushed to a later date, Candace?
He's not walking out today. He's got a lot to do in terms of actually going back to the courthouse. And what they want to make sure doesn't happen is that he doesn't, he's not out in order to do what they thought he might do, which was tamper with witnesses. If they choose to charge this any further, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be held, and then he's going to be sentenced, and then he's going to be placed somewhere. As you said, it could be Florida, it could be in the Midwest, it could be Pennsylvania with Bob Menendez. We never know, but he is not going anywhere today.
And then, William, walk us through the sentencing part of this.
Okay, guys, they're back in court. So we heard what the verdict was, what counts Diddy was convicted of. I kind of got irritated when she said he ain't walking out today. And I'm like, okay. No, y'all, he done been in jail almost a year, right? I don't know what the sentencing going to be, but now I can tell you right now they are on sentencing watch, a bail hearing watch, right? Because don't forget, his lawyers asked, hey, we want bail now. And this stuff about him tampering with witnesses and all this stuff, like, he is not about to do all of that. For what? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The more serious charges, Pretty Brown Girl says, for the more serious charges, would have gave him a lot of jail time. With the transportation of prostitution charges, probably won't get him any jail time. With 2 counts, it won't mean more than 10 years. Right. And remember, in the feds, from my understanding, don't quote me, from my understanding with the feds is that if you haven't been convicted of a felony before and it's your first offense, they're not giving you the maximum. Right. So, yeah. So they working on a bail package right now. Okay. And he does have the $1 million bad boy team defense. So they working on it. So if there's any way to get him out of jail today, they gonna be working on it, right? Y'all done wasted enough of this man's time and millions of his dollars. Okay, Donna, let's see. She says, because I asked her in regards to what happened and why in this case they decided to do the plea deal, and she says from what kind of deal they offer. It seems to me they finally realized that he was not going to get away with it. Okay. Oh, his lawyers went and asked. Well, I don't know how they thought he was going to get away with it from the beginning. Like, but okay. Well, his lawyers. Okay. And that probably helped the family, I can imagine, in all sorts of ways of having not to relive how their loved ones were lost in this incident. Yeah, so I can see, but I did see some people reacting afterwards, like they were very disappointed. They didn't agree with the plea offer, and things of that nature. So I guess there's a mix of emotions in regards to that from people that are intimately involved in that case. Okay, awesome. So what we'll do is I'll go ahead and take us back into our case, right? Because we don't want to miss the moment of what we have going on, so we can be able to decide what the hell happened to Ryan. I want to keep calling him Ray. I want to know what happened to Ryan. Who, what, when, where, and why, right? So let me get that. Let me get that back up for us. Thank you. Got some coffee delivered. Y'all know me with my Mickey D's, right? Because we in here. Let's see here. Let me get us back into our courtroom so we can see what's going on. I'm just going to rewind just a tad bit. Y'all can see her right there, right? No cries, no tears. We got the look of shock on our face. I believe they're bringing in the jury. Here we go. We going back in. Let's go.
Right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. Yeah, no. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. So we're back on the record. We have the jury, counsel, and parties all present. And we had, before lunch, finished with the testimony of Mr. Fangman. And at this point, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state is prepared to call our next witness, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Travis Foster.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Foster. You can come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. So there's a microphone on there. If you could turn that, there's a little button at the bottom there. Nope, on the top. This is it. There you go. Yep, you can adjust that however you'd like, sir. All right. Deputy Foster, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them?
Travis Foster, Travis Foster.
Right, thank you. Mr. Engel, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Foster, how are you employed?
I am employed as a deputy sheriff with the Powashik County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been so employed?
for 3 years.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement generally?
Almost 9.5 years.
Could you just briefly outline for the jury your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
My formal education, I have a AA degree in liberal arts and an AAS degree in criminal justice from Indian Hills Community College. I also have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary studies from Iowa State University, and I have a Master of Arts degree in criminal justice from Arizona State University.
Can you talk a little bit about your training that you received as a member of law enforcement?
Yep, I started law enforcement in 2016 and graduated the Law Enforcement Academy in October of 2016. Since graduating, I've completed an additional 620 hours of training to include multiple courses in interview and interrogation, search warrant writing, advanced OWI detection, and training in various types of criminal investigations to include narcotics, financial exploitation, sexual exploitation, and homicides and missing persons cases.
Okay, can you talk a little bit about your duties generally?
Currently, I'm assigned to night shift patrol, so I respond to calls, take reports, and do my own investigations.
Investigations into what types of cases?
Sexual abuse, financial exploitation, theft, burglary, other various types of OWI investigations as well.
Were you employed by the Tama County Sheriff's Office in 2021?
Yes,
Were you on duty on the morning of June 18th of 2021?
yes,
Were you dispatched to an address at K Avenue?
yes, I was dispatched to 1846 K Avenue,
Do you remember about what time that dispatch call came in?
4:39 a.m.
What was the nature of the information that you received?
Dispatch advised us that someone had been shot and that they were currently bleeding.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, maybe move that mic back just a little. Thank you. Just having a little bit of trouble understanding you. If I understand correctly, you said dispatch advised that someone had been shot and was currently bleeding.
Yes.
Did you have any other information at that time?
They said they were trying to get more information, but it couldn't get anything from the reporting party.
With that information, what did you do?
I responded to the scene.
What's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene at 4:46 a.m. and walked up to the entrance of the residence and observed two adults, one male, one female. The male was later identified as Aaron Cooper, and he was consoling the female who was identified as Karina Cooper.
So the first thing you did then is you arrived on scene, you walked towards the house, and you see these two individuals, Karina Cooper and Aaron Cooper.
Yes,
Did you attempt to engage with them?
yes.
For what purpose?
I asked Aaron what happened, or excuse me, I asked him where the other deputy was and where the victim was, and he advised that Deputy Fangman and his brother were inside the residence in the living room.
This is implied by your response, but other members of law enforcement were already at the scene.
Deputy Fangman was, yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene?
4:46 a.m.
Were you able to obtain any information from Karina Cooper at that time?
No,
Explain.
she was hysterical, and I would consider inconsolable at that point, so I didn't attempt to talk to her.
Aaron Cooper advised you that Deputy Fangman was inside,
Yes.
that his brother was inside as well. What did you do then with that information?
I went inside, walked through the kitchen, the dining room area, and made contact with Deputy Fangman inside the living room and observed the victim deceased in the recliner.
What were your initial observations of the scene?
After briefly speaking to Deputy Fangman, we both went over to the deceased and I observed that he had blood coming out of his nose, his mouth, and his ears, and that there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood that had started to coagulate or dry, and then there was also blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner.
You saw blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner. You saw blood on the floor that you said you believed had started to dry.
It appeared to have started dry, yes.
Did you make any observations of Ryan Cooper himself?
He was deceased and had blood coming out of his ears and his mouth and his nose.
Any observations of the blood that you observed on his person?
It was on his face, on his body.
Did that appear to be dry or was that more wet?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Some appeared on his face appeared more dry. Other parts of his body appeared to be more wet.
What are your duties then at that time? So you've entered this residence, you believe that Ryan Cooper is deceased. What are your duties at the time? What are you attempting to do?
Determine what had happened, and we also called for our supervisor, who was the sheriff, and called for the medical examiner's office to be dispatched to the scene.
At this point, you have no information from the parties on scene essentially as to what had happened. Is that correct?
That's true.
Were you able then to determine just by looking at Ryan Cooper what had occurred?
No.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor and blood on his face, and our initial reports that he had been shot. However, by just briefly looking at him at that point, I wasn't able to locate any gunshot wounds or exit wounds, and we weren't able to locate any other holes in the walls or anything that would indicate he had been shot.
Did you have information that someone may have been in the house, or that dispatch had advised that someone may be in the house?
Yes, so the reporting party had also said someone was in the house, yes.
Did that prompt any action on your part?
After going to the body and briefly observing it, I went outside and attempted to speak to Aaron and Karina again.
You stated that you went in the house. I'll talk to you in a moment about the route that you took to get into the house. In moving through the house, both initial entry and then moving through to the living room, as you stated, did you observe any signs of forced entry?
No.
What would you be looking for when you're looking for signs of forced entry?
Well, the door frame to be busted, broken glass, or possibly pry marks showing that someone had tried to gain entry.
Were you able to look at other potential points of entry, such as windows?
Yes, there is a window in the living room directly adjacent to where Ryan was in the recliner. There was also a door in the living room.
Any signs of forced entry?
No.
There's a door, we've heard some testimony already, behind where Ryan Cooper's body was located, correct?
Yes,
When you arrived, was that door open or closed?
it was closed.
At any point, did you open that door?
No,
Did you ever, during the time that you were on the scene, observe anyone go in or out of that door?
no.
No, you didn't observe it, or no?
No, I didn't observe anyone go through that door while I was on scene.
Thank you. Judge, may I approach the witness briefly?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 313. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a layout of the house.
And that's that address at K Avenue that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission. I'll hand you a pointer. If you could just show the jury the route that you took to enter the home and ultimately where you located Ryan Cooper's body.
Yep.
Mr. Engel, could you maybe turn on that mic and point it kind of that way? Perfect.
All right. You stated that you arrived at the scene and entered into the house. Could you show the jury which door you used to enter? All right. And then you proceeded through the house to Ryan Cooper. How did you get there?
So I entered the door here, there's a mudroom right here, walked the stairs, go through the kitchen, go through the hallway or dining area right here, and then the living room, and Ryan Cooper, the recliner over here, and all these doors.
Can I ask you to speak up just a little bit? There is a microphone there that may help.
You can move that whole like this.
No. Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Could you point out for the jury where that door is that's behind the body of Ryan Cooper? And you showed us that you went in through that mudroom and went around through the kitchen, through the hallway, and into the living room. Once you go into that, what's marked there is the mudroom door and into the kitchen. Is there any other way, once you're in the house, to get through to where Ryan Cooper is, or must you follow that route that you just showed us?
Unless you open this door right here, that's the only route to avoid.
Were you able to determine, and I know some of those are marked on there, but the other rooms that are adjacent or right there on that hallway, could you point those out? What were those when you were there at the scene? What did you observe?
The bedrooms had both doors open to either bedroom as I walked by them.
And also in that hallway, there's a bathroom off that hallway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And then there's something marked on their stairs that lead to the second floor. Based on your familiarity with the scene, were you able to determine what those stairs are and where they lead to?
No, I just observed the stairs. I'm assuming they led upstairs, but I never went up there.
So based on your testimony, is it fair to say if you enter through that mudroom door, the only way to get to Ryan Cooper is to pass by that hallway, which includes the bathroom, the 2 bedrooms, and the stairs?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So you stated when you initially arrived on the scene, you engaged briefly with Aaron Cooper. You didn't attempt to speak with Karina Cooper. At any point, did you try to talk to Karina Cooper about what occurred?
Yes.
For what purpose?
To try to determine what had happened, since she was a lone adult in the house when it occurred.
Were you able to get any information on her?
Initially, it was very hard to because of how hysterical she was, but she did eventually provide information.
You said she did eventually provide information?
Yes.
What was she able to tell you when you initially spoke with her?
After escorting her to my patrol vehicle, I asked her what happened, and she said that she had initially heard a loud noise in the house, and that's what had woke her up. So she exited her bedroom and went through the living room and peeked into the kitchen, didn't see anything. She then returned back to the living room and thought she heard a noise or a snore or something like that. So she turned on the light and observed Ryan deceased in the bed, in the recliner.
Did you ask her if she heard or saw anyone else in the house?
Yes.
Did she provide any information?
Initially, she screamed that, "What if they are here?" and didn't provide an actual answer.
Was the information that she had provided you consistent with anything that you observed at the scene, or had you not made any determination?
At that time, I hadn't made a determination about what had happened yet.
Did you make any efforts to obtain further information from her?
Yes, and she stated that after she initially saw Ryan, she had noticed that her other son had awakened, so she took her son and brought him into the bedroom where her other kids were, and attempted to get her gun out of her safe, but was unable to.
And I know you were just using the demonstrative there. She told you that she had taken her son with her other children and herself and locked herself in one of the bedrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah, she said she didn't say she locked herself in there, but she said she retreated to her bedroom in an attempt to retrieve a gun out of her safe for self-defense.
Were you able to determine which bedroom she was talking about?
It would have been, I believe, bedroom 1 on the poster.
Judge, I'm going to put the demonstrative back.
Okay.
Everybody on your side good? Okay.
All right. Based on the information she provided you, is your understanding that she retreated with her children to bedroom number 1?
Yes.
You said she provided you some information about a gun safe. What did she tell you about that gun safe?
She stated she wasn't able to get inside of it when she attempted to, when she retreated into the bedroom.
Did she tell you anything else about the gun safe? What type of gun was in it? Why she was trying to access it or anything like that?
No, she didn't advise what kind of firearm was in or anything like that.
We've heard some testimony that there was a dog on the property. Did you observe this animal?
I did.
Did you talk to Miss Cooper at any point about the dog?
No.
Did she make any comments to you that you recall about the dog?
She stated the dog was barking.
Did she tell you when the dog was barking?
No, she just stated the dog was barking.
Was that in relation to her story, the version of events that she gave you?
Yes. Yes.
So at this point, the information that you've received from Ms. Cooper is essentially limited to what you've testified to. Is that correct?
Yes.
With that information, did you feel that you had any understanding of what had occurred?
Between what was reported and what she had told us, no.
Did you ask her further follow-up questions then regarding, for instance, the noise that she had heard?
Yes, I asked her if what she thought had fallen could have been a gunshot, and initially she said she didn't know. And then after briefly speaking with Deputy Fangman, I asked her that again, and she said she didn't know. She had never heard a gunshot before, except maybe on TV. And then I inquired about her owning a gun, and she stated that she had never shot the gun that she had tried to retrieve from the safe.
So she stated she never even heard a gunshot?
Yes. Except maybe on TV.
Were you able to locate the safe that she had referenced?
Ultimately, yes, in the bedroom.
In that same bedroom, number one?
Yes.
She had told you that she had attempted to open it but was unable to do so?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any attempts to open it?
Initially, no, but we eventually went back into the bedroom and we were able to get the safe open. There were two safes. One was in the bottom of the bedroom that was already, we could open freely. And then the safe that had the firearm in it was on top of the attic. And we were able to open that as well using my own fingerprint, so.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you located the safe that she referenced. You made an effort to open it, and you stated you were able to open it. How?
I put my thumbprint on it and it unlocked.
Did you have any passcodes or keys to that
No,
safe?
no, we had Aaron go ask her if she knew the passcode or anything, and Aaron came back and told us that he hadn't been able to get any information from her regarding any of that.
Is this a safe that you had ever seen before or had any access to?
No.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that night?
I was?
And have you had an opportunity to review your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the scene and the interactions that you had on June 18th, 2021?
It did.
Judge, at this time, and I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit some portions of that body cam marked as State's Exhibit.
Mr. Rob Baker?
No objection, Your Honor.
The state would also move to publish.
All right, then State's Exhibit 103 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get the publication. Okay.
Are you the firefighter? What happened?
She said,
Where is the ambulance?
Where's the guy with the gunshot?
my brother's in the living room.
With the other deputy?
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance to talk to them for obvious reasons. There's a handgun here.
Okay.
That was loaded.
Okay.
but I haven't found one by him, so I I don't know if you saw her, but she was literally on top of him when I came in here.
She's hysterical. I'm assuming he's what? That's the wife.
I think so. There's 3 kids in the bedroom with the door shut.
Okay. Well, call the ME and let me get gloves and tell them to get hold of Dennis. County 7. Get a hold of the ME's office. Also advise 86-1. We have 1 deceased male.
Yep, we already been instructed to.
Did you already tell him that? Okay.
Your initial response to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That shows entry into the house, taking the route that you had described.
Yes.
What steps are you taking? It sounds like you had referenced contacting the ME. Who's that?
Yes, the medical examiner's office, and they would send their death investigator to assist.
Is that standard protocol?
Yes.
In instances where you're dealing with a dead body?
Yes.
And then you talked about getting a hold of Dennis as well?
Yes, he was, excuse me, he was the sheriff and our supervisor.
And again, that's standard protocol?
Yes.
What are you doing now as you've left the house after making your initial entry?
I'm going to get gloves, and I'm going to come back and talk to Aaron, or attempt to talk to Aaron and Karina. William, put her in your truck.
Somebody help me now!
Put her in your truck.
Huh? Or you can put her in the shop.
Right here?
No,
Oh.
Where is the kids? Why is nobody help me now?
What's her name? What's her name?
Karina.
Karina. Your kids are in the bedroom with the door locked, okay? Is that your brother in there? Is that what you said? Did you already go in there?
Yeah.
Does he have any problems? Mental health problems or anything?
No. What'd you find?
Huh?
What'd you find? I can't see much.
Yeah,
With her.
Because that portion's kind of hard to hear. Couldn't quite hear, but it sounded like you were asking if Ryan Cooper had any medical problems. Is that correct?
medical or mental health problems, yes.
Why were you asking those questions?
Just in case if it was end up being a suicide.
And that conversation took place in the presence of Ms. Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she respond in any way to any of the questions that you were asking at that point?
No.
He unlocked. What? I had one I brought. She said somebody was in her house.
Okay.
Where's the MVP shield?
The one sitting up here?
Yeah.
That's your gun?
Camo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay.
Again, it's a little bit hard to hear. What was the conversation you were having with Aaron Cooper at that point?
Aaron, I said we had found a firearm inside, and Aaron advised me that he had brought a firearm with him because Karina had told him someone was inside and that the firearm inside was his.
Right, I think you had testified previously then that you had moved Karina to your patrol vehicle and then attempted to get further information from her, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was captured by your body-worn camera?
yes. Karina, I need you to tell me what happened. Can you tell me what happened?
There was a loud noise. I thought something fell. Something always falls down in this house.
Okay. And then what happened?
I got up and I peeked in the living room and then I went to the kitchen.
Okay.
There was nothing fell. I
Okay.
didn't find anything. And then I heard him snore or some weird.
Can you put them in your truck?
No, I want my kid.
I'm right. We need it.
I want my baby.
They're right there, okay? They're in your brother's truck, okay? Did you see anybody else in the house?
No. No. He made a noise and I turned on the light.
And then that's when he was there.
I was everywhere.
Okay. But you didn't hear or see anyone else?
No. No, what if they're here?
What?
What if they're here?
I don't. Kids are safe, okay? You're safe. All right?
I couldn't get my fucking gun out of the safe.
You couldn't get your gun out of his face?
Kate woke up and I put him in the bedroom with the other kids and I told him to stay and I couldn't get the safe open to get my gun. I thought he was in the house.
Okay.
I couldn't do anything.
It's okay, all right? But you didn't actually see anybody?
No.
Okay. So did he do that to himself?
No way. No fucking way.
Okay.
No. No. Somebody's here. Somebody has to be here. I'm so scared. I'm not here to get my kid. I can't breathe.
It's okay. I'm right here, okay?
I can't breathe.
Here, you want to hold my hand? Here. All right? I'm right here for you, okay?
It's so hot.
What? I know it's hot. Okay, it's hot everywhere. All right? So, you heard something fall, and then you came outside. You put your kids. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, okay?
Why are you taking
All right.
me to the hospital?
So, you heard something drop. You put your kids in the bedroom, right? Huh?
My kids sleep with me too.
Okay. So you heard something in the house, and you put your kids in the bedroom.
They were already in the bedroom with me.
Okay, so they're in the
And I
bedroom.
heard something, and it
Okay.
scared me.
Okay.
And I got up, and the the dog was barking.
Okay.
Why did I go to the kitchen? I don't know. Why did I stop?
And you came out and he was like that?
I looked right in there and I saw him laying there sleeping.
Okay.
I went to the kitchen to see if something fell.
Okay.
And I heard him snore. He was breathing. He snored. And I turned on the light and I saw him.
You turned on the light and you saw him?
He won't wake up. I want to go. I need my kids.
The kids are in the truck, okay? Would you rather go
Somebody needs to be with them.
Okay, they don't know what's happened yet. They don't want to see you quite yet, because then they're going to have to explain yourself, and I don't think they're ready for that yet.
What do I do? What do I do?
Hey, listen,
Help me.
we're here, okay? I'm here for you. All right, I'm here for you. All right? We just got to figure out what happened first, okay? You want to stand up?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, y'all. I have to stop. Do y'all see the prosecutor's face as he's listening to this? I am cracking up. I have tears in my eyes because sometimes they don't know how their faces appear. Do y'all see his face? He like, oh my gosh, he is thinking everything that we're saying in the chat about her being so over dramatic, so extra. She the only one running around there. Like, y'all gotta remember, like his brother is there at the scene. Oh my God, Diddy, right? Oh, he like, this is some BS. Oh, why do we have to go through this? Like, this is even worse than the other one that we seen, right? No, the other one that we heard. Oh goodness, I'm sorry, I had to stop. Like, this is ridiculous. The prosecutor, he like, what the hell? Okay, I'm gonna play. Okay, I'm gonna mute up. Here y'all go. I wonder how long they gonna stay on him.
I need air.
Okay. Okay. Just take a seat, all right? Could the thing that you thought fell possibly been a gunshot? Okay.
It was loud.
Was it real loud? Okay.
Oh my God.
Karina, sit up. Karina.
I can't. Oh my God.
Ma'am, here. Give me your hand.
I can't.
I know. Listen, I'm sorry.
I can't.
Okay. Just take a deep breath in. Deep breath out, okay? Deep breath in.
I can't.
All right, well, I'm here for you. Hey, control your breathing, okay? Control your breathing, all right?
Somebody needs to be with my kid.
Your kids don't want to see you. You have blood all over you.
I need somebody to come get my kids.
Okay, we will work on that, but we gotta try to figure out what happened. Okay?
They need somebody with them.
Your brother's with them.
Okay.
Again, it's a little bit difficult to hear, but my understanding is that she stated in retelling her story that she heard a noise. She came out to the kitchen. She looked out the kitchen. I guess prior to that, she had peeked into the living room but not seen anything. Then when she went back to the living room and turned on a light is when she saw Ryan Cooper. She stated, is that correct, that she heard him snoring?
She said she thought she heard a noise or believed he might have been snoring because he had breathing issues.
And she mentioned that a couple of times on your body cam, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about attempting, considering that he was snoring, to render CPR or otherwise render any kind of aid?
No.
She didn't talk to you about that, or she didn't say that she did that?
She didn't talk to me about rendering any kind of aid.
Were you aware of any efforts made by Karina Cooper to provide any aid to Ryan Cooper?
Not to my knowledge, no.
She said a few times, what if they're here, and made references to someone potentially being there at the property. Did she ever provide you with any specific name of anyone she had any particular concerns about?
No.
Did you find her to be particularly forthcoming with information?
Due to her emotional state, no.
I think you had mentioned that there was a little bit of further conversation with her about a gun safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
We wasn't sure. I couldn't get that far into the call.
Karina.
I'll give you a call.
Karina, I need you to sit up. Karina, I need you to sit up, okay? So we got to figure out what happened, okay? The loud thump, do you think it was a gunshot or not? I know this is hard, okay, but... What?
I don't know that I've ever heard a gunshot. TV, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Well, you said you have a gun.
I've never even shot it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. All right. Here, buddy.
All right, so you referenced the gun safe and the gun that you had attempted to retrieve. She stated that she's never fired that gun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Engler, are we done with this at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and clear it then.
You outlined your experience in law enforcement. Based on that experience, have you reported to scenes or spent time with individuals who either they themselves have suffered from trauma or viewed traumatic events?
Yes, I've responded to serious traffic accidents, other suicides, medical events such as CPR, or serious farming accidents where someone was either seriously hurt or killed.
And there were other family members present or who witnessed the state of the individual who had been injured or needed medical assistance?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone react the way that Ms. Cooper was acting?
No.
Please explain.
I've never seen someone's emotional state almost completely inhibit them from providing pertinent information to law enforcement.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, what time of day was this?
In the morning, early morning.
Early morning.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that she was, I think you said, inconsolable or hysterical, right?
Yes, correct.
some respects, that's understandable given the condition of her husband, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about, it's like State's Exhibit 313. See that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Did you prepare this exhibit?
Did I prepare the exhibit? No.
Is it to scale?
Is it to scale?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. My guess is not.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the sense of the size of these rooms in this house. The size of that bathroom looks kind of disproportionate compared to other things, but you didn't prepare this, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The door that was discussed is visible behind the chair Mr. Cooper was in. At the time Mr. Cooper was shot, you wouldn't know whether that door was locked or unlocked, right?
No, sir.
Or frankly, the status of any door in the house at that time, right?
No.
In your experience, obviously you've had to respond to some traumatic events, car accidents, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Aaron Cooper, the brother of the deceased, seemed pretty calm.
Yes, I would say he was in shock.
And so how that presents or how people present can vary along a spectrum.
Yes.
And,
Yes, it can. Yep.
I mean, an individual's reaction to trauma is very unique, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Ringo, any further questions?
Just briefly, you stated that you believed Aaron Cooper was in shock. What makes you say that?
Just his demeanor and the look on his face when I arrived on scene. After he also had told me he had been inside. So just the totality of the circumstances.
Can you explain what you mean? Well, first, I suppose, do you have any training dealing with individuals who are in shock?
A little bit, I guess.
And when you say he's in shock, what are you referencing? What do you mean?
I'm just saying he's really taken back by what he had seen and what had occurred that day.
And based on that, that's what you believe explains his demeanor?
That he was very calm, and some people, when they see something traumatic, they have different responses. And him being calm and not really saying a whole lot, that's a typical response for someone who's seen something traumatic, especially a loved one that's deceased at the time.
Defense was asking you, people respond differently to trauma. You've certainly been to a lot of traumatic scenes and traumatic events and dealt with and talked to individuals who have experienced and seen those things. Nonetheless, you stated you've never had an instance where somebody was not able to provide any helpful information in a similar fashion to Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Aaron Cooper.
Guys, so this is who they about to bring to the stand right now is the brother who she called first. So it's going to be interesting what his take is in regards to this and how this unfolded. Wow, I'm glad that we're getting him early because he can probably set the scene for us a little bit better, right? Because we couldn't get nothing out of her besides that yelling and screaming and that mess that she was presenting. Like, really? Do y'all really think that her behavior matched someone who just found their spouse unalive. They, like, I'm kind of like Pretty Brown. Like, I will be doing everything that I can to try to calm myself down to be able to help them as much as I can with every little detail to try to figure out what happened. You know, and I understand in regards to the kids and stuff, but she knows her brother-in-law is there, right? So she knows that somebody is looking after the kids. And even after the officer explained to her, hey, the kids is good. Like, we just not letting them see you because you out here acting nutty, but falling all out on the car and stuff, acting all crazy. But that's just my opinion. And I'm pretty sure the chat kind of agrees in regards to this. It's just overkill. Like, I don't know if this helps helps them. And I see the defense got up here and stated, you know, all people react in a different way. Well, yeah, we all react in different way with different traumas, right? But in the same token, like, to this degree, especially when you got a 27-year-old on the side. Okay. All right, we going back in. Let's see what the brother got to say. Right, Benny? Overkill. Let's see. Going back in, guys.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, you can take a seat to my far left if you would, sir. And that microphone's on. You can move it around to make yourself more comfortable with it. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Mr. Cooper, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cooper, if you can please just start off by giving me your first name and your last name and spelling them.
Aaron Cooper, AARON, COOPER.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, how are you?
Good.
Mr. Cooper, could you explain for the jury what it is that you do for work?
Farm, crop, and cattle.
How long you been doing that?
As long as I could, or have been able to.
Okay. Essentially since you were able?
Yep.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Family business?
Yep.
Was your father a farmer?
Yep.
Was your mom involved in that business as well?
Yes, for bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping. Where's the property that you're farming or properties that you're farming?
The main farm, is that what you're asking? Where I currently live.
Okay. And is that in or around Traer, Iowa?
Yeah.
You married, sir?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
3.
What are your children's names?
Aniston, Raylan, and Rory.
All right. And how are you related to Ryan?
My brother.
Is he your older brother or younger brother?
Older.
By how much?
4 years.
We've heard some testimony about this, but did Ryan have any children?
What's that?
Did Ryan have any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
4.
Did you and Ryan farm together?
Yes.
Can you explain how long you worked together in farming?
As long as I can remember.
Okay, ever since you were kids?
Yep.
So what were your respective roles then if you're both working together in farming?
No, we shared pretty much all the roles together for the most part. From planting to harvest and working cattle and hauling grain.
So when you say hauling cattle and hauling grain, I guess could you just briefly outline the operation? There's been some reference to the fact that it's a family business. What does that business look like? What components are there? If there's a hauling component, does that include trucking? Just kind of tell the jury how the whole system works.
Okay. Most of the time, like for harvest, we would haul in grain to the elevators. And then certain years we would store grain and then haul it to a facility, like a ethanol plant.
Okay. And then depending on the season, you're, like you said, planting and harvesting and everything else that goes with farming.
Yep.
Is there a trucking component to that? And is that just limited to farming?
We have a feedlot that we raise cattle at, and we haul a majority of our own cattle to market.
Okay. So do you own the land that you farm, or did you and Ryan own that land?
The farm owned all of our land.
Okay. So when you say the farm owned all of the land, are you talking about Cooper Farms?
Yes,
Is that an LLC?
incorporated.
Okay. So everything's owned by Cooper Farms?
Mhm.
So all the land is owned by Cooper Farms. What else is owned by Cooper Farms?
Our properties, our houses, the
When you
trucks.
say our houses, how many houses are we talking about?
Be me and my brothers. We have two other properties along that same highway that my parents lived at, and then an extra one.
And under this Cooper Farms umbrella, then we have all the farm property, these houses, which include the houses that you live in,
Correct,
and the house that Ryan lived in at the time?
correct.
What about farm machinery and implements?
The farm owns all those.
And you're talking about doing a lot of hauling. Were there semi-trucks and trailers as well?
Yes,
Same question. I think it's going to be the same answer. Owned by
same
Cooper
answer,
Farm?
yes, farm.
So is there any other work that you're doing in addition to farming?
No,
Are you a volunteer firefighter?
yes,
How long have you been doing that?
since 2018.
And what are your duties as a volunteer firefighter?
Any duty that's required.
Okay, such as?
Running accident scenes to house fires to medical lift assists.
So I want to talk to you about the summer of 2021. Where were you living at that time?
At my current home on the main farm.
How close was that to the house that Ryan and Karina Cooper were living in?
Probably a mile and a half.
And that's where you were living in June of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe, you've already talked about the fact that you had children, Ryan and Karina had some children, you're living nearby one another, obviously your family.
Mm-hmm.
What's the relationship like between the two families?
Oh, I would say normal. Holidays, birthdays, get-togethers.
Okay, so the families would see each other with some frequency?
Yeah.
And you said holidays and birthdays,
Mm-hmm.
pretty standard?
Yep.
What was your relationship with Ryan?
He was my brother. I guess I don't understand the question.
So you're working with him, how often are you seeing him?
Regularly.
Okay. Were you guys pretty close?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you what have been marked as State's Exhibits number 303 and 304. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what are those?
Pictures of Ryan with his children.
And I'm going to move to admit and publish those photographs, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. All right, it's 303 and 304, correct?
Yes, and Your Honor, I would ask that, may we approach?
You may. And 304 are admitted. And you'd like to publish these? Yes, please. All right, try it again. All right, hold on. Well, I'll try it again. Okay. All right, what are we seeing in exhibit number 303?
The Ryan with all 4 of his children.
Okay. Do you remember or have any idea roughly when this was taken?
And Cortland was a baby, so roughly 9 years ago.
Okay. And this is 304. What are we looking at here?
Ryan with Cortland in our skid loader.
Okay. Same question, I think probably roughly the same answer about how old is this photo?
8 years
Okay.
ago, probably.
About 8 years ago? All right.
I'm bad with those.
I'm sorry. Thank you. That's fine, Your Honor. All right, so you stated that the families would do things together, birthdays and holidays. Did you take trips together as well? Just both of the families spend time with all the children?
Yes,
Okay. And how well did you know Karina?
pretty well.
How could you explain that?
I guess I don't know how.
When did you first meet her?
I think we were down at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Okay. And do you know how long she and Ryan were married before he passed away?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. Do you have an idea of how long she was somebody that was part of your family?
Roughly 10, or my wife won't be mad at me. This is, 10 plus years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Your Honor, could we put the lights back up? Here. All right, so I want to talk to you then about early morning of June 18th. Did you receive a phone call from Karina Cooper on that morning?
I did.
What was the nature of that phone call?
That somebody was inside their home.
Can you describe the tone or demeanor of the conversation you had with her?
Hysterical.
So you get a call and she says someone's in their house. Did she say anything else?
Not much, just words you couldn't really come up with. It's mainly just screaming.
Did she say anything about Ryan at all?
No.
Did she mention whether Ryan was injured or bleeding?
No.
Did she ask you to call 911?
No.
Did she ask you to call for an ambulance?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time this call was?
4:30
That's 4:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
What were you thinking at that time?
At first, didn't know if it was real just because woke up out of sleep for it, but I didn't know what to think.
So what'd you do?
I grabbed a pistol that I had and went over there.
How'd you get there?
Drove
What'd you drive?
in my pickup.
Okay, so you take your pickup, you have a pistol. Do you remember which pistol that was?
It was a 9mm.
Do you remember about how long it took you to get there?
At least 5 minutes.
Okay. You said you live pretty much just up the road, right?
Yes.
All right. Describe for me then what you saw when you arrived.
Went in the house and Cable let me in, or Cade let me in, sorry. And Karina was laying across Ryan on his recliner.
Okay. So you pull into the driveway. At this point, the only information you have is that someone's in the house.
Correct.
And you have your pistol. Talk to me about how you get from parking the truck. What are you seeing from the time you park the truck to the time you're getting up to the house?
I saw Cade in the window.
So you saw Cade in the window. How old was he at that point? Roughly.
11 or 12.
What were you thinking when you saw Cade in the window?
My threat level went somewhat down.
Okay, why? Should be obvious, but why?
Because if there was somebody in their house that was not supposed to be there, I wouldn't figure he would be out and about.
Okay. You said Cade let you inside.
Yes.
What door did you go in?
Be the door that goes into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen door. Did he open that door for you?
Yes.
What were your observations of his demeanor at that time, if any?
Mainly just looked like shock.
Okay. When you say that, what do you mean?
Just confusion.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
Are you hearing anything at this point when you get up towards the door?
Her screaming.
When you say her, you mean Karina?
Karina.
Cade lets you in. You hear Karina screaming. Cade's the one that opened the door. Where's the screaming coming from?
The living room. Well, I couldn't tell exactly, but it would seem like it was coming from the south side of the home.
Okay. When you say the south side, is that the side with the living room?
Yes.
When you enter that house, we've had some testimony about this before from some of the deputies that were in the house. When you enter through that, right, what's marked there, that you said the door that goes into the kitchen, I suppose. There's a mudroom there as well?
Yes, the main door entrance there.
Once you're in the house, is there any way to get over to where Ryan Cooper is in the living room without going all the way around through the kitchen and the hallway?
No.
So that's the only way to get there once you're in the house from there?
Once you're in the house, yeah.
So obviously you traveled that route to get to the living room.
Yes.
What did you see when you got into the living room?
Ryan in the chair with her on top of him.
So she's on top of him. Any other adults in the house at that point?
No.
Did you see anyone else in the house at all? Besides, obviously, you mentioned Cade.
Cable and Cortland.
Okay. Did you see them at that point, like initially, or not?
I believe so, yes.
So you said Karina was on Ryan. Could you tell what she was doing?
Not exactly, just laying on him, up against him, I guess, like face to face.
Okay, face to face?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so her face is, you're seeing her face is literally against his face?
Yeah, kind of like you would be hugging almost.
Could you tell which side of his face her face was touching?
Be his left.
Was she doing anything? Was she moving, or was she just pressed against him?
I don't recall exactly what she was doing.
Okay. So you come in, she's sitting on top of him. Her face is on the left side of his face. Did you make an attempt to touch Ryan or determine if he had a pulse?
Yes.
And explain that for us. What did you feel?
I remember grabbing his leg, and at that point did not feel warm. It wasn't cold, but didn't feel warm. And I checked for a pulse and got no pulse.
I'm sorry.
I did not get a pulse.
You say you touched his leg. Was that his bare leg? Was he wearing shorts?
Yes.
And you said his leg was cold?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you make any observations regarding any blood or tissue or anything else at the scene at that point?
I noticed the blood. I mean,
What did you observe?
what's that?
What did you see?
Just blood on his
Where?
face, coming out of his nose and ears.
Any observations about the blood itself? Did it appear wet or dry, or no observation at all?
I remember it was either the nose or the ears. It seemed like it was dry or dry.
So this is the blood that's on his face. Did you see blood elsewhere in the room?
On the floor.
What observations did you make of that blood?
At that point, it looked like it was darkening. It wasn't bright red,
What did that mean to you?
that it wasn't immediately fresh.
What experience do you have that you're basing that opinion on?
Just from hunting and my own life events, if you get cut, you kind of figure what it looks like when it dries.
Did you make any attempt to talk to Karina? She's sitting on top of Ryan. She called you over there. She said someone was in the house. Did you try to talk to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Any reason?
Hysteria.
Yours or hers?
Hers.
Okay. Were you able to get any information out of her?
No.
You said that she's sitting on top of him. She's got her face against his face. Did you ever see her attempt to render aid?
No.
Did you ever see her attempt to perform CPR?
No.
Did she ask you to perform CPR?
No.
Any reason to believe she's aware that you're a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
Why?
We're family, and she knows I am a firefighter.
So one thing we haven't talked about yet, you're on the way over to Ryan and Karina's property down the road from your house. She told you someone was in the house. You have a pistol. Did you attempt to call 911?
Yes.
When did you make that call?
On my way out the driveway of my house.
Okay, so as you're leaving your own property,
Correct.
you call 911.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Because I was told somebody was in their house.
Okay. So I'm assuming you were able to contact and reach 911, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember when you terminated that phone call? When did you hang up with 911?
When the deputy got there.
Okay. When you say when the deputy got there, that wasn't the best question on my part. Where were you when you hung up with 911?
In the living room.
Okay, so you were in the
I
living room
believe.
at Ryan's. So throughout the duration of what you just described to us, where you leave your house, you enter Ryan and Karina's property, you come through to the living room, you're on the phone with 911 until a deputy arrives.
Correct.
And Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit number 100 has previously been admitted. The state would move to publish.
Yes, it has been admitted, and see if we can get there. Yep, just let me know when you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, while he's doing that, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free. Anybody can.
So the judge has advised us to stand up and stretch. Chad, oh gosh, look at her. She looks so distraught. They definitely stand over at the defendant's table a whole lot.
Okay. Go ahead and publish whenever you're ready.
County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. I just got a call from my sister-in-law that somebody's in their house.
Okay, someone's in our house. What's the
Yep.
address?
It's K Avenue, 1846 K Avenue.
1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
What you got, Jamie? Okay, someone's in our house.
Yep, I'm just pulling in now.
And you're there?
I'm just coming in the driveway.
Okay, because that's up in Traer area.
Yep, yep.
I have a, what's your sister's name?
Karina Cooper.
Cooper? Karina?
Yep, yep. I am a firefighter. I got my lights on right now. I just pulled in.
Okay, but she said someone's in the house.
Very bit hysterically.
Yeah, it's because we have.
I see the kids in there.
We have a female on 911, but can't understand her.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if that's her.
It probably is.
Red building there, what's in that building?
The red building?
Yes.
It's just, there's a bar in there, her salon,
Okay. You say her salon, I'm assuming you're talking about Karina.
Karina's.
Can you explain the salon and the salon business? What do you know about that?
She did haircuts.
Okay. And so otherwise you said there's a bar and anything else in that building?
Not of importance, really, just place to park and have recreational things in.
Okay. And then the next building over, that smaller building, what's that used for?
Mainly storage.
Storage of what? Is it big enough to park a vehicle in?
A vehicle, lawnmowers.
So you said you had some concerns then about perhaps there had been some other things that were taken or maybe something had been stolen. So did you walk around the property, go in the shop and try to?
I did.
You did? Any signs that anything had been stolen that you observed?
No.
Did you yourself see any signs of forced entry or reasons to believe that anything had been pried open?
No.
So that morning of June 18th, 2021, at any point did Karina provide you with any information as to what had happened to Ryan?
No.
Or any information about anything she knew about what occurred that night?
No.
Following the homicide, did she ever tell you or have a conversation with you about what occurred?
No.
You said the families are fairly close, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any point at all where she called you or talked to you in person and had a conversation about anything related to Ryan's death?
Not that I recall.
Did she ever talk to you about seeing anything in the media or any stories related to this case?
She did call me once to talk about that they found a shell casing.
Okay, what was that conversation?
She wanted to know what it meant, what a shell casing meant.
I'm sorry, someone was coughing in the gallery. I couldn't hear what you said.
What a shell casing meant that they found. Wanted to know what that meant.
Okay. Is this the first and only conversation that you had with her about Ryan's death following, well, it sounds like essentially at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when this phone call took place in relation to Ryan's death?
2 weeks, a week. I don't recall exactly, but.
So she calls you 2 weeks later And it says that the news media is reporting that a shell casing was found?
Correct.
Okay. And what did she say to you?
I don't remember exactly word to word, but just wanted to know what a shell casing was and what that would mean.
What was your reaction or thought based on that conversation?
I would assume she would know what a shell casing is.
Why?
Just being around all of us hunters and knowing what guns are around.
Okay. Has she been around? I'll ask you this. Did Ryan hunt?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did her sons hunt or use weapons?
Yes.
There are guns around their house and property?
Yes.
Was she around guns, hunting, shells, shell casings, bullets?
I would assume so, yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how would you characterize this conversation? You found it to be
odd.
Did you have, after Ryan died, did you have a visitation for him?
Yes.
You attended that visitation?
Yes.
Was Karina there?
Yes.
Did you have any observations of her behavior at that visitation?
Theatrical.
Council, actually, we'll take a break. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute or so break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
So, guys, what do y'all think? I don't know. He didn't testify to, so far from what I can gather, like when he got there, that his leg was cold and the blood looked dried up. So I wonder if the medical examiner, are they going to be able to explain to us if how long he was dead, like how long he had been there before she decided that she wanted to call people? That's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, and I know Pretty Brown was asking. She said she wonder if the brother thinks that she's innocent. I don't think he does. He doesn't look that way. What do you guys think? I don't think so. I'm listening to the courtroom feed, even though they're on break. I'm trying to make sure the judge is not doing anything. It appears that they be letting the jury out and still saying stuff. Yeah, it just look like, yeah, they about to go on break. We not missing nothing. I just kind of hear it over here. But yeah, oh my goodness, like she is so dang on over dramatic. Good grief. I'm glad that call didn't have all that yelling and screaming. I thought they was gonna take the 911 call until they got there in the thing. Yeah, absolutely, y'all. Benny reminding everybody in regards to let's hit that like button if you haven't done so already. We truly appreciate it. I know this prosecutor, we gonna be watching his facial expressions because he is killing me over here. That 911 call, he's so over the screaming, he don't know what to do with himself. That makes it so funny. He like, get over it already. Right, Anna? Like, get over it already. Like, she falling out. She all on the side of the police car. She is doing the most. Like, it doesn't take all of that to make your point. And just with the kids, Pretty Brown, and I'm pretty sure everybody else the kids are not even like that. Like when the brother-in-law drives up to the window, his level of concern went down because he seen his nephew in the window. So, I wonder how much these kids actually saw. That's really like concerning for the kids' sake, right? And I'm pretty sure they're going to be testifying pretty soon. If the way it looks, the way things are unfolding, the way the sequence of events, right? Yeah, Anna says that I wouldn't believe it, but that's me. Yeah. I mean, but think the jury that they have on there, right? They're people just like us, right? That have reasonable minds, right? That probably have been through some things in life, and we can think objectively, right? And no, everybody does not react the same. They show their emotion in different ways and things of that nature. But I mean, to this point, like she's over here in the courtroom, I haven't seen no wet, no moisture, no nothing. If y'all find some moisture on her face, please let me know. It's like we over there dry wiping. Like, come on, we can't do that, right? Donna says, how traumatic for them, though. Not only that their dad was killed, but their mom is acting psycho, right? Like, I come down there and see my mom because remember, there is evidence. They said that one of the kids slipped in some of the blood, right? So they had to be close enough to the scene. And I hope this is not where she's like on top of him. So I'm wondering, like, when she called the brother-in-law, I'm assuming she called him, said, hey, there's somebody in our house. I guess her story is, hey, I went downstairs. She probably saw him and she jumped on top of him. So when the brother-in-law comes in, she's still on top of him. And then when the officers come in, she's still on top of him. So like, it seemed like she was on top of him for a long time, right? And the way she's so emotional over there when we're seeing her, and even in her calls, like it doesn't even seem like that would be something that somebody that is not trying to put on a scene could do, right? Like, I just don't see that. Pretty around, y'all see the prosecutors act how she was acting at the funeral, and the brother said dramatic. It's just dramatic all the way around. She got to keep this going. Like, fake it till you make it. Like, fake it until everybody totally believes your side of the story, right? Like, that's what she's doing. Like, I bet you she was trying to jump in the casket. I bet you. He said she was being dramatic. Yeah, I don't think the brother buying whatever happened that night at all, especially as pieces, and especially when they probably found out she was having an affair with this 27-year-old that was right, had her out in La La Land. I'm gonna kill my husband. I'm gonna unalive him, and we gonna run off into the sunset. Gosh. Donna says, it's a small town in Iowa. Did anyone catch how long it took the officers to respond? The sheriff department usually takes more than a few minutes. Yeah, they arrived in 7 minutes. Yeah, so this is all short. And remember, the brother arrived before them. This, he had been dead for a while. I done figured it out. Like, when you talking about his body was cold, the blood looked dry. It didn't look wet or anything like that, right? And yeah, I can't remember my other thing that I have found from the evidence the testimony that we done seen so far. But with the blood being dry, him being cold per the brother's statement, he had been there for a minute, right? He had been there for a minute. And I think her first thing was to call the brother-in-law, even though he didn't start staging this. right? And I don't know if y'all caught it when she was in a police car, and I don't know if they're going to bring this up. She was already creating alternative narratives. She said, you know, I thought I heard a boom, something drop. And then she made a statement after it to continue it on. You know, things always are dropping downstairs or dropping in that area. So she's like setting a narrative to say, well, you know, although I heard this boom, you know, stuff always is dropping down there. So it wouldn't be, you know, out of the ordinary for me or anything like that. Nobody has seen any type of forced entry. There is not a window broke. I don't know why they didn't think about that. Like, how they gonna explain that there was no damage to the door, not a window, not a nothing, nobody. So the door either had to be open or Boo Thing had a key. Like he must have had a key or something, right? The door was open, and then they didn't even think enough to stage. I mean, if you're gonna be staging, you need to go all out. Like, yeah, we should have been breaking a window or tearing the door down or something like that. But she probably thought she had it all the way together. Pretty Brown says, I watched a lot of true crime. And what I just don't get is why the spouses resort to killing instead of just leaving or vanishing off with their lover. You're so much more likely to get caught now. Like, right. like you not gonna get away with this. You're not getting away with this at all. You're absolutely right. I agree. Like, it can't be that deep. But you know, nowadays, you know, people actually think that they can get away with this, you know, when they're doing this stuff. Like, really? Like, who you think you fooling? Like, it don't work like that. They always think they so smart. And to be able to convince somebody else to think that they can go down this road with you and y'all not gonna get caught is really mind-blowing to me. Like, mind-blowing. That's just like we, you know, not to just take it back. When you watch the Christopher Davis trial, right? The missing boyfriend, like, we didn't even have a body. And I'm trying to figure out throughout the whole trial, like, where in the hell are we hiding bodies in 2025? Like, how do you get rid of a whole body? All these cameras, all these things that take pictures of your license plate. You go in any store, everywhere. You got all this video footage. You got this, that. How are we getting rid of bodies in 2025? Somebody please explain. Like, they can't find it. Like, this is amazing to me. Like, I don't get that. But some people are getting away with it. And it's not just in 2025, because I recently looked at another case where they can't find the body either. I think the last couple of cases that I've seen, somebody can't find a body, and I just don't know where they're getting away with it. Donna says, no way I'm sitting on my dead husband for 7 minutes while my kids are there. I'm getting them out of there in the room, and I'm keeping them calm, right? Especially if somebody's in the house, right? I'm trying to get the kids. We trying to get out. I want to kind of make sure they okay. Like, I ain't laying on him. I ain't nothing you can do for him. He gone. He gone. But if you especially think somebody in the house, then you need to be trying to get those kids and get out. You know, and then uncle rise up and one of the kids just looking in the window like, I don't know what is going on. This is all weird to me. And I'm assuming that she was cool because the kid just looking out the window. Uncle see him looking out the window like, okay. I'm assuming that if somebody was here trying to hurt them, that they would not be in the house. Kind of like what I said. Like, they would not be in the house. Yeah. Yeah, Benny. The brother said that the blood was dark on Ryan's face and nose and mouth, and he was cold to the touch when he arrived. Yeah, that's why I say 1 + 1 + 1 equals. They tried to stage this. They tried to make this, you know, out to be, you know, a cover up. Exactly. And just to kind of piggyback on what we were talking about early, Pretty Brown had brought it up. Just in regards to like, or I can't remember, maybe it was Pretty Brown Girl, but like when there is a gun, right? And we know that there's been a shooting. We know that he did not shoot himself twice in the face, right? Maybe we can get away with one time. But when we talk about twice, and we talk about a spouse, you know, that's the first thing that they look at is your intimate people and the parties that you've been with. Why is there no gunshot residue, kids? Like, why is that not standard? I mean, even down to the brother. I think he could have, you know, took one. You know, let's cover all these bases. Like, because I'm really interested to see, did she have residue on her clothing or her hands? And the reason why I didn't figure it out, the reason why she was all on top of him is because when he was shot, the blood splattered on her clothes. So in order that, you know, they thought they were smarter than, you know, she jumped on top of him. Because remember, she covered in blood now because she been all on top of him. And wait a minute, I'm going to stay on top of him so the police can know. Oh, I was on top of him. That's how I got all the blood on me. Right? That seems pretty reasonable. And I'm just trying to look at what she was trying to do because ain't nobody just sitting on nobody. Not like that. She had to do the cover up for the cover up. So either Boothang was there and he shot Ryan and blood splatter, because remember we got blood splatter different places. So he was shot at close range. So it probably got on her clothes. And she was like, okay, well, I can't leave the scene. You know, you go ahead and go, Boothang. And I'm going to jump on top of him. And I'm just going to lay here. And I'm going to get all the rest of the blood on me so that way they can know that this is how I got the blood on me. It wasn't because, you know, of the splatter. It was because I was on my husband and I was so distraught and so hysterical and so everything that I could not get off of him. Y'all, please peel me off of him. Somebody help him. You know, she yelling and screaming when the police officers arrived. Somebody help him, somebody help him, somebody help him. And we just heard the brother-in-law testify, hey, I'm a fire department. I work in the fire department. You know, I'm not a render aid. She never asked him to render aid. You know, but he was the first person she called. So why wouldn't you ask him? Vinny said, there is no way you can hide a 6 foot tall man. Right. She's no wife or mom. She stopped being both a long time ago when she started fooling around. Girl, I'm telling you, sometimes that outside, it make these women sick out here, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You done seen either yourself or somebody go through it, right? Just sick out here. Don't have no reason with yourself, right? Yeah, Benny, definitely. They definitely dropped the ball on collecting that because they know the first person that they're gonna look at is the spouse, right? Like they not going to look at anybody. You know, that's the first thing that they're doing, especially when you found him in the home with the wife. Benny said, yeah, Boothang. Yeah, Boothang, he did it and he fled out of there, right? Pretty Brown Girl said, that's a good point about the gunshot residue. I think with small towns and areas, they don't get a lot of crime or just inexperienced police departments. This isn't an issue. They don't know what to do. Yeah, I'm surprised they ain't had the whole police squad there. Because typically when they small towns and something happens, they don't get enough action. So everybody coming. You know, while everybody at one scene, it could be all types of stuff going on at another scene because all the cops then went to that scene, right? Yeah, maybe that was the furthest thing from their mind, but I mean, we do have to think like it took them 2.5 years to arrest her. No. She got arrested in 2024. Yeah, it took them almost 2.5 years, almost 3 years to arrest her. All right. Like, that's crazy work. Like, I don't know what they were doing. But it's interesting to kind of like see, because, the shocking details when you're thinking about everything, just regarding her actually telling people that she wanted to shoot him in the face. He didn't got shot in the face. Right. And then this old dramatic scene where everybody is like looking at the headlines like, woman, she's laying on his body when everybody come in. I'm telling y'all, that's why she was on his body. When the boyfriend shot, it splattered on her. And she was like, I gotta jump on him, get the rest of the blood that way. And I gotta stay on him until the police arrive, right? Because they gotta see this. Somebody has to see this and verify. So that's my reason for having the blood on me. Because other than that, if it splattered on her, then how would she be able to explain it? So now she then, kind of mixed up, what would be just normal blood splatter on her. And now she got all the blood on her. But yes, this happened in 2021, pretty round. 2021. And they arrested her in 2024. I think it was more like 2.5. Let me go back because I built it. I got us a whole little timeline, baby. So it happened in June of 2021. She was arrested in February of 2024. Almost 3 years. So it was almost 3 years, Benny. It was like 2.5. Yeah, because July, about 2.5 years later. So almost 3. Yeah. I don't know what they were doing during that period of time, but clearly. And that's what I'm saying, like where things get kind of like lost in the sauce in regards to it. I don't know. I don't know how much digital evidence they have. I know that they are fighting hard about these Snapchats and, lover boys. I guess we'll name him Boo Thang. Maybe it'd be Boo Thang 3 here because he ain't lover boy. He might just be Boo Thang. And Boo Thang search history, right? Because he probably up there searching stupid stuff, right? Remember, from my understanding, I have to look, but I think he's 27 right now, Benny. You can find out for me and let me know. But if he's 27 now, we in 2025, this happened in 2021. So that was 4 years ago. So he was what, around 23? So he is 27. So when this happened, he would have been about 23. Yeah, 23. He probably, he had all the energy in the world. Oh gosh, Yeah, she was gone. Yeah, because Ryan wasn't doing all of that. He a farmer, he a hardworking man, and they got all them kids. This 23-year-old and came and told her she beautiful, she pretty, and all of this stuff, and gassed her up, and it made her feel like, hey, we don't need him. And she started believing. They right, she was in a fairy tale land. Donna says that they probably only had a couple of deputies on duty. There are less than 20,000 people in that county. My county also in Iowa. Oh, okay. So you in Iowa. Okay. Has 100,000. And we usually have 3 to 5 deputies working, especially at night. Okay. Okay, that's interesting to know. Well, yeah, I kind of figured it was a small town, especially when they told me that they had to do a change of venue. Because they really don't typically be changing the venue. Typically, they want you to get prosecuted right where it happened, right? Let me check on the courtroom and see where they're at. So it looks like they are back in the courtroom. I know. We didn't say no that much TiVo time, but that's okay. That's okay. We got this, right? That's okay. Maybe next time we have some TiVo time. If not, we will work it out. Okay, guys, I am going to take us back in the chat room. We still had a brother on the stand. Let's see what more he has to say in regards to this and what he can add to kind of help us put the pieces to the puzzle together. Yeah, right, Benny. The kids are going to be left to suffer because now they don't have their dad. And their mom is about to be sent away, most likely, for the rest of her life. Because if she is found guilty of this sentence, there is a mandatory life sentence for her. Yeah. No comment. All right, here we go, guys.
And like that she would shoot him.
No.
This phone call about a shell casing.
Judge. Mr. Cooper, do you see Karina Cooper here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point her out and describe an item of clothing that she's wearing?
And she's over here in the black and gray sweater.
Judge, the state would request that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
No further questions.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, are you aware of whether or not Karina and Ryan, if they regularly lock their doors at night?
I'm not.
Were you aware of any marital problems between the two before this night?
I was not.
Had you ever heard Karina make any remarks to Ryan like that she would shoot him?
No.
This phone call about a shell casing, had you previously told police about that phone call?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. I guess the state seemed to know of it. When did you first tell the state about that phone call?
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
You may. Mr. Cooper, do you recall the question?
Could you repeat it?
Yes. When did you first tell the state about this phone call?
Within the last few weeks.
Okay. And I understand that oftentimes you might meet with the prosecution in order to just get ready for trial.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. And so that's when you provided the information about the phone call.
Yes.
How many times had you previously talked to the police about this case? Or the state, I guess.
I guess I don't have a number.
Okay. Well, more than 2?
Yes.
Regardless, when the phone call was made, did you, I'm assuming you didn't give it much passing thought if you didn't mention it for several years.
No.
Okay.
All right, anybody who's got a phone on in the gallery, yeah, just make sure it's off on silent, all right? Thank you. If anybody's got a phone on up here too, make sure it's silent, but I haven't heard that yet.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, defense asked you if you were aware of any marital problems between Ryan and Karina. Based on your relationship with both Ryan and Karina, is that something you feel like you would be aware of?
No.
Why do you say that?
Don't really talk about our problems too often to each other.
Is that consistent with your personality?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with Ryan's personality as well?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. You may step down. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Kate Cooper.
All right, before you bring Mr. Cooper in, I'm just gonna, any expanded media coverage had been authorized except for this witness, so that means any live streaming, any pictures, any audio recordings is off limits. You have a thumbs up from the back.
Well, we have one of the kids testifying right now. So they're not going to give us any audio or any feed in regards to what the kids are testifying to. Rightfully so. It's already a troubling experience that they got to sit up here and testify against the mom. They should have just left the camera on the mama. I don't know. Do I call her the mama or the mammy? I don't know. She could be a mammy at this point in time. Y'all may know what that means, but I don't know. That's like a reject mama. If they could have left it on her, I bet you they probably can't even leave it on her. She'd probably fall out in court. Oh, gosh. So there's a minor witness on the stand. So unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see or hear in court. I know, right? Pretty brown girl. I mean, I thought they was going to at least let us hear it, but I guess not. Yeah, they had, I seen the motions that were filed last Friday, actually, in regards to it. So I knew that there were going to be conditions in regards to this portion, but yeah, we won't hear from them. I'm not sure if all 3 of the children are testifying, or if it's just the oldest one, the one that was looking out the window or not. We'll just kind of like see as we go along in regards to it. So what do y'all think? What do y'all think that with the brother, what was the most shocking part of his testimony for you guys? My shocking moment in regards to his testimony was he's the, well, I don't even know. Maybe I got a couple of shocking moments because I'm shocked that he's the one that actually called 911 first, right? I'm also shocked that when he pulled up, the kid was looking out the window. Okay, so Benny says she thinks it's just the one child that she saw the motion for. Okay. Well, we shall see what happens and how long they'll be how long the child will be testifying. I don't know if it's a girl. I'm assuming it's a boy. Like I said, I'm really surprised that they even said their names because they usually refer to them by initials. Okay. Benny says she doesn't think that any of the other kids are testifying though. Do we know the ages of the kids? I know that they were saying that the one kid was about 12. Oh, it's a girl? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from the witnesses that's gonna say that she said she was gonna shoot him. She could shoot him in the face. And I'm glad that the prosecutor redirected. His facial expressions was so funny. Are there any parts in the testimony that y'all want me to review back that we've seen already? While we're waiting on this testimony to conclude with the minor child? I can see what they're doing on the Diddy watch. I did see an alert come through my phone that they were saying that Cassie said something in regards to she did not want him to be let out. I don't know if they doing like a Zoom or something. Oh, okay. Donna says, I think him noticing the blood not being fresh is the most harmful to the defense. I'm surprised they didn't go into that more. Small time firemen are usually medically trained to some degree as well. Yeah, and he even mentioned that she never asked him to perform any type of treatment or anything on Ryan. But we all recall that she was hysterical and screaming, somebody help him. I won't scream to the top of my lungs like she did, but that's definitely what she was doing. She was screaming to the top of her lungs, talk about somebody help him. Right? When she had help sitting right there. Most people don't even have that availability for somebody to be right there in order to do that. Pretty Brown says the most shocking part for me was the brother calling 911 and operator. And operator was like, yeah, we have someone on the phone now who's hysterical and we can't really understand what she said. Yeah, well, that was definitely a truth, right? Like she's so hysterical on the phone. Like she is provided no assistance at this point, right? No assistance at all. Yeah, it's just no way. Like I don't know what I don't know why she didn't call 911. I still don't understand that portion of it, but like I don't know. I think I would have been calling 911 and been in a closet or something because I need all forces to come out. Donna, when you heard the 911 call, was it a good 911 call? Like even over her screaming and stuff. In your opinion, do you say did the 911 caller handle everything correctly? Did they follow the book? Did they get the people out there that needed to be out there timely? I know I'm pretty sure that yelling and screaming was normal to you, but oh my goodness. Gosh, y'all should see. Did y'all see the sketches of after when Diddy was let me show y'all this. I'm just switching subjects, sorry. I'm so look at this. They just released some sketches, which I find very interesting here. I hate that nobody could be in this courtroom. This is like the stupidest thing. Like we supposed to be entitled to everything. I don't want to see no sketches. I don't want to be waiting for no tweets. We supposed to be able to see it all. Let me show you. Okay. Honestly, she thinks that honestly, she didn't think that the 911 operator she thought that she was talking too much. Like, shut up. Let her say everything that she needed to say. Let her tell on herself right now. Just let her talk. Let her get it all out. Don't say nothing. Just let her keep going at it. Let her keep saying what she needs to say. Let's get it all on a recording. Oh, excuse me. So where something clearly happened, I think you should be trying to take control of the call more. Yeah. She says, Donna says, like sometimes you almost have to yell at people to get them to calm down and give you the info. It seems harsh, but it works. And you need the info. Right. Yeah, the who, what, when, where, and why. Pretty Brown Girl says, I was watching the Diddy stuff right as it was happening, and her lawyer was like, she's just happy that he was charged for the crimes against her. I completely understand that. Okay. So in regards to the prostitution charges, Cassidy was okay with that. Because he did not get, like he wasn't convicted of that RICO and the sex trafficking. I don't think she believes that she was trafficked. When she made that post after that video came out from the hotel, she basically did say in that she felt that she said this case was about domestic violence, right? It was the feds that decided that they wanted to pick everything up and we want to go with the wind and jump out the window. I mean, do y'all know if he would have got convicted of RICO, they was going to take all his assets, everything that he had worked hard for? Like that is defeating. But look at these photos they got from court that they put up here. I'll show these to y'all real quick. So I guess that's him in the first photo, like kind of like praying. That's him praying again. Y'all see him? This is after the verdict. He on his knees now. Whoa.
Of course, the holiday weekend coming up.
Which I wouldn't want to be in the courtroom for that. Like I heard it's like madness down there. How many of y'all think he gonna still be paying Jane's rent? Because as to when she testified, he was still paying her rent. Do y'all think now she has to take her child support from 50 Cent and be able to get in a nice affordable house and live out the rest of her life? Because remember, she was on the stand talking big stuff like, I wanted a big yard. I wanted my kids to have a great place. Like, this is what I wanted for my child. You know, these are the things that I wanted to do, strange for some change to make this happen. She said, laugh out loud. Honestly, laugh out loud. That guy in the background of one with him on his knees looked so happy. Ha ha ha. Who's drawing these things? I don't know, but they are wonderful sketch artists, right? Because I don't know how they draw this stuff this fast. I always think about like when you go to like an amusement park or a carnival or something, and you know you have like the sketch artists that be doing stuff. That's what it reminded me of when I see them kind of like sketching it. They had one of the sketch artists on I want to say Law and Crime, and she kind of like explained how she be doing the sketches. So they don't even actually finish the sketches while they right there on the court. They kind of like try to capture the moment of the scene and do like the basis, and then they fill everything else in. Right, Pretty Brown. Like he was so close to losing everything he had worked for. And you know, let some people tell it. And I am a woman, right? Let some people tell it, like, you know, women be the downfall of men. Like they was trying to take him down. It was nothing but women, right? Nothing but women. Because the men that got up there, they wasn't so, you know, like they wasn't really doing all of that stuff. When we talk about his personal assistants and stuff, but from Mia to Capricorn Clark, I believe, to Don Richardson, like all these people, like they always wanted to work for Diddy, but he was such a bad guy. You know, I want to work for him, but he's such a bad guy. The one girl talked about how he raped her. Like, but he's such a bad guy. Like, it's like crazy work out here. Like, I don't want to work for anybody that raped me. I don't care what they got going on. And it's not like she went to another employer. So, I'm glad that the jury was able to see, like, they had to listen to 7 weeks of this mess, right? I don't know. Could you sit on the jury? Could any of y'all sit on the jury for that long? I don't think I could. Especially with how New York, in regards to like traffic, and this is a high profile case, and it's people everywhere. Like, nah. Pretty Brown said, my uncle was in prison for 20 years, and he said most of them was all because went right. I mean, I gotta admit, boy, we can take them down, boy. We are vengeful. They say ain't nothing like a woman that scored. Tyler Perry, what is Tyler Perry? You trying to tell him? Like, woman, thou lose. Like, yeah, y'all better not be playing with us. Don't be playing with us women out here. Right? You get the right one, we will show you what it's like. They don't want to believe it. Like I say, like I be telling people, you don't believe it stank until it's up in your face, right? You don't believe she stank. So, right. Because those women, boy, oh boy, we know how we can be. All the way around, and I'll be the first one to admit it. You got to make sure you look at that all angles, and they just have made it so bad. Like, look at this case. Now, there is real people out here that have been victimized, have been raped. There are real victims out here that have experienced this, and it's like, with this case that the feds have presented, it kind of like waters down other people's actual true claims, right? You know, you got the Shannon Sharps. He has a case against him. Then you got, who else just came out? I know the Tyler Perry one just came out. You got Fat Joe that just came out. Like, we got all these cases that's coming out, and somebody talking about somebody that did something. But like I'll tell anybody, it's good until it's not good, right? Honestly, I think being on a jury would be fun if it was a big case or severe crime. I don't want to do some traffic arrest or anything boring, right? Like keep me entertained, right? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know about 7 weeks worth, but guess what? The people that made the jury, they're going to be able to do interviews. They're going to be able to write books. They're going to be their lives have changed with the outcome of this jury verdict too, right? Pretty Brown Girl says, I've always wanted to do jury duty on a big murder case, y'all. I don't care how long the trial is. Like, pick me, judge. I know. You don't sound crazy. Y'all see that one juror, he got kicked off the jury off this one because they thought that he was like doing anything he can possible to stay on the jury. You be one of those ones, Pretty Brown Girl. They be like, she doing everything. Like, we can't believe that she gonna answer no to all these questions. Like, no, this ain't for real. They be like, she got some skeletons in her closet. She just really want to be on this case. Yes. Yes, I want to know and see the details. Sign me up. Right. Right. I guess we all in agreement with that. I guess if it's something to keep you entertained, I don't know about 7 weeks though. I don't know if I can keep my mouth shut for 7 weeks. Y'all, pillow talk can be a hell of a drug, right? I don't know. I'd be like, I don't know if I can shut my mouth for 7 weeks. I don't know. I just don't think I could. Like, so shout out to the people that can. Now, maybe a week or two, you got me. But I just know my pillow talk probably be like, okay, let me tell you what's going on in my mind. You can see me talking now in regards to whatever cases we covering or what trial I'm watching. Like everybody in the world must know. So I probably got a big mouth. That's probably why they ain't never called. The times that they have called me, I couldn't go. It's probably for the best. Yeah, I know that Benny has been on a jury. And I almost want to say Poutin. She's one of our little chat girls too. She's not here. She hasn't been on today, but she's one of our she's been on a jury before. Yeah, I don't want to know. I definitely wouldn't want to do no. You say, Pretty Brown says, I would have to somebody or keep a video diary. I would have to somebody or keep a video diary. Yeah, I know, Benny. I thought that you have been on the jury. Yeah, I remember you telling us. You say, yeah, their family members are bugging them. Can you imagine? I don't know if in relationship, can you imagine like how do you keep that away from your spouse? Like those details. Like, I don't know how you do that. Like, I'll be like, you know what happened in court today? Man, we seen her. The video, oh gosh. If you could have seen the things that they were doing. And Diddy was right there in the corner. Get it. Oh my gosh. Benny said you just do it. Like, yeah, yeah. He said you have to tell somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would have been, oh gosh, you can't believe this video footage we've seen today. Oh my goodness. And Diddy in the corner. Oh my gosh. And him with the whole little, he come out with the baseball cap and we seen him on the video. And you know that Nancy Grayston said he had a Tootsie Roll. I can confirm that now. Yeah. Yeah. They don't want me on something like that. Donna says we got one of those spouses that would be like, stop talking. You're not supposed to be telling me things. I'm telling you, telling the judge. Oh no. You gotta let him know. No, you can't snitch. This is supposed to be between me and you. What happens in these four walls is not supposed to leave. He like bought a book. Cut you off right before you even try to say something. Nope. I'm not hearing. I'm putting in my earbuds. I don't hear anything that you're saying. Girl, that would drive me crazy. Yep, I would be telling y'all. Let me see what they doing in the courtroom while we chopping it up. It looked like it may be back. So that might have been really quick. Let's see. Yes, I am really like I talk too much. Like, certain secrets I can keep, certain things I cannot share. But there are certain things that I'm like, I gotta tell somebody. I don't know, I can't write it all in my diary, right? I guess you can write it all in your diary. I don't know. But then I think that's still probably telling somebody, because if you using your diary on your phone, I think they got something. If you got an iPhone, they got now where you can journal. When you journal your notes in there, they probably looking at all them notes, right? I don't know what you do with those thoughts. Interesting. Let's see where they're at in court. That's not me. I don't think he has his microphone on. It just looks like he might be.
We're going to start that witness first thing tomorrow morning. We're going to continue to do a couple things. But what that means for you is that you're free to go today. I'll let you go a little bit early. We'll ask that you be back here ready to go by 9 o'clock tomorrow. Again, I'm going to remind you of that admonition. You've had 1 day of evidence now at this point, but still keep an open mind. There's a lot of evidence to yet receive. So keep an open mind. Don't form any opinions. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't do any type of research on your own. And again, avoid any and all media reports of this case, including anything on social media and traditional media. So with that, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
So it looks like they're going to be dismissing the jury for the day. I don't know if they're going to stay in the courtroom and handle some stuff. So we'll just hang out for a minute to see if that's going to happen once they release the jury. So it looks like they're going to stay in. So I think we'll stay in too.
You can stand if you'd like. Yeah, you don't have to sit down. So you folks are free to go or stay. It's up to you. We're just going to be discussing a couple things. If you're interested, you're free to stay. If you're not, you're free to leave.
Oh, we stand, Judge.
So I wanted to put one thing on the record. I talked to a couple counsel about this off the record. So yesterday during jury selection, I think once Ms. Watt started, at one point we had we replaced several jurors right after you got started, and for whatever reason, I wasn't wearing my glasses. I was rushed. I accidentally skipped over one juror. So instead of going to juror 45, we had skipped number 46. I had struck them out, so I think maybe my eye was drawn to 47, but skipped over 45 and we went to 47, and then 48. 48 actually got seated, but anyway, There's no indication on my juror list or in the record. I had Colleen check about what happened with juror 45. So I think that's the only explanation, is that I just skipped over them. So I shared that with counsel. My understanding is that nobody, I guess, has or is making an issue of it and is fine with the jury that's seated, but I want to confirm that. So Mr. Ringel, is that correct from the state's end?
It is.
And Ms. Watt, is that correct from the defendant's end?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what I'm going to do on the simply on the judge's list, so it's clear for the record, is just note that skipped over by accident and addressed on the record. So, all right. I think we had one sidebar. And anyway, Mr. Ringel, you asked to approach when Ms. Watt was questioning Mr. Cooper, I believe, about when he informed the state about the statements concerning the conversation he says he had with Ms. Cooper about the shell casing. And I think you were concerned that Ms. Watt was going to imply that that was somehow improper. And Ms. Watt said she wasn't going to do that, and that's kind of how it resolved itself. So, and I guess anybody wish to supplement that?
No, I think that's accurate.
Ms. Watt? All right. So I guess with that, anything further that we need to address on the record?
Not for the state.
All right. Then we can go off the record. Just how many people are you expecting tomorrow? Ideally? A lot? Okay. Yeah.
Let's see. We expect, Judge,
Okay. All right. You guys can let Ms. Watt and Mr. Hawbaker know kind of how that's going to go, so we can have a more efficient trial. Okay. All right. I'm going to step out unless you guys need anything. Okay. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Well, it looks like they are going to end. I thought I was one, the one part that I was hoping that maybe we get some insight on is what they're going to do about these messages, right? But I guess they're not ready to address that. Donna says, I always wonder why some courts let you take notes while others say you can't. I also think it's interesting that some courts let the jurors ask questions while most don't. I like the ones that do. I agree with you. It kind of gives you an insight of what the jury is thinking. And that's also, to help the prosecution, right? Especially when they let them ask questions. Because that's showing that the jury is still unclear about certain things that you're trying to present or certain things that you're trying to make them think, right? They're like, no, you ain't really convinced me of this, or I need a little bit more clarity or a little bit more detail in regards to what you're trying to convince me of. So yeah, I definitely like those trials when they ask questions and they kind of go through those questions. So what do y'all think about today's testimony? It looks like tomorrow we are going to be action-packed. The prosecution has stated that they have a ton of witnesses. I did hear that portion of it, so it looks like we'll have a lot of witnesses tomorrow. I think that when we're watching the trial as we move forward, it's really important. We want to watch what the witnesses who say Karina told them about wanting Ryan dead. We want to see what these Snapchat messages the prosecutors claim that can link her to this her and Houston Loverboy to this case. The 2 bullets in the face. Was there a struggle? Did it even happen while he was laying in the chair, or was he up? Did his body get moved? What is this forensic evidence going to provide? Because I'm pretty sure they're going to have someone testifying to it. And then in regards to her behavior at the scene, will the defense put up a witness or somebody to explain why she was so hysterical and laying on this man's body? Right? So, I don't know. I want to know from your thing. I'm going to put in here in the chat. We'll have a quick little poll and kind of see where everybody's at. So it's just, which piece of evidence do you think is going to crack this case wide open, right? Like the jury is like, she guilty. Would it be the witnesses that said that, hey, Karina told us that she wanted to shoot him in the head? Would it be the Snapchat between her and Boothang? Would it be the blood spatter? The details of there's only one casing, which presents that it may be staged. It was some cleanup that tried to happen. Would it be the testimony from the brother that's kind of like saying that he was cold at the time? And just her words and her actions, right? That's just going back to the way she was acting at the scene, the way she's sitting over there at the defense table. I think that when I'm looking at the case, oh goodness, that's loud. When I'm looking at what, I mean, because people can do different things depending on, I don't know if her words and actions, as far as how she was at the scene and being on top of his body, if that would might crack the case for me. I'm not even sure about the witnesses that may come to the stand and say she admitted to them that she was gonna shoot him twice. She claimed that she wanted to shoot him twice in the face. I think I'm looking more for the forensics to crack the case open for me and solidify. And I want to know what's in these Snapchats. Like, the Snapchats might do it for me. I may not need the forensics, but maybe the Snapchats may give it to me. But let me know your thoughts. You know, this is very, we're making this a very interactive trial. I want you guys to kind of like, we judging as we going along in regards to, you know, what we feel that day. Then he says it's always the forensics for her. Okay. I can see that. I could definitely see that. And I don't know. Depending on what these Snapchat messages are and these searches, that may be enough for me. We may not even have to figure out. I may not need no forensics. I'm like, guilty. I mean, really, like we already seeing she guilty because she was over dramatic. Pretty Brown Girl says 3 forensics is facts, no questions. Got it. It is what it is. One witnesses, but we'll be able to get the transcript of the kids. Will we be able to get? You know what? Pretty Brown Girl, I can see the court on this case because I called Monday trying to get any motions. I tried to get any motions, any documents, anything that I could find on the case. So we could have like different things to kind of review, like when we were on breaks and stuff. And they were like, and so they even had it where I could pay for like a subscription or something. And when I talked to the IT guy down there at their court system, he was like, whatever you see on there to the public is what you have on there for the public. But he told me I could try to call. So I will research that in the morning and see if there's any, because that would be juicy, right? I will look into that and see what I can get. Because most court systems, when I go on there, I can see all the documents. Like they're up there for the public, but for this one, they didn't even have this criminal complaint part that I found, that I shared with y'all this morning. I found that somewhere else. So I will work on that, and hopefully we can have something for tomorrow. I'm not sure how soon they present transcripts or get them together, but maybe I can find something for us, because I would love to go over the transcripts to see what the kid testified to. So Benny says, we don't know yet what's allowed and yet or not. That's why I'm not sure about the Snapchat yet. Yeah, that's why I say it could break the case for me or crack the case for me, because the defense is working hard to keep these Snapchats out, Benny. They are working hard. They do not want these Snapchat messages to come in at all. And I'm pretty sure they know why, right? We just don't know why. And I think she on here talking about how she want to be with this man, I think they planned it on Snapchat, right? Thinking, oh, these messages they delete after 24 hours. Nobody can see them. They can't be recovered. Think again. Donna says, I think that maybe two-thirds haven't heard what forensics they have for this, but I'm guessing Mr. Boo won't testify since he has a trial happening. So the Snapchats and witnesses might be it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to testify. Remember, he is the same person that said he acted in concert with her, and then something happened, and he took that statement all the way back. He was like, no can do. And I don't know if it's because she flipped on him and he found out that she flipped on him, but I heard he recanted his statement, and that's why he turned it into a not guilty. Like he pleaded not guilty in order to go stand trial. But I think, do you think like if she's found guilty, do y'all think he still goes through with his trial? Because his is not until next month. It's supposed to begin on August the 12th. So we should be well done with this one and know her fate. Do y'all think he pleads guilty, or do y'all think he changes his plea? Or do y'all think he still goes through his trial? Do y'all think Karina could say, well, I don't think she can flip on him. They want her. They want her now at this point. I don't think it's nothing that she can do. Like, I'll go testify against my boo. I don't think that she can be offered that at this point in time. So I know they are incriminating her for sure. Yeah, they are. They are. And if they get them in there and it say certain stuff like, hey, you come over, I'm going to leave the door open. Come in, be quiet. Once you are done, this is what I'm going to do. Like, I can believe that they planned this out just that stupidly. Because they said that he had in his search history things where he was looking up in regards to the murder, the unaliving of him. So yeah. Whew. Now I tell you, that's definitely how you kick off a trial, right? Right? Both sides laid out their opening shots. I don't know what the defense laid out, but they just came in here screaming Houston's name. Benny says, remember, they have evidence of the boo thing coming and going near the home. So they have evidence and forensic for that for sure. Yeah, I can't wait to see all this stuff come in. I'm assuming there's going to be some video or something. Pretty Brown Girl says, I think the defense is going to stick it to being not guilty and just say it was all her. His defense. Oh, she says his defense. Yeah. I mean, I think that when we got both sides that gave us their opening shots and kind of laid the groundwork for what we should see, besides here in Houston, because remember when we first walked in here in her opening statement, I don't know if y'all was just as confused as me. I was like, what is her defense? You know, typically you'll hear like self-defense, or you'll hear something in regards to the other person. I didn't know that her true self-defense, because remember, we couldn't even define their relationship, her and Boo Thang. Today was the first time that I ever heard confirmation in a courtroom setting that this was her Boo Thang, that she had been gaslighting and living in a fairy tale world, and her defense team even confirmed, hey, yeah, he told her a lot of things and she was out here la la land. So, I mean, we just got our first taste of witness testimony. We have heard from the first person that was on scene, the officer that, you know, saw her all on top of him. I can't live, you know, living without you. I'm thinking of Mariah Carey song. I'm about to sing the lyrics to her song. But she's all on top of him. She's hysterical. Then we see the second officer that gets to the scene and she's out there at the car and she's still hysterical. And we heard from the brother, right? And I mean, this is his brother in there. And even though he's a man, like I'm pretty sure it sounds like they work together. He probably grew up with him and he ain't even out there falling out like her. So I definitely think that the prosecution wasted no time laying the foundation in regards to Karina's alleged motive. They're showing what digital trail, you know, if they can get those Snapchat messages in, and they can also get the search history for Houston in. And they're alleging that, you know, it was cold and a calculated intent on her part. Especially after her telling witnesses and people that she was going to shoot him. She was going to shoot him in his face. Then he says, is he did it, she did it. Those defenses for both of them. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I don't know where they're going to get with that. So, you know, the defense, of course, they trying to paint the picture like she's just this misunderstood mourning widow, right? That's what they're trying to paint the picture to us in regards to her. And Houston. She was gone over Houston, living in the fairy tale. That's the end of our opening statements. But I mean, the defense doesn't really have to doesn't have to supply any data. They don't have to put on a defense, right? You're just seeing that in the Diddy trial. They say they ain't putting on not one witness. Y'all better prove it. So I guess my question, I don't know. I'm almost sure in regards to your answer. I don't think, Benny says, I don't think there was a brotherly type bond between both brothers from his testimony, like normal families with siblings. Well, I know, you know, I don't know, Benny. I kind of I think they were close. They work together. It looks like they have photos from family times together. What I would say is that, you know, men, they don't really gossip like maybe me and my sister may. So brothers probably don't get into all of that. They probably lead a personal, you know, because a man want to be a man. Right? So ego and pride. So he ain't probably going crying to his brother and vice versa in regards to what they're feeling. Right? And what's going on in their marriage. It's usually as women up there chatting. We chatting. We telling our friends, we telling our sister, we telling them everything that probably go on in our household, right? But I don't know if men really do that. So it wasn't shocking to me that when the prosecutor had asked him, well, you know, how involved would you know about these things if they had relationship problems or marriage problems? So yeah, I don't know. I think that they probably had a relationship, but I just think that they didn't share that type of information just from being from a man's point of view. They typically want to act all secretive and stuff and holding everything in. Benny says, I felt like they weren't in each other's lives too much, except for work. Is work though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that may be very well true. I don't know. It seems like he stayed very close to his brother, right? Because he got over there pretty fast. I mean, she laid on him from about what? I don't know. Did they say how fast he got over there? I know how fast it took for the first responder to get there. That was 7 minutes. I don't know. I have to look back and see because it seemed like he got over there pretty fast when she called him. And it seemed like that might have been the go-to person, that she immediately thought to call, but I don't know. I guess I don't even know. I don't even know if there's a way. Maybe we can find out something. I'll review and see if there's something. Because I wonder, because I would always say, like, if he does stay really close to him, then I would imagine that their families are pretty close. Like, far as, going out, going on vacations, hanging out, barbecues, things like that. But maybe they just don't have a personal. You say you would if she was hollering like that. But that's only after some time she called him. I don't know what she was doing. It sounded like she might have called him and was very calm. And then just got, hey, somebody's in her household. I don't know, somebody in the house and I don't know who it is. I'm surprised he ain't asked her, well, where's my brother? Like, why do I have to drive all the way over there? Like, that would have been my first, where's my brother? Where's my sister? Pretty Brown Girl says, I wonder why she cheated in the first place. The brother said that they didn't talk about the relationship that much, so maybe he wasn't really romantic. I'm thinking too much, maybe. No, I think that, girl, this 23-year-old boy then came to her and told her she was pretty. Girl, and she thought that probably with her life, it was probably, I don't know if you want to call it the midlife crisis or it was excitement or what she was thinking at that point in time. Maybe her husband was on the farm all day. And this young boy then came into her life, Pretty Brown, and she was gone. I can't wait to see these Snapchat messages. I'm telling you, she probably all the way gone in those messages. She probably way, way out there. We have to pull her back in right to reality because she probably way out there. I mean, look at her. Look at her demeanor and the way she acts. She way out there laying on his body, right? I know, girl. I could see it when they tried to say that she was like in fairy tale land. I'm like, all right, okay. But I bet you these messages is gonna tell it all, y'all. They gonna tell it all. And I know that this case, they need these messages in. The prosecution has really like stated, like, we need these messages in. Like, this is what our case, this is our digital trail. So it'll be interesting to see, because like somebody previously in the comments said that he can't, Booth, he can't come and testify because he's trying to fight his own uphill battle. He said he ain't got time for that. I gotta fight my stuff. You take care of your stuff, I'm gonna take care of my stuff. So yeah, these messages gonna tell it all for us. So I guess tomorrow we can expect like more witnesses. I almost think the minor child is going to be back on the stand. I do not think they finished up with the testimony. with the minor child. Yeah, and the states is going to be, continuing to build on their motive and their intent, and we'll see with the defense how they're going to poke holes and challenge the credibility of any of these witnesses. Can they convince us that something else happened in that house that night? Like, what the hell happened to Ryan? I mean, we'll be all here. We'll be here for it, right? Breaking it all down in real time. Definitely, to be able to be the judge in regards to this and see kind of like what the jurors are thinking. Because all these questions and things that we are asking, you say stand up, girl, and give us a twirl. It's not even a dress, it's a shirt. You say stand up and give us a twirl. Girl, it is so a shirt. It's some kind of pink shirt with, it got little anime, little cartoon characters on it. Can you see it? It's like a bodysuit. Yeah, nothing exciting. No dress. I should have wore a dress. I wear a dress tomorrow, right? Thank you. Thank you, Pretty Brown. Yeah, I think it even got it has a little purple in it. I'm like trying to figure out what my next color gonna be on my hair. I'm like, oh, I just go with all these different colors. Be bright and perky. It makes me happy. If you don't notice anything at all that you will figure out about me, is purple is my favorite color. So I am a purple girl. I love purple. Like purple, purple, purple. Like my microphone has purple. I am a purple girl. My computer is purple. Like I love purple. That is my thing, purple. Like you can't take that away from me at all. So I do know I am going to try to see if we can get those. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do dress day tomorrow. I'm gonna wear a dress. I'm gonna find some kind of dress. I don't even, it is so crazy. I say, I do got some purple dresses. I was about to say, it's so crazy. I don't even think I got no purple dresses, but I do. I can't. Okay, so we gonna do it. We gonna do dress day Thursday. Okay, right before we go into the holiday, right? The holiday weekend. Anybody got any plans for this weekend? For Friday? I'm going to go see some fireworks. You say you don't have a favorite color, but you feeling this purple right now? It changes every month. I don't know how I fell in love with the color purple. Most people be like red, black. I don't know. For some reason, mine is purple. I love me some purple. I love me some purple. Absolutely. Yeah. I know some people just don't have it. We say it changes with every month. Well, I ain't mad at that either. Picnic in the sun's out, all blue and aqua. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know we gonna probably go see fireworks Friday. I love fireworks. I love fireworks. I like to hear the boom, the bang. I love seeing that. So I know, and seeing all how they coordinated. So we'll be definitely going to see some fireworks Friday. You say your family splitting all up for the holiday, pretty well. You said you going to pack up and hang out with someone else's family. I know that ain't nothing wrong with that. I love secondary families. Like I'll go with somebody else, and if they got some barbecue or some food or something for me, I'm in there. And we get a show. Absolutely, right on. I totally agree with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that, girl. Yeah, and you ain't got to do no cooking. I might help you clean up just a little bit. I ain't even gonna say clean up. I'm gonna help you tidy up. That means, clean and tidying is two different things. Or even if we go down to straightening up, I'm gonna help you straighten your house. Yeah, but I definitely love the parties that you can go to and leave, right? Without all the setup and all shape, ways, forms, and fashions. Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm always down for that. Yeah, they having something over here in our little community, and I'm like, okay, cool. We don't have to go far. Maybe I can get a funnel cake. They'll probably have some food trucks or something. And I don't know where y'all at, but I'm in Arizona, and it will be 120 degrees at night. Right? Right now outside it's probably like 115. So and it don't change. It's like can't stop, won't stop. So we wake up, it's 120. Middle of the day, 120. We go to bed, 120. No break, no give. So I know it's gonna be hot out there. So we'll try to stay out there as long as we can in order to see it. I'll just talk. What you miss is they have wrapped up court for the day. All right. Our last witness on the stand was a minor. And they're not showing the minor's testimony, but they wrapped up court for the day. And we in here just chatting. That's all. Girl, that's right, Benny, right? It's chat time. Oh, you love Arizona, right? I know. I was just telling them, like, that's where I'm at. And boy, oh boy, it's hot all day, all night. That's enough fireworks. I know, Benny. You in Illinois? Okay, from St. Louis. It's hot and humid. I know. I can only imagine. I'm originally from Ohio. So we like sister states, right? So I'm originally from there. So yeah, I can kind of see how that is. They say AZ is hot. I told Benny, it's hot down here. We wake up and it's hot. You wake up and you like, y'all see, bro? Like, no, not to say because I got the lights, right? But yeah, it's hot. I got the air on, so I'm good. You say, but a nice place. I'm in New York, though. Oh, okay. You in New York, babe? Ooh, beans. Are you down there with the Diddy madness? You say it sounds. Benny says it sounds like heaven to you. Yeah. So we got our holiday coming up, and yeah, definitely. I and it's so funny because down here, like, there are not like any good barbecue places. Like, I know where you at, Pretty Brown. They got some good barbecue places. Like, that's the one thing I miss about being up in the Midwest is because you give me some barbecue. Like down here is maybe far few in between. It's more like Mexican food. Like that's the big thing down here is Mexican food. I wouldn't be surprised somebody got some Mexican barbecue going on. Like they done probably created something down here. It would be a big market for somebody that was trying to bring that experience down here to this area. We have a lot of like food trucks and different stuff like that down here that give you like hit and miss different things from all over the world. And then on top of that, nobody down here can drive. So don't drive down here. Benny says she coming for sure, Faith. Yes, I recommend it, but Faith says she recommended to you, Benny, but beware of the heat. Yeah, definitely gonna need some sunscreen. Definitely some sunscreen. But when we go out, like during the daytime or even at night, they have like fans that give us like mist and stuff. So they try to keep us cool. Like the restaurants and things like that, they kind of know. Benny, you say you love heat. How do it get there? Your parents are from India. Okay. So how hot does it get where you're currently at? And what kind of heat? Is it like a dry heat or is it humid? Because it's a difference. Because where Pretty Brown is, it is humid and it is like you feel like you got to get in the shower every 2 minutes. Down here is dry, so you are sweating and do not know you're sweating. So a lot of people have issues with being dehydrated because you don't really realize you sweat. And it's like almost like it's so hot down here. Once you sweat, the ball of sweat that's trickling down your forehead when you outside is gone. You said 22 to 24, heat and rain all the time in Scotland. Oh, is that Fahrenheit? I don't know, but you have to translate that for me. 22 to 24 heat. Is that, huh? I'm gonna have to translate that, see what that means. He said, that's why you coming over here. And he said, this is why she coming over here. You are gonna definitely enjoy it. Okay, so it's moderate hot. Oh yeah, it's really hot here. Yeah, here is just but if I go to like the Bahamas or the Caribbean, it's a different type of heat, a better heat. Yeah. I want to know how you can bring me into the chat live. Juicy wants to know how we can bring her in the chat live. Would you? Let me see. I don't know. Are you saying that you want to come up and talk, Juicy? Because we just, oh, okay. That's what you want to do? You want to talk. She wants to talk, y'all. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Let's see here. I think here. I don't know. Oh, maybe I can do this. I don't know. Let me see. I always want somebody to come up here and talk. You want to talk? Let me see. Let me see if I can figure this out. If you want to talk. His face scares me. His face. He's so silly. Let me see. Here, I'm going to drop the link in the chat room for you. I think. We'll see. You'll see if it works. No, ask me what you do with it. This is trial and error. Right? Like when he gets back with his team, he's gonna look better, laugh a lot. I know they say he didn't gain a lot of weight. Okay, y'all, we got Juicy. I'm gonna add her to the stage. Let me add you to the stage so everybody can hear you. I dropped the link right. Benny, clap. First time I done did it. Let me add Juicy to the stage. Let's see what she want to chat about. We just chatting. Hi, Juicy.
Hi, guys.
We can hear you. Let me turn up your. I'll turn that part up for you.
So what's going on? You know, I couldn't wait to talk about. We got to talk about Diddy.
She wants to talk about Diddy.
I've been wanting to talk about Diddy all day.
All day.
Yes, because listen. First, before I get into how I feel, I want to know how you and your viewers feel about the case today.
Well, I'll start off. And guys, she's posing a question to us, you know, how does everybody feel about the Diddy case? So we kind of reviewed over it earlier when we went in to look at his live stream, right? When they were going over his charges and what he got convicted of and not convicted of. I'm okay. I'm okay with the decision. I agree. I'm glad that the jury got it right. I think they totally got it right. I think that he was definitely he was prostitute. He is guilty of prostitution. Like he was paying them on his payroll, right? He was paying these escorts on his payroll. So they were coming from Bad Boy Entertainment. So we had that paper trail. We know that he was setting it up. So that's prostitution.
Okay. So now he was actually convicted. The charge was based on, and y'all let me know if I'm wrong, but my understanding that the charge is based on Jane Doe, him transporting Jane Doe and Cassie. Am I correct?
No, I think that the prostitution charge is 2 counts of it because the prostitutes were brought to Jane Doe and Cassie. But the actual charge has to go with he was actually flying sex workers, sex workers out to give them to Cassie and give them to a Jane. Because what you're speaking of is in regards to probably the sex trafficking of Jane and Cassie.
Okay.
Right.
Well, he definitely shouldn't have been convicted of that because I don't feel like if that was the, and he wasn't, which is a good thing because I feel like in reality, every man, sports athlete, it was going to create a slippery slope, right? Every sports athlete, every guy who flies his girlfriend to another state or city, when she get mad, she could say, I had sex with them, and guess what? He sex trafficked me, which I feel like is absolutely absurd and should not go down, right? And also, I just feel like if I was his lawyer, I would definitely appeal this anyway. Like, I know he's facing like 10 years, but he doesn't have a record, so he could just get probation, which in reality, is Diddy a dirtbag? Absolutely. He's an absolute dirtbag. Did he beat Cassie? Absolutely. He is definitely, it's definitely a domestic violence case where they ran out of, the statute of limitations, so they couldn't, charge him with domestic violence. But yes, is he a dirtbag? I think everybody agrees that Diddy is the diddler and he is a dirtbag, right? But should he have been convicted of racketeering? No. And I'm glad that the jury got it right because, and I'm really shocked that the defense did not bring any witnesses or anything like that. But I feel like they didn't have to. And I actually think that was a good idea that they didn't. They didn't try to refute anything. The burden of proof was definitely on the prosecution, and they didn't do it. And I think that, You know, if they would have sat back and watched them and waited, they probably would have been able to get some stuff, but they kind of jumped the gun.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't think that they gonna appeal it. I mean, he guilty of prostitution. So what they convicted him of, I definitely think that he's guilty of. So I don't think he wiggles out of that. I think that he won today.
He did.
So with that, he need to tuck his tail and walk away and be happy with what he got going on. That's what I think. And Pretty Brown Girl says, I just feel like it shouldn't have been a federal case. Right. I think that Cassie only came for him because she was broke with the trainer, that new boo, right? We've been talking about these new boos, right?
For sure.
They had a new baby that was coming, and they like, get this money. He was right. I'm telling you, the man did that. The man was like, oh, you about to get this bag.
Well, I think that the first case that Cassie filed, there was a civil lawsuit where she sued his corporations, was so boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, she knew, like, anybody who knows, like, when you have a company, they definitely, the insurance, and you have insurance when you have a company that's that big, right? And because he had this big company, he didn't have a choice but to give her the money. Like, it didn't come from his bank account. It wasn't like he gave it to her. It came from the insurance companies that paid her out. So that was the smartest thing that she could do. I think that what she probably wasn't expecting was the fact that
I think you cut out on us. If you can still hear us, Juicy. It cut out on us. Well, we'll see if she'll be able to come back in. But yeah, Pretty Brown. Yeah, it definitely was domestic abuse, right? They just charged this all wrong. But, you know, I guess, you know, kind of like what Juicy was saying, that, you know, the statutes may have ran out in regards to them being able to do the domestic abuse.
Am I back? Okay. I'm back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy. Yeah, you probably need to go drop off and come back. Okay, I'll let her get her stuff together. Benny says, no, where are you going, Faith? I don't know where Faith went. Yeah, Benny says she agrees with you also, Pretty Brown Girl. Yeah, I think that we all inconsistent. Like, I am okay with everything that kind of happened in regards to how the case turned out. I'm pretty sure Diddy is thanking his lucky stars, you know, even if he got to sit in jail for another year or two, right? I mean, we not talking about life. We not talking about he gonna get out and he gonna be completely broke. Like, he was a billionaire before he went in there. She says, I also think that he had a good defense team that's going to try their best to make sure that he doesn't get any more jail time. You're right. He definitely, I call it the bad boy defense. I can't call it the dream team because that was OJ. So I'm gonna call it the bad boy defense. Like, when he put Brian Steele on this case, I was like, it's on. Like, I was 10 toes down. Benny says she agreed that he should be thankful. I'm gonna go ahead and add Juicy. She's in the back. I'm gonna go ahead and add her back to the stage. Okay. Hopefully you let me hear.
Yeah,
Make
I'm
sure
back.
good.
I'm all the way good. I think what happened was I didn't put my phone on do not disturb. But yeah, so I was saying that I think that was a boss move to get the money. I understood it. It made sense to me. I was like, way to go, Cassie. The victim in this case that I think that is really sad, that I don't know if people have really spoke on it, is the fact that there's no way in hell, I'm just saying, me as a woman, that I would get up on stage and tell all the freaky things that I have done in my life with this music mogul that's going to be all around the world. But what she wasn't expecting is that she would be forced to do this, you know, and I don't think that she had any indication that the feds was going to make her get up and testify against this man, but that's exactly what they did. They got her statements, they read over them, they felt like they got a case, and she really didn't have a choice. Had she refused to get up and testify against Diddy, she could have been facing prosecution as well for herself. And so I just feel like she didn't have a choice in the situation. She had to do what it is that she did, which was testify against them. But I feel like, you know, now this is going to forever live out loud on the internet and everywhere. And it will be really hard. Like one day her kids are going to read the transcripts of the freak offs that she did, you know, and it will be public. And I just feel like she's never going to live that down. And I just don't know if it was worth the money. For me, she could have went on with her life. She could have, you know, did whatever she wanted to do in life. And maybe it was worth it, you know, but I probably would have just sued them. I probably wouldn't have gave as much detail as she did, because if she would have left it more vague, she would have won anyway. She didn't have to go into detail, as much detail as she did, to the point where it got the attention of the feds, right? If she would have just said, hey, I'm suing you, you know why, if I got to disclose this stuff, it's going to be a problem. They was going to go to Diddy and be like, hey, do she got a case? Yeah, she do. You know, this girl, I was with her all this time. She was going to get paid out anyway. But the fact that she actually put into detail all of these different things that got, you know, became a thing for the feds when they read over the transcripts is really what got her in this situation. And I feel like she's in a situation where she's never going to be able to live this down. Ever.
Yeah, I think that just like Pretty Brown, and I kind of agree in regards to that. You know, she even mentioned that she think that, you know, she thought she was going to end with it just getting a settlement. Now, what I will say is, like, in regards to some backstory in regards to how this kind of like came, she actually sent him like a memoir,
a copy of the book, yeah,
and he downplayed it.
He did. I would have too, though. If I was Diddy, I would have too. I would have.
Well,
I wouldn't have.
He shouldn't have. He learned a big lesson.
He learned a big lesson. I think that he was supposed to downplay it. But she was supposed to do what she did as well. She was supposed to sue him. She was. She would have made more money if she would have came out with a book, though.
Yeah, I think that when she threatened to tell him, hey, either you pay me $30 million for this book or I'm putting it out here, he should have took that very serious, because remember, he knew what was in that book. He knew that those details were true. He knew that she was speaking the truth, and he should have stopped that right then, right? Then that lawsuit, when it came to the public side, where it gets on the Fed's radar, you know, because he settled it. I mean, like, if you was gonna settle it in 24 hours after she did the lawsuit, then you should have just did that behind the closed doors, right? It should have never got to our attention.
It would have never stopped, though. What would have stopped her from coming back every 10 years for another 30 million? You know, so it had to go down the way that it did.
No, I think that they have them. I think that they have them fill out that NDA, right? So he could have had her do an NDA like they had previous. Now, it does not prevent law enforcement or anybody, you know, if they want to investigate something, but this would have never been on the Fed's radar.
Well, it was because, she, in order to get an NDA that would have mattered and to stop her from coming back to get money, it had to go through the courts, right? It had to go through the courts. Like, if he would have gave her $30 million, she could have came out with a book anyway. And even if they had an NDA, they would have been like, well, it didn't go through the courts. It's not recognizable, whatever. She would have had a loophole that she could have jumped through. And what would have stopped her from coming back getting more money? I think that it had to go to court. but she didn't have to put as much detail into it as she did. She could have just kept it kind of vague, like, you know what it is, and if you force my hand, this is what's going to happen, because that's kind of what happened anyway. But she made this statement, and you know, Cassie got taken advantage of because the feds knew what they were going to do. The feds, they don't do anything on a sneak surprise attack. They had already contacted, I'm sure of it, you know, I'm willing to bet money that they had already, when they found out about her settlement, they were already willing and knew, like, get a statement, you know, so that they could go run with it. Now, as far as the racketeering going with Diddy, I am absolutely glad that he didn't get convicted of that. I don't know if he would have lost everything, but not just him, his kids, his mother, like his whole family. And I do think that, I think that's wrong. I do. I really do. I feel like that's wrong. Like, in his situation is wrong. When it comes to like a mafia, or, you know, or a drug enterprise, I kind of understand why you would confiscate all of his income and his money. But when it comes to Diddy, like, he made the money fair and square.
Right. Pretty Brown Girl says, I don't really know. I really don't care. For me, it's expected, right? She was in the industry. I'm more surprised at what Diddy did. Like, this man had fists and dildos. But that's just me. Hey.
Man,
I
it's
know.
people that's into a lot of freaky shit.
Yeah, and I agree. And I just hate that all of this was so exposed. Like, I want to remember Diddy the way, you know, take that in all the videos and rapping. Now I gotta remember Diddy as being in the back of the room, like, and I can't, like, oh my gosh, like, that's the vision I have of him, because I would have never thought that he was a CUCK. Like, I would have never thought that. And that's exactly what he is. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I would have never thought that. And now I look at him totally different. And can y'all imagine, like, all the people in the industry, what they feel? Like, knowing this, like, his whole
We all knew
entire.
that. Everybody knew this about Diddy already. Like,
I
everybody in the
didn't.
industry, they've been making jokes about Diddy for the longest. You know, take that, or y'all know Diddy. Sometimes you gotta tell Diddy no. I mean, I'm more surprised the fact that, you know, everything Cat Williams be saying be coming to pass.
I know.
Yeah. Because Cat was the one that said everybody was being exposed this year and it was coming out, you know. And sure enough, here we go with Diddy. You know,
He said an Astro glass, right? Like, oh gosh. I was like, I don't know what they could be doing. They messing up all the sheets in the world. You know, he gotta have money, because who messing up they $100 sheets? Like, really? With some baby oil? That ain't even happening. Not on this time, girl. And I can only imagine, like, oh goodness, the details that came out in that trial, they are mind-boggling. Just even as a woman, like, I couldn't even imagine. You know, the one girl was like, she had it was Cassie, actually, you know, fellatio till she had sores. Like, where do they do that at? You know, and it was the one thing that I noticed about this entire trial. Did y'all notice that in any of the reports, we really didn't hear anything about any real STDs besides a UTI? It must have something to do with their sexual history being brought up in court. Like, you can't use it against them, because I just couldn't imagine. And I'm like, you know, it had to be all this stuff that they was doing. Like, she had over 27 men involved, right? That's a lot. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna let that sit right there, because I know my thoughts in regards to it. Like, no, I don't know about all of that. That's way too much for me to handle. But Shout out to the real ones out here, I guess. Girl, I know, Minnie, what, 27? Girl, three in one night. She says, do we know if any of those videos are the free videos? Do we know if he was in? Yes. He was in the back like. Yes. 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 He was, they showed stills to the jury. You know, of course, only the jury, and I'm saying it. But yeah, Diddy was in the video. Yep. I don't know if he was, you know, he may have been walking around doing his directing people, because you know he was a director, right, during these movies. So yeah, he was in the back, you know, with his Astroglide, you know, directing, making sure he was getting the right angles on different points of views, you know, because even that one guy, the SEX worker that testified on the stand, the Punisher, you know, now he going on a book tour. He just dropped a book, something about freezer meat or something. She said, yeah, freak off is his middle name. Girl. Talk about doing something wild, right? I mean, it's kind of, I get it. It's really like a swingers lifestyle, right? In all honesty, that's basically what it is. There are men out here that what Diddy is doing, even regards to being a CUCK, there's men out here that's doing it all the time. So I'm just as surprised in regards to him. Yep. And Cassie said they would be doing those for hours and hours. Like, yeah, ain't no way. I know, right? Like, they having 36-hour marathons. Like, ain't that much in the world. Benny says, well, I believe it. Yeah, like these men around here and women. Like, so even with the whole thing about the urine part, that's not really surprising to me. Like, there's people, you know, I don't know if y'all heard the stories about the women that go over to Dubai and what they go over there for. People are into some strange thing, and money moves the world, right? You pay somebody enough, they'll do all types of stuff, right? And especially and it is what it is. Everybody like it until they don't like it. Especially if they don't think that they get what they signed up for. Right. It looks like Juicy is back in with us. I'm gonna go ahead and add her back to the stage. Here you go, sweetheart.
My bad, y'all. Listen, I just got off of work, and you know my phone is like acting up. But I just want to. I'm not gonna stay on much longer. But I just want to say that, like you know what you were saying, people are freaky. It's a lot of freaky people. It's your next door neighbor is more freaky than you thought. You understand what I'm saying? So people are freaky, and I just don't feel like people should go to jail for being freaky. You have to find your tribe. I always say this on my show. You got to find your tribe. You know, you got to find the people that are like-minded and like you. At the end of the day, nobody, I even though I feel, what do I feel like she was a young girl who was manipulated by an older man? Absolutely. Is this a thing that's been going on since the beginning of time? Absolutely. Did she know that she was dealing with his crap because she was getting something out of it and benefiting for it? For sure she was. At the time, it was worth it. And then after a while, it wasn't worth it because, you know, a slap here and a push and a shove became more violent, and it started to escalate like most abusers do. You know, and after getting out the situation and being treated properly by a man who really does care about you, you realize how much you were mistreated and abused. But let's just say this. She didn't want to leave him alone. She didn't want to leave him alone. You know what I'm saying? She didn't. She wanted to be in the relationship. She was planning on being with him. She was still sending him messages about wanting to be in a relationship with him. So I I feel like she was a victim of falling in love with somebody who having this really crazy, wild relationship with this man that was older than her, that showed her all these different exciting things about life that she wasn't, used to. And he had this crazy appetite and she wanted to give him that too, and so she did. And I'm just saying there has to be a level of accountability, right? Where even as a young adult woman, she got with him. She wanted the lifestyle. She wanted the money. You don't stay for 11 years. Especially not with a person that can't physically hold you down. He was traveling, he was doing different things. She could have changed her number and disappeared if she wanted to, but she didn't because she loved the lifestyle. She liked being, she liked the good part of being with Diddy and being Diddy's girl. The favor, the fame, the $500,000 shopping sprees, and to her at one point or the other, it was worth a bop upside the head from time to time, and all night freak offs. I mean, from what they say, he a Tootsie Roll. So at the end of the day, she was getting, y'all seen the Punisher. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
She was, she got something out of it. And so even though I understand everything she did, like I did all of this stuff, I'm going to get something from it. I get it. I understand why she sued him. Like for my trouble, I'm not walking away empty-handed. I'm coming out with something. I'm
So
going to
you
make
coming
this
out with
come
something?
up. Yeah, I'm going to make this come up and we're going to live off of you for everything that I've been through with you. I understand that. 110%. Not making it right, but it is what it is. That was the game he knew he was playing too. Like when you mess with a powerful man like that who has that much money, you know what comes with it to a certain extent. And I mean, if anything, this trial should have taught young girls who want to get with these older men who are.
There we go with that connection and that phone again, Miss Juicy. I'm gonna drop you down for right now, or it drops you down for me. Yeah, I mean, a lot of good points there that she was making in regards to that, but we all kind of like on the same page in regards to this, right? Pretty Brown. Benny just stepped away, but I think we all on the same page. And anybody else that's in the chat room, like I don't see anybody disagreeing with these thoughts and things. It's just like Diddy a wild boy, right? I find it hilarious. I just hate that his whole makeup, his kids, like they whole had to be on scene like that, right? I just hate that they had to take him through the mud. But sometimes they got to show you, right? Because they had this case built off some doggone baby oil, right? Baby oil. We thought that it was 20 people. Like I listened to an interview with Ray J, and he like this worries him. Like, because Ray J probably out there doing some strange stuff. Like, and it can't be and I guess what made me upset is because women, at all gives points of times, like depending on where you at, they doing that stuff, for broke guys. Like, I don't know. Pretty Brown says, and Kathy got him right before the statute of limitations was up. I hope. Yeah, right. She had, I think it was like the day before, and that's why she was so pressed, and that's why she went ahead and filed that lawsuit against him in order to be able to go forward and make sure she get that bag. Like, let's secure this bag. And I'm telling y'all, her husband was like, "Oh, we gonna get this bag." Are you sitting up here? You trying to unalive yourself? Because remember, she was going through a lot of mental stuff with this, right? So he like, "Oh, you trying to unlock? Oh, we gonna get this bag, right? We gonna get some money out of this, right?" I mean, yeah. Okay, Juicy looks like she's back. I'll go ahead and add her back to the stage. If any of y'all want to come up, y'all definitely let me know. I'll drop the link in there.
Yeah, I think that I was just listening to what you said about her dude, right? He definitely, listen, most of his staff or people that work from him watched her get beat up. They watched what she was going through. I'm a person that believes in the saying, it's harder to mourn and cry in a Lamborghini than it is in a Honda Civic. Like flat out.
Yeah.
It's easier to cry and be sad, in a $1 million home than an apartment on, you know what I'm saying, in a small house somewhere in the, hood. So at the end of the day, I mean, she made her come up. It was all about a come up. And I just feel like I was saying, this case should show women, like, it ain't all glitzy and glam. When you messing with older men who may have a lot of money, it's gonna be some drama that you're gonna have to deal with. I mean, if you want to be taken care of and you don't want to go get your own money in your own bag and make an avenue for yourself, then you got to understand that there's things that come along with that. One of the things that come along with that, it shouldn't be abused or getting knocked upside the head, but it's definitely, you are replaceable. You're a commodity, you're owned, and then when he get tired of you, he can dismiss you like you never matter. And that's the part that hurt her more than anything. It was the dismissal. It was you seeing him with Miami, and I don't care what nobody say. I think that you watching somebody live out loud the life that you wanted with the man that you had, that's gonna piss you off. Like you dealt with all that you dealt with for him to go give what you wanted to another woman, and he was giving that to young Miami. He was publicly like, I care about you, but she a different chick. She understood the game. She knew what it was. She knew what she had to deal with, and she ain't care.
Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of things turned the tide, even when we're talking about Jane, 50 Cent's baby mama, like everybody just wanted to really be number one in his life. But see, young Miami, she did just take it for what it is. Like, I'm about to get this bag. Like, he about to buy
She
me
was
for
a
her.
hood chick.
I don't want to
been
be.
around the block.
Yeah, I don't want to be in love with him. I know he out here doing this one too, but long as he doing what I need him to do, I'm cool. It's all these other women that I need to be, the only one. Like James said, she was okay with him having other women. It just became a problem when he made it public.
Right.
So, that was her whole thing. So yeah,
I think that, she knew what it was. Like, this is my thing. If you gonna live that life and you gonna play, Miami knew. She been around the block a couple times. She ain't new to this. She true to it. So she was creating the fantasy that he wanted for what she was getting from him in return. And she understood what it was. And she didn't care, and she was willing to do it. But she also had her own. Would it say, Juicy? I agree. Bet Miami had her own money too. So she didn't care. She was getting the tips, tricks, and the trade from him, getting what she needed out of him. And that's what you got. If you gonna live that life, that's how it gotta be. Cassie, she was green. She was all the way green. She was a young 19-year-old girl who was playing grown-up woman games with a man who was so far past her senior, you understand, that she didn't even know what she was getting herself involved in before it was too late. And you got ran through. You got ran amok. He made a mockery out of you because you didn't understand the grown-up game you was playing. And I'm not knocking her. I'm not even judging her on it. I'm just saying, in general, this is what happens, and this should be a cautionary tale to some of these young girls out here.
But I
Pretty
don't
only
even get out
lasts
to
for so
say.
long.
Well, what I have to say just in regards to that, because we're just not, I don't think it's really directed even in regards to young girls. It's probably women in general when they sign up. Because remember, Jane, she's 35, man. Like, she got with Diddy when she was like 35. This is Jane. So
Jane wasn't tripping. She was still taking that $10,000 a month and shutting up.
No, but she didn't got up all up here on the stand talking about, you know, how she didn't want to do it a couple times, and then doubling back talking about she wanted to play in an all-star party. She was
Is that
also
a
on
crime
there.
though? How many women have slept with a man and didn't want to do it?
Yeah, I don't think it's a crime.
I mean, how many women and you know he won't fellatio or you know or whatever, and you don't want to give it, but you do it anyway because that's what you doing it for your man. I don't want to, but I'm gonna do it. I
Yeah.
mean, and I think a lot of times I think that it's an embarrassment that comes with it. I think they just want they didn't want to be embarrassed behind it.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, it's good until it's not good. And we can probably all
Absolutely.
agree it is good until it's not good. Like they all agreed, they all signed up for it, but they all thought he was gonna change him. And women just have to
They
come
was
to
gonna be
the
the one.
realization that he ain't gonna change. Like
No,
he got to
he
be the one to change. So
ain't
I
no
think
such.
that's the
People don't
trap that they
change.
got there in.
People don't change unless they really want to. I bet, and most change comes from being forced to change. I bet he changed now though. I bet he,
Girl,
I bet he, I
I
bet he
don't
won't
think
be
so.
doing. I bet he'll be doing freak offs with one person or somebody that's. Or if he do a freak off, it ain't gonna be the same as it was. You
I
know.
don't know. I think his sexual appetite is he planning to freak off right now. I think he planning to freak off right now. His
He was
sexual
gonna be doing freak offs in jail.
girl, I think that he planning the one now. Now that he know he got the opportunity to get back out here and he can play on one, I definitely think that he is going to. He's planning one. Like he's sitting up there right now. Like this is the first one we go call. I'm gonna
Yeah,
call.
and you
Right?
know what? And he probably is because it's the desire for him to have what he want when he is so extreme. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like it's just like being addicted to porn or being addicted to sex or addicted to whatever it is. Like he can't get enough of it. It's like the desire. It's the only way he's probably able to be turned on. But he'll take a break. And I, you know, and the thing is, you know, it's just a messed up situation. I'm not like, I don't want anybody to think that I'm victim shaming, right? Because I'm not, because I don't actually, I do feel like she was manipulated and taken advantage of. She was a kid. She was really a young girl who really didn't know any better. And she just thought that she could play the game and get what she wanted. Like she thought that she was at an advantage because I'm this pretty girl. And it doesn't always work that way. And I don't know what she'll and it's another thing that we haven't talked about. Like really her whole way of seeing sex and love is distorted.
Pretty Brown Girl says, does anybody think that any of the women are lying? When you say, are you talking about Cassie and Jane? And what part you think? What part are you seeing in regards to lying about what? I guess I would need to know. Hey Benny, I'm glad you back.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so
Lying about what?
I guess it depends on what part you're talking about, because certain things I do think that they were not being truthful in regards to the reason why they were there and things of that nature, because it's good until it's not good. And I don't think that Diddy was that bad of a guy to that degree. Remember, they only got one alleged domestic incident with him and Jane. So, and she started it because she was salty that she thought that he had went on a trip with another girl when he actually was on a family vacation. So when he came in the house that day, she was accusing him of it, right? And then she slammed his head against the marble thing. And that was the only verbal altercation that they had. I mean, the only abuse that was claimed by her. Now, Cassie on the end, Cassie was probably catching it, right? And it sounded
Cassie
like
was catching it for a reason though. And I'm not saying that it's ever justifiable to hit a woman. So let me be clear. Let me start by saying that. But I believe every rapper and all the interviewers who said that, what was the one guy that he was really close with that was his driver, or not his driver? He didn't go on a stand, but he's been doing interviews. The guy who was from the hood that was like, I can't remember his name, but he did a interview on Vlad, and I believe every single word of what he said. And
Oh,
he
Gene.
said, what was his name?
Yeah, it's probably Gene.
This was like he wasn't, Gene is the older security guard guy. It ain't him. Whoever this guy was, he didn't get no publicity or money. He just was somebody that was rocking with Diddy for a long time. But I believe everything he said when he talked about how, they both would be doing stuff to each other. Like, she knew he was jealous, and she used that, she did things to make him jealous. Not justifying putting his hands on her, but, she did things to provoke him. She hit him, they hit each other. They had a toxic relationship. And so I'm not gonna like, and different people bring out different things, right? Out of you, just naturally. Relationships are complicated and crazy. Some women are a little bit more calm. Their demeanor is not such that they're gonna, rattle a man when he's already upset. Some, they like that rah-rah. They gonna bust you upside your head or flirt with the guy in front of you when he know you, because she wants you to feel jealous. She wants you to know that she got options and she could go somewhere else. And that probably was her only way to feel powerful or to exert power over him, because he controls so much of her life, was making him feel jealous, not justifying it. And as far as the lying part go, I definitely feel like, they lied about their intentions, and what, like, nobody is going to get on the stand and tell your innermost deepest thoughts, especially when people are already watching. The one thing that she didn't want out was videos of her in freak offs, and now the world has seen it. Enough people have seen it. One day it'll be all out there. So, it's just the nature of how this stuff works. And so it's not private anymore. It's transcripts, even if it's not visual where people can see it. They literally talked it out in court, describe this, describe that. So, all of her whole story is out there, and she's been exposed. And, it's sad to me, actually. I feel bad. I feel like, she was a victim in a lot of ways, but not in the way that the state was trying to say that she was a victim. No, she didn't. She didn't leave, and she went back and slept with him even after she got away. This was a woman who was torn and in love with a man and wanted to be with him and wanted him to do right for you and wanted him to change and wanted the lifestyle and wanted to go on $500,000 shopping sprees and wanted to be taken care of, and she was kept. She wanted that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that to answer pretty rural your question, I agree in regards to what Juicy is talking about in regards to their intentions. Like, I definitely think that this was okay with them until they was not getting the reaction and what they thought they deserved from Diddy. And then when it was not okay for them, then it became a problem. So instead of, even when we really look at Jane, this was truly transactional, right? So for her to get on the stand and present, as if like she was manipulated and she was abused and all of these things, because those are the things that they came out in testimony that she was trying to present at different points of times. But no, you wanted to be in a certain status in his life, right? This is what you wanted. It's not like, when these girls get in these circles, they stay in these circles. They can't go down. I'm surprised Cassie got the trainer boy, but
that's why she had to go get the money.
even with her going to get the trainer, she had to go get some money. She had to go sue him to live out the rest of her lifestyle. Remember, this is only 5 years later from when they split up in 2018, and she sued him in 2023. So yeah, I definitely agree that, even with Cassie, I think that, even though she on a stand, she did admit sometimes that she didn't want to have these freak offs or whatever with Diddy and these other men. I think she liked it because, and she did want to do them. I don't think that it was time. She knew that was time that she could spend with him, but they tried to just spend it off as if like he was forcing them to do these things to, that was just a requirement that he wanted for you to be in his camp. So either you gonna decide that you want to be part of his team and these are the things that you're gonna be doing, or you decide that, hey, you got to set your boundaries. And
The one thing she said is she said that she would do it because she didn't want nobody else to do it. You know, if she didn't do it, he would get somebody else to do it, and that's why she did
Absolutely.
it. That was the most truthful thing she said, because I feel like as a woman, it's a lot of things that we do so that our man don't go get it from somewhere else. If you don't sleep with your man, and if he like a certain thing or he wants you to do a certain thing that maybe you don't particularly like. You might not like oral sex, but because your man like it, you do it anyway because you don't want him to go nowhere else. And whether they say it out loud or they say it, whatever, it happens every single day. Women do it. And I mean, that's just how it is. Now the other thing that we should probably be taking bets on is if Cassie's going to keep this $30 million or it's going to be $15 million.
Why you say that?
Because I can very well see her current husband leaving her and taking half of what she got.
I don't know. I think he 10 toes down.
I don't think so. And you know why I don't think so? Because I think that she's going to struggle. Like, I think that this is going to be hard for her. She is used to her whole adult life. She's lived a extremely flamboyant, money not a thing lifestyle. Do you know how hard that is to give up? That's hard to give up. It's a hard thing to give up. You used to somebody with a lot of money and giving you whatever you want. That's a hard thing to walk away from. And I just feel like that lifestyle, the excitement of it, that's what kept her there for so long. She was excited, the freaky shit, all that. It was an excitement that she got out of that. And because she's not gonna get it anymore, and now they want you to be a homely housewife and be in the house working out with your husband. I just don't see that working out for her. I see her stepping out on him. I mean, she hasn't even hit her prime years. She's still very much young. How old is she now?
I think she's 38.
Okay, she hasn't even hit like her, her mid 40s. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be okay. I think that she's gonna really go through a big struggle. Like once she's used to, Diddy was taking care of her family. He was taking care of her. He was taking care of a lot of different people in her life. And so, in my opinion, 30 million can only go so far. Especially when you used to going on $500,000 shopping sprees.
Well, I think she been kind of like, I guess my thing is she been a little humble, right? Because I mean, it was staying with the mama, right? So she didn't felt that broke.
But now
she
done
felt
felt
that
that broke. But now you got 30 million, and now
She
you
better
want to go.
manage.
She gonna be, man. It's gonna click until it ain't there no more. I'm telling y'all, I guarantee. I give it. By the time the youngest baby hit about 5 or 6, they gonna be getting a divorce. She gonna be Cassie Ventura back in the news. Her and her husband are calling it splits, and now they're having this crazy divorce.
You
And he
think
gonna
so?
talk about because relationships don't sustain after this. Like, we are talking about human beings, people who if everything is perfect, have a hard time maintaining a relationship. So you mean public scrutiny, you know, teenage kids, you know, going through your midlife crisis, 40 something years old, dealing with the emotional stress of seeing Diddy back out here on it with the next woman, you know, back happy, living his best life. You understand? And now you got to watch him, because everybody going to be watching Diddy. Everybody, he gonna be on every TV screen for the next 10 years. They done just made him this even more famous. How he got off.
Yeah.
He ain't about to fall off. He about to come down. Like, do y'all remember Diddy when he got off last time? This, like, he's feeling unstoppable.
Yeah.
And it's not over. It's not over. Like, he got something to prove now. That man ain't done. He came from the bottom. His dad was he came from nothing. People who came from nothing, they don't stop.
Yeah.
He ain't done. It's just beginning. And so now she got to see him on every the Diddy I'm back out here tour. I thought I told you that I won't stop tour. What you thought?
No, can't stop, won't stop.
Y'all know how New Yorkers get down. They don't play. They don't stop, man. He is not done.
Yeah, I do
He
see
got all
him
them kids.
capitalizing
Them
off
daughters
this.
about to be models. Them daughters, they going somewhere. They gonna be models. They following in their mother's footsteps. We know that's coming. We know, he got very talented children. So he's not about to be out the limelight. So what's next? Oh, it's coming. And she gotta live through all of that. She gotta live through the jokes, the comedians, all of that's coming. It's coming. Do you know how hard that's gonna be? I'm hoping that she don't, I'm just hoping that she's strong enough to handle it. And I doubt if her relationship will be. And so, and I'm sure he didn't know all of that stuff that was happening. This man broke down in tears.
Yeah,
His ego, they gonna make jokes about him.
yeah, and I think that's why he wanted to see Diddy kind of go up under the jail. Other men, and I have heard this, that when they're looking at an ex or somebody that has done something to somebody they've been with, they either want that person off this earth or in jail. They don't want that threat to be there at all, right? Because you could tell from even with Cassie's testimony. Now she still loves him. She even admitted that she loves that past. So she totally, and I would be surprised, like, if Jane is waiting for Diddy, because she was always on the stand talk about her partner, her lover. I wouldn't be surprised if she be standing right out there.
Girl, Jane ain't going nowhere. Miami gonna be back in action. If y'all think for 1 second, I mean, he's never had any priors. He beat the most severe of everything. He still got his money.
You see that? They say you need to be a criminal switchy girl.
If you think for 1 second that this is over with and done with, it's just the beginning. Diddy gonna be diddling all across every stage.
Look at say all across every stage.
And and guess what? And nobody is gonna shun him. You know why?
Wow.
Because everybody in Hollywood is freaky as hell. They all released. They all was at the parties. They was all kicking it with him. They all been dead goddamn silent. You ain't heard shit. You might have heard a couple of people who didn't like him, but for real, they been silent. Why? Because they was like, we gonna see what color the wall gonna be. Why? Because they still plan on dinner with Diddy. Diddy's not about to be ostracized and not. And I mean, really, I don't know how they're going to even put him in jail. Like, this is his first offense. I just don't see him getting in. I mean, like, really, this man should get a year.
You said a year?
He should
I
get
think
a
he
year,
got time served.
8 months served, and the rest of the time house arrest on punishment. Like, let this man be free. Let him go.
Yeah, I think they're
He a freak.
gonna fight for it. That's what his team is trying to do right now. Is kind of fight for him to get a bail package, but I think it's gonna be denied.
Man, let that dude go. I mean, if
Yeah.
it's denied, they giving him 10 years, which
I
and
don't
they
think they
could.
can give him 10
They
years.
can. They can. They could say because of the severity of the case, because of his connection, they could do whatever the hell they want. But it would be like
I heard
I
that
just
for
think
first offenders, they don't do that in federal court because he's not a convicted,
well, he
convicted
won't get
felon or
less than
anything like that.
5. He won't get less than 5. I've never known anybody with the feds to get less than 5 years. Have
I
you?
don't think he gonna get no jail time either, pretty brown girl. Like I think
I
that the
hope not.
minimum I think the minimum is 15 and then the maximum is 10 on each of the charge. I think they can run them
15
concurrently. And
months.
yeah, it's like 15 months, so like he can be out soon. I think the
Oh.
reason I think they're crying for him to get, bond right now because his bond was always denied. And I know we was listening to some host earlier was saying that his bond was probably denied because they think he gonna do some witness tampering, but he ain't got nothing to tamper with right now. Like
It's over.
it's over with.
He won. As long as they couldn't take
Yeah.
his money, he's straight. The
I
feds
agree,
wanted
Benny.
they wanted his money. They can't get it now because he didn't get convicted of racketeering. And at the end of the day, like, they didn't care that he was freaking people all over town and sexing people and partying, doing drugs. They didn't care about none of that shit. You know what they cared about? They wanted the money. They wanted his money. They wanted to confiscate all that money that they're not going to be able to do now. So, which they shouldn't have been able to do.
Hmm. Well, I'm glad that the jury made the right decision in regards to this and kind of, because I was nervous yesterday when they told me they came back with a partial thing, and I was like, I feel like I'm in the NBA finals and we in the game 7. Now, what is they trying to do?
Well,
But
when they told me they couldn't come up with it was a hung jury on that, I figured that he had some not guilty. I figured that because that was something like if he really did it and they felt like it was, they would have got him on that first. So when they told me they was hung on the first count, I knew that I thought it was going to be all not guilty. To be quite honest with you, I thought
no,
it was
I
going to be
thought
all
they
not
kind of proved
guilty.
that
Yeah,
Constitution.
but they did prove that because anytime you move somebody over state lines, it's prostitution. So I mean, that part they did prove, and so I thought they would get him on all of it, but I'm glad that they didn't. And I just feel like he was a freaky nasty man with a lot of money, and he's still a freaky nasty man with a lot of money, but he don't deserve to be in jail for the rest of his life because he liked to sit in the corner and watch people bang his girl out. I don't feel like that's something that you should go to jail for the rest of your life for. I'm not
Right.
okay with that. So, and
Yeah.
I'm glad. I feel like they got it right in this instance. He's a dirtball. He's horrible. I don't think he'll be getting any keys to the city anytime soon.
What you say? The keys
He
to the
won't be
city?
getting no keys to the city. But it is what it is. I just feel like
Yeah, Quickburg and even
yeah.
Let's go run through. He's the man. Sure for Diddy. Yeah, definitely,
Yeah,
Benny.
Brian
I
Steele
agree.
is that truth, baby.
Oh gosh, y'all know I've been on here. We've been on here almost 9 hours.
We've been on here tough. Yes, all through my
Definitely.
work day.
Yes, 9 hours. Like, oh gosh, and we got to get up and do it again, right?
Okay,
I
so
know,
I
Benny.
gotta get abreast to this new case that we watching. All I know is I can't take it. I couldn't take I couldn't take her
Arthur.
whining. I couldn't take her whining at all. It was aggravating my whole life. And I agree with I think her name is Dawn H.
Donna.
Yeah, whining. I'm gonna just say it.
Yeah, she's
Look,
very
don't
whiny.
let this be the last time on the show. Well, look, whining women are the worst. Oh my God. Oh, and that was not a real reaction to how you should feel if you, first of all, most people who committed a crime like killing your husband would have been so in shock that they probably wouldn't even have cried.
Yeah, I think that's how the brother was when the police came. Like he was definitely in shock. He was like, "You ain't been paying attention that pretty Bow. You gotta pay attention. Just keep us in your earpiece. Sneak and be typing your chats in, right?" I know. I'm like tomorrow, like I know they're gonna have this little kid on the stand, so we're not gonna see that testimony, but depending on what witnesses they bring, and hopefully we get these Snapchat messages in and kind of take it from there. Pretty Brown Girl, I am going to look and see if we can get some information in regards to the transcript so we can kind of see if we can find out what the kid is testifying to. I will let them know.
Just looking at her face, she looked like a sociopath. She looks insane.
She all bad out here.
She's over here like, oh.
Yeah, she is all
Not
over
Nan's
the place.
here. Not first of all, I don't know if y'all used to watch that show, Lie to Me. I was obsessed with it, right? It was this show where this guy, he used to work for the courts, and basically what he would do is he would read people's face, like their facial expressions, and tell you if they were, genuine. Her face was, I did not have relations. Oh, the horror, the shock. It's fake as fuck.
Yeah.
We was like, girl, if you don't sit your ass, you might as well stand up. It's like that video. Was that the Common video with Taraji P. Henson when he was like, she was the kingpin?
Oh.
Testify. That was
Girl.
my son back in the day.
Well, Juicy, definitely make sure that you shout out your podcast that you got going on Thursday night so everybody can try to tune in, give them the times and where to catch you at.
Okay, so I have a podcast. It's called Juicy Talk. You can follow us on YouTube right now. We're going into our 4th season. Now we take a break during the summer months because we be traveling. I also do Juicy Talk Travel where we take different cruises and we go different places. So right now we got a cruise planned in August. We're going to be going to the Bahamas. All of the people that watch my show and people that follow me. But if you would like to listen to some of our old shows, we'll be back the 2nd week of August. It's Juicy Talk Podcast, and basically we talk about relationships, all the crazy stuff that people do in relationships. We talk about love, health, wealth, just being a whole person in every aspect, and we talk about all the current BS is going on in the world at the time too. So definitely chime in. It's me and my co-host DJ Hardy of Hardy Entertainment. We call him Juice. He's Juice. I'm Juicy. DJ Juice. And so just make sure that you check us out. It's JUCTALK every Thursday at 8 p.m. Starting the 2nd Thursday in August.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Juicy, so much. And
thank
girls,
you so much.
absolutely. Anybody from the chat, definitely go follow her. I follow her.
She
very interesting conversation.
She makes some guest appearances sometimes. So
some interesting conversation. She's like, me too, girl. Yeah. And as y'all know how I do it, right? You are definitely in the right place where there is no filters, no fluffs, just facts. Thank y'all for joining in to take it to trial, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you all. We were almost at 9 hours. I'll send out the alert. Have your notification. I'll see you guys.
All right. Peace.